Two-Player Award winner last night. Tell us about Dexter McLeon Jr.
He's special. I mean, Dex, he's a 6'5" runner, up to 94 on the mound. Looks like he could already be in a college locker room right now. Could go play track or football D1 if he wanted to. Dad played in the NFL, drafted in baseball. He's a special talent.
So what I find interesting about Carter Schaus on the other roster is he's number 2 in the nation, but this is his first Select Festival. What has he done over the last 12 months to earn his right to be here?
So we talked about seeing these kids 11, 12, 13. We knew Carter at 13, but he's a different animal right now. He's more physical. He's up to 89 on the mound. He came out to a prospect gateway and blew up. Went from unranked to number 2. He had, right before Houston, was buzzing. Who is this Schaus kid? So he's made a name for himself, and he's continued it with his performances throughout the summer.
All right, H is going to break it down the entire time. Speaking of names, let's hear all the names. Let us allow the West roster to introduce themselves. Gentlemen, Select Festivalers, take it away.
I'm Puerto Rico, California, and I'm an outfield pitcher.
What's up? I'm Noah Newton from Las Vegas, Nevada. I play shortstop and outfield.
Hi, my name is Orlando Rosa from Fontana, California, and I play shortstop.
What's up? My name is Zach Estrada. I'm from Covina, California. I play first base and I pitch.
Hi, I'm Sammy Garcia. I'm from Chandler, Arizona, and I play catcher and middle infield.
Hi, my name is Will Biggs. I'm from West Des Moines, Iowa, and I'm an outfielder.
Hi, my name is Jacob Gray. I'm from Benicia, California, and I play shortstop.
Hi, my name is Aaron Garcia. I'm from Pico Rivera, California, and I play short and catcher.
Hello, my name is Geronimo Furman. I'm from Orlando, Florida, and I'm a left-handed pitcher.
Hi, my name is Joel Vargas. I'm from San Diego, California, and I play outfield.
Hi, my name is Luis Almeida. I'm from Spring, Texas, and I play outfield and left-handed pitcher.
My name's Striker Pence. I'm from Corona, California, and I play third base and pitcher.
Hi, my name is Luke Escobar. I'm from Grapevine, Texas, and I play pitcher and first base.
I'm Easton Brunson. I'm from Highlands, Texas. I play first, outfield, and I pitch.
Hi, my name is Valentin Ceballos. I'm from New Braunfels, Texas, and I pitch and play third.
Hi, my name is Carter Schaus. I'm from Middletown, Ohio, and I'm an outfielder, pitcher, and first baseman.
Hi, my name is Caleb Foster. I'm from Montgomery, Texas. Play shortstop and second base.
Hi, my name is Brady Landry. I'm from Puyallup, Washington, and I'm a shortstop.
Hi, my name is Scotty Fritz. I'm from Hawthorne, California, and I play outfield.
Hi, my name is Derek Carrion. I'm from Carolina, Puerto Rico, and I play catcher.
Hi, my name is Levi Leathers. I'm from Axel, Texas, and I play infield.
Hi, my name is Madden Pike. I'm from Puyallup, Washington, and I'm a utility player.
Wonderful to hear those names. I love that piece. I love that it's back this week. It allows the athletes to show the smile, say their name, proudly represent their home city and their home state, because that means a lot. You know, you got a couple of athletes. Who would have thought we'd have 2 athletes from Puyallup, Washington? The prep must be very strong there in Puyallup. Now it's Florida, and it's late summer, even though we've moved into September. Happy September 1, everyone, but it's hot. It's humid, 85 degrees. The humidity is what plays here, and so certainly it's fun to see these athletes get ready to go. We heard the names of the West roster, and as we take a peek at some of those names, H, maybe grab one as we page through.
Yeah, so you got Levi Leathers is who I'm going to jump to. Third baseman. He's already 6'3", super athletic though. Football varsity quarterback down in Texas. But it's the strength and the ability to leverage baseballs already, go off the monster with ease, and you know that 6'3" frame is only going to continue to fill out moving forward.
Yeah, I love the paging. That's a good-looking graphic right there from one page to another. Levi Leathers, you can see that number 27. All right, it's an opportunity to meet pitcher after pitcher. You'll pitch a pitcher every single inning. This young man is a Floridian out of St. Cloud, Florito is his nickname, Yadiel Diaz. And, of course, TNXL Academy is where he attends, and he plays for the Canes national team, the Southpaw.
He's a special one. He's definitely one of the younger players in this age group. We talked about it last year at 13, how he could have been in 12. Similar this year. And the stuff has ticked up like we thought it would. Last year at 13U, he hit a new high during the festival and hit 85. Now he's up to 87, 88 with that fastball. When he's in his zone, he's mixing in that changeup and breaking ball. And when he's got all 3 pitches working for him, it's going to be tough for these West hitters.
All right, here's so catches. The talented athlete. Boy, we're excited to get going. Away we go with the Select Festival, and the first pitch zips in and off the plate with some giddy up on it as well.
Yeah, Garcia is definitely one of those defensive players that's able to make an impact, whether it's up the middle, behind the plate. I mean, he can go with the athleticism, allows him to go throw up zeros on the mound too, but it really is in the dirt and behind the plate where he's going to make his biggest impact.
In on the corners, Outfield straight up. Beautiful JetBlue Park. Boy, what a spectacular place this is as that one elevated. Tough to catch up with that fastball there. That's about letter high with some giddy up.
Yeah, it's coming out of the hand firm. Going to get some velos here in a second, but the ball is jumping early, and for him to be around the zone right away, those nerves aren't there for him, which we typically see at an event like this.
Good location. Love that slot because it's tough to deal, and it's very easy. It's comfortable watching him work out there. Flies right off the fingertips for Diaz.
Yeah, it's a lot of extension has always been the big thing with him, and it helps with that ride to the zone. So probably is right around that mid to upper 80s mark, but he's able to really generate some of the carry, get on hitters a little firmer than it might show on the radar gun.
Good cut to that pitch right under the hands to Aaron Garcia, who, by the way, is out of Pico Rivera, California, goes to St. John Bosco. Andy Rojo, his coach. Plays for GBG. That's Michael Garcia Parr. There's the cut that we're talking about.
It was stuck, well, just there, just miss.
Over the outside corner. That one with some arm side run. That's strike 3. Jose Sandoval's our home plate umpire.
They're kind of seeing what it is that Lito does on the mound, mix and matching, moving in and out east and west. We're getting some velos here, 84, 85 on the fastball, so kind of what we expected from him. And I think as he continues to settle in throughout his inning, that number is going to keep going up, and probably seeing 7 or 8 by the end of it.
Scout talk. You just got some scout talk there as Braden Landry takes right down the middle.
Sound the alarm.
They just go straight to the number, 7 or 8. It's not 87, 88. They just go straight to the number. I love it, and you're going to love it too.
I went straight to the number in that first pitch fastball to Landry was 87, so Yariel's listening to us. And you see him promptly follow right back up with a changeup, so new hitter going right after him. Landry played a lot of 15U this year. He's a young 2027 grad, so he played his grad year rather than age. Really good at 15U, and we're going to continue to see what he does.
He finds the hole, diving attempt out there at shortstop. Couldn't haul it in. Aiden Carney with a good effort, but a base hit.
Very similar to his hit yesterday during the scrimmage, too, for Landry. Of course, last year hit the home run at 13U in Knoxville. First ever festival home run at 13-14. And doesn't try to do too much here. Goes down, actually, gets an 0-2 pitch. Gets enough of it to go through the 6-hole for a single.
You wanted to talk about Carter Schaus when we had our production meeting. Here he is. Now, folks are going to get a chance to see the man out of Middletown, Ohio hit. Bishop Fenwick High School, Motor City Hit Dogs. Mark Hammond does such a great job with that program.
Yep.
And here is Carter.
And now, so the SBA, the Bolts, Landry's team, ended up #1 team in the country. They had 1 loss on the summer. It was to those Motor City Hit Dogs, and arguably the biggest tournament number-wise out in Houston in early March. And like you said, that team, top to bottom, really good athletes, really good players. They play the game well, and Schaus is in the middle of everything they did this year.
Son of John and Kelly. Dad played college baseball at Cincinnati, was a right-handed pitcher. Mom, college basketball, Miami, Ohio. She's in the Basketball Hall of Fame there. Wow. Pretty pitch, little slider hits the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike the count on Carter Schaus.
We talked about him in the opening, or I did anyway, and he was, last fall, had a really good outing in Georgia. Kind of capped it all off for him. And there he was like touching 83, but struck out a ton of guys. And then he comes out to that Prospect Gateway, something we implemented this year, and it was like, hey, who is this kid? He was a whole new kid. Still really good last year. This year, every metric just jumped off the page, and really impressive stuff.
That swing and miss stuff is that one. Boy, he gets cut. He gets arm side run, as you've talked about. That one dives down and away. Working on the mound out there, Yadiel Diaz, who also is, by the way, a center fielder. He's that kind of an athlete.
Yep. It's a really good left-handed swing from Diaz, too. One of those types where, yes, they're 14, but as he gets stronger, there's going to be real juice, I think, in the swing.
Late call of time there. Time was granted. We'll have a moment. Jose Sandoval's our umpire behind the plate. Jose Quesada is at first. Tony Malika is out at second base. Logan Green is at third. Our umpires at this Select Fest today. Lift of the leg. Runner takes off. Pitches high. Throw down on a hop. And he swiped it. Landry on the move.
So the pitch prior that we did the replay on from Diaz is that changeup that we talked about, and how good he's able to replicate his arm and turn it over. As we see here, good jump from Landry, and Carrion's got a bullet of an arm. One hopped it in, couldn't come up cleanly with Ragsdale, but Just kind of good baseball all around so far, Seth.
Good fastball. Pitch recognition for me in my seat here has been a little bit difficult because I think, H, you tell me, I think a couple of those pitches that have that arm side fade are changeups.
Yeah, but for us not to be able to necessarily pick up what it is,
that's a win for him.
That's a good thing.
I love that. That makes so much sense. And the changeup makes that fastball look good. Elevated. That's that high spin rate fastball.
It just takes off right out of the hand. And when you're sitting changeup 78, 79, then you got Lido elevating, changing the eye level. It's tough, especially in this type of setting. You're going to want to jump all over it.
Well, you brought up Levi Leathers, so here he is. And we'll watch the man with, I don't know, it sounds like a Cowboy's name. Should be out roping the wind, Levi Leathers. Love that name. Slightly closed stance, right-handed batter. And he takes a high. He loves working up in the zone up there.
I mean, he's huge, Levi is, and he had a football game Friday. They won. He said he threw for about 200 yards. And he's like, well, I want to really play, and you can still come out, because I think if you skip a varsity football game in Texas, you're not allowed back in state borders.
Pops that one up to the right side. Over the rail. Can he get there? And he does. Oh, baby, what an effort that was. That's Ethan Stewart. We've got ourselves a highlight right out of the gates.
Wow.
They got a tough one at Levi Leathers, but guess who is there? Ethan Stewart puts that one into the glove. Again, this is his visiting ballpark. He's never been here, H.
Find the railing, lean over, make the play, and get all the hype out of Ethan right now. He's usually a mellow kid, so that's a good thing to get from him.
So now, the West roster, certainly we've seen them hit. East roster, your turn. Please introduce yourselves. Go for it.
Hi, my name is Dexter McLeon Jr. I'm from Suwanee, Georgia. I play outfield, and I'm a right-handed pitcher.
Hi, my name is Isaiah Torres. I'm from Oviedo, Florida. I play third base, first base, and I pitch.
Hi, my name is Blake Ragsdale. I'm from Burridge, Illinois, and I play middle infield.
Hi, my name is Anthony Harenga. I'm from Nutley, New Jersey, and I play corner infield.
Hola, mi nombre es Ángel Montaz. Vivo en la República Dominicana y mi posición es outfielder.
Hi, my name is Hudson Simmons. I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina. I play outfield and pitcher.
Hi, my name is Leo Garcia. I'm from Suwanee, Georgia, and I play middle infield and outfield.
Hi, my name is Colin Anderson. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia, and I play third base.
Hi, my name is Colin Raymond. I'm from Syosset, New York, and I play catcher and outfield.
Hi, my name is Ronald Jenkins. I'm from Chilla, Georgia, and I play center field.
Hey, my name is Yario Diaz. I'm from St. Cloud, Florida, and I play outfield and pitcher.
Hi, my name is Ethan Stewart. I'm from Winterville, North Carolina. I play right field, first base, and I pitch.
Hi, my name is Max Neshoff. I'm from Canton, Michigan, and I play outfield and pitch.
Hello, my name is Grant Arnold from Merridown, Florida, and I'm a catcher and pitcher. Hi, my name is Juju Martinez from Lower East Side, New York. I play catcher and infield.
My name is Junior Perkins. I'm from Bowling Green, Kentucky, and I play outfield.
Hi, my name is Liam Skeen. I'm from Big Stone Gap, Virginia, and I'm a pitcher.
Hi, my name is Connor Briggs. I'm from Oxford, Florida, and I'm a left-handed pitcher and a first baseman.
Hi, my name is Brian Mesa. I'm from Hialeah, Florida, and I play middle infield.
Hi, my name is Caden Nichols. I'm from Durham, North Carolina, and I'm a pitcher.
Hey, my name's Francis Connor Schmid from East Chatham, New York, and I play outfield, first base, and pitcher.
Hi, my name is Aiden Carney. I'm from Winter Park, Florida. I play middle infield, third base, and I pitch.
Hi, my name is Robbie Masia. I'm from Comac, New York. I catch and play infield.
Pick a name. Go for it, my friend. We'll show 2 pages beyond who we just talked about in the open.
Yeah, let's go with number 14, Colin Raymond out of New York. He's one of those kids that we talked about in our preview who didn't make the 13U game, came back, worked on things he needed to work on. And he's big, he's physical, he's left-handed, and the juice plays. And it has always played 12, 13 this year. Gap to gap, big-time stuff from Colin Raymond.
Chase Cotton is on the bump out of Lincoln, California, Whitney High School. And he goes to work that one on the ground, taken the other way. And a foul ball. Max Neshoff, you heard him introduce himself. Max digs in his opportunity. Maximilian out of Canton, Michigan. Brother Rice really respected school in the greater Detroit area. Coach Riker is high school coach there. He's a Motor City hit dog guy, so there's our first West-East matchup here.
And that's kind of, that first pitch is a good encapsulation of what he is. He's going to put the ball in play early in counts. If he goes the other way, slaps it, that speed's going to allow him to put the pressure on defense, and more often than not, he's beating it out.
Jumps up and out of the zone, 1-1 the count to Neshoff. Said he's had an incredible summer, played with a bunch of teams and coaches, grown through all of it. He was fortunate enough to play in a ton of top tournaments. He won the Houston 1000 on his team, learning to be a team player in all aspects as he works the count to 2-1.
First pitch out of the hand from Cotton there to Neshoff was 90 miles per hour on the fastball.
You know what's funny about it, H, is that one misses high and away. He's not flailing and falling over toward first base. It's kind of easy.
Yeah, and the jumps he's made from last year to this year, both physically and in terms of stuff, has really been phenomenal.
Looked like he held up there, just in case they'll take a look. There's that at-bat, kind of a grindy at-bat for Neshoff. You previewed us very nicely.
Yeah, I mean, you don't hit 500-plus every year by accident, and that's exactly what Neshoff has done throughout his PG career from 20 for about 3 or 4 years now. So, and Cotton has ran it up to 91 in that at-bat to Neshoff, so the stuff is very much real for our pitcher of the year.
Colin Anderson's chance now. He's got some interesting schools as he looks ahead to August 1st. Of his junior year of high school as he takes strike one. How about Georgia, North Carolina, Auburn, Tennessee, Florida, all schools that he'd be interested in. By the way, he's from Ackworth, Georgia, goes to Etowah High School. Teen Elite, his travel team. Caller puts that one on the ground, right around that second base bag, stepping, fielding, firing, and a beautiful double play. Well, he won a Gold Glove last night. Hello, Aaron Garcia, your first chance. You made it look easy.
And that's what Aaron does. It's a routine play, but he makes routine look routine and the difficult look routine. So when you're able to do that at 14U, I know Chase Cotton's appreciative of that, gets him right out of a jam. Now you get to face Dexter McLeon Jr. with nobody on base.
Dex, a special athlete, as that one runs in. Looked like a slider that he overthrew. Chase Cotton on the mound. Dad played college baseball at UNLV, was a pitcher. Sis played softball at Oregon State. His dad is Derek, by the way. Mom is Trish. And this is the #1 player in the land he is dealing with as he pumps a fastball in there, 1-1.
Yeah, and Cotton played a long schedule and a difficult schedule this summer, to the point that he and his family essentially moved to the East Coast, made all the trips up and down between Florida, North Carolina, Georgia, Alabama. And I think they were saying they were on about a 6-week stretch of just not being home.
A lot of sacrifices these parents make, whether it's with their time, whether it's with their finances. Dexter's dad, Dexter Sr., played at Clemson, baseball and football, played in the NFL. Mom is Candace Witherspoon. Dad had a really good career. Championship along the way as well. Mom, by the way, did play college basketball and softball at Claflin University. You see Braden Landry out there getting comfortable defensively as that slider misses outside.
I'm getting to see some of the off-speed now from Chase with those sliders. Tried front-dooring it to open the at-bat, try to get Dex. And those, maybe a year ago, were pitches that Dex is going after, so you see his improvements and developments in terms of just pitch recognition out of the hand.
The 3-2 pitch looked to paint the outside corner and did. That's strike 3. Beautiful pitch to a hitter that certainly is respected by everyone. It was a perfect pitch. It's the best way to say we're off and rolling. Mr. Cotton, that was pretty stuff. Hi there, Select Festival fans. We've moved into the second inning and rolling along. Pitchers, the order of the day. And how about we meet another one? Grapevine, Texas is his foe in Luke Esquivel. But this is Liam Skeen, Big Stone Gap, Virginia. He's a shortstop. He certainly is a pitcher. Coach David Wyrick is his high school coach at Union High School. Why is he here?
You see the numbers there, almost 2-to-1 in strikeout to innings pitch ratio. And he's another one who's steadily increased throughout this year. Went from that low to mid 80s to comfortably mid 80s. Now he's mid to upper 80s. And he told me today it's going to be the first time he hits 90, which I believe because it is an electric arm. The ball jumps. It's got real carry with backspin through the zone. So for him to be able to face one of his summer teammates here in Esquivel, maybe he gets a little extra juice right out the gate.
He called this summer, the man on the mound, life-changing. Those are his words. First year playing at this level. He said, my favorite event was Perfect Game's Beast of the East. All of it helped me grow by taking in one tournament at a time and not looking ahead to the next one. And as you said, Luke, who he knows oh so well, SBA Bolts national team. Esquivel, Perfect Game's two-way player of the year last night's Banquet of Champions. Dad Lale was a College World Series champ at Miami. Mom is Natalie. Over the outside corner, 1-1 the count on Mr. Esquivel.
And you see it with Skeen, it's coming out firm. And Esquivel himself is just everything you want in a young prospect. We've talked about him before. He will be the last commitment we have in a festival, already committed to LSU with the new rule change. But when you see the talent, it's deservedly so, whether it's with the bat or on the mound, which we'll see later this game.
Do me a favor, remind everyone, casual viewers, of the new recruiting rules, please.
New recruiting rule. Players used to be able to commit 8th grade, 7th grade. If you wanted to commit them in 4th grade, you could. Now it's not until August 1st of your junior year. College coaches cannot contact you unless it's through a camp.
Esquivel leans on that one, drives it towards center field. First step was everything for Brandon Perkins Jr. He went over to back up Rylan Jenkins, the center fielder who was there to make the play for the out. Nice play in center field. That ball was driven.
That ball was actually touched, but with Rylan out there, maybe any other center fielder here that might get down, but Rylan Jenkins is a 6'6" runner. And you see him track it, get the drop step back, and makes it look easy.
Puerto Rican born and raised, Dadiel Carrion, Kong Jr. his nickname. He is a catcher, he is a good one, and that has some giddy up on that fastball, 0-1.
That's got some life, and you're going to sense a theme here. It's another SBA kid with Carrion, so again, that juice might be flowing a little extra for Skeen.
Over through that one, 1-1 the count. Carlos Beltran Baseball Academy is where he does his baseball and academic training. They do such a great job at that academy, sending so many players up here to play in the States, playing travel ball, but again, being able to keep that home base, and he's proud of his Puerto Rican heritage.
And he's super well-rounded. It's somebody we saw last year again at 13U. The arm strength is about as good as you'll ever see at 14U. The strength we saw with the bat throughout the home run derby was hitting line drives over the left field wall.
Looked like he tried to wrap a slider around the inside corner and just missed it. 2-2 the count. Luis and Marisol, his parents.
Just him, but that's a good-looking pitch. And for Skeen to have the confidence to go to that pitch and execute the pitch kind of speaks to his feel on the mound.
Julian Martinez will catch the first 3 innings as he grinds back there, trying to present every pitch as well as he can. When we talk about Caddy on the hitter, you talk about his dad, Luis, his experience on the basketball hardwood. Very good athlete. As a matter of fact, played professionally in Puerto Rico. Middle of the plate, pop that one up. Communicate, gentlemen. Well, they do the best they can, but in the end, it's Turner that makes the play, drifting under that one, putting that one away.
We got the out, Sut. We got the out.
Or I should say Torres, my apologies. Pitchers, you have fielders. Let them field.
That's right. He just wants to show it off. He knows this is his inning. This is Liam's inning. He wants to do what he can, but he's going to lose that battle, I think, to Torres more often than not.
Isaiah Torres. 2 outs in the inning. Guys are throwing strikes. That's a good way to play in a game like this. Torres with the good-looking eye black. Looks like a tiger in the box there.
So we got Skeen up to 86, and now we got Easton Brunson, who during the home run derby, he didn't quite do what Montas did, but he went over the 42 out in right field. And the only other player I ever saw do that was Cam Collier, who just won the MVP of the Futures game for the MLB. So, Easton, you're on the right track, buddy.
Goose Creek Memorial High School Big E, Easton Brunson. He's from Highlands, Texas. Takes a fastball up and away.
You see how Skeen really gets out on top of the ball and out front on the ball. It's got a lot of cutting action to it right now, too.
Chase Burns, perfect game, All-American alum, Tennessee and Wake Forest alum, first-round draft pick. That's who this man on the mound, Skeen, watches a lot and learns from him. Calls his fastball firm, talks about the arm side run on that fastball when he shares his scouting report. Looked like he overthrew a slider that slipped off the fingertip, so Brunson patiently earns a walk.
Chase Burns isn't a bad one to want to follow the footsteps of, given his career, and then, the 9.25 that he signed for, 9.25 million that he signed for on draft day.
Time for Boyo to hit. Joel Vargas out of San Diego, California. Well, he really shows you that jersey number. He is coiled up as he takes high. 1-0 the count.
Vargas definitely fits that mold of the leadoff hitter type that you want at the top of the order. He's going to put the ball in play. He typically lives on the barrel. It's contact over strength right now, but he's loose, he's athletic, there's twitch to him. And at the end of the day, he's going to fill out, get stronger. His dad gets down behind the plate to get some video of Joel. And you see that dad's strong, odds are he's going to get stronger as well.
Clint Hurdle, legendary longtime Major League manager Ryan Klesko, big league slugger for so many years for the Braves and for the Giants and Padres, coaching the squad over there. And it's one of those benefits that you get to deal with when you have guys taking their time to teach these athletes. Runners on the move, and he had such a huge jump, there is no throw. So Easton Brunson, the Texan, swipes it.
What you were speaking to is, with these guys, it's like, go pick their brains.
Yes.
They're here for you guys. They have achieved what you want to achieve. Go learn from them. We heard from PJ Morlando during the banquet. Go learn one fact about a teammate. Go learn one thing from one of the big leaguers who are in your dugouts and around you all weekend.
PJ Morlando, a alum of this event, first round pick of the Marlins this past year. Breaking ball just missed the inside corner. 2-2 the count on Vargas. Lydia and Carlos, his mom and dad. Dad, a junior college baseball player, and his older brother Jeremiah as well playing JUCO baseball.
Talked to Dad yesterday. He came into the dugout during the scrimmage to say, hey, what's up to Joel, because he just got in, and said, I haven't seen him in a month. And I said, oh, you traveling for work? Joel was down in Colombia with Team Mexico at the 15U event down there in one of the championships. So kind of cool for him to get to go down, represent Mexico in the event.
2-2 fastball. That's strike three. He blew it right by him. Mid to upper 80s fastball. Good look on the mound, and enjoyed watching Mr. Skeen go to work. Liam Skeen from Big Stone Gap, Virginia. Outstanding stuff on the bump here in Fort Myers.
I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I gotta go, dog. I'm riding a road, y'all. I think that I'm back in my bag now. So I need that go, y'all. Got hits when they throwin' the fastball. Too much that I've been through, so I put it all in that rear view. Clean money in the black whip, got old problems with the friends new.
All right, here we go. This is what happens. Welcome back to JetBlue. Aiden Carney, he's about to lead off. And I wanted to tell you guys, last year he told me his approach was scared. He didn't have a lot of confidence at the plate. This year, more aggressive, more confident, led to, as you guys know, Player of the Year, 12 bombs over the summer. Excited to see how his growth comes into play here, guys.
Yeah, great stuff, Danny. Glad to have you down there. It's a warm day, so stay cool. Storyteller. She's such a wonderful storyteller as part of our broadcast. It's great stories on the mound of Stry the Guy, Striker Pence out of Corona, California, who played for Coach de Trinidad, Ty de Trinidad at Santiago High School. And Hunter Pence, longtime major leaguer, is Uncle Hunter and also the co-host of Perfect Game College Baseball, Hunter Pence. But this is Striker writing his own story.
Yeah, and it's going to be a good one because 6'5", 190 you see already. Last year, mid-80s. This year, almost mid-90s. We've seen him up to 94 already. And there's moving parts. Kind of like if you took Uncle's swing and put it into on the mound, I feel it's kind of similar. And with that extra moving part from Striker, that ball jumps on you. 94 is 94, but when you add in that, when you add in the slider, there's a reason that hitters don't like facing him, and I don't blame them.
Angel Montas gets the call to lead things off. Beautiful left-handed bat out of Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic. Still 13 years old, getting an opportunity to play in this game. First pitch fastball zips over the outside corner to Montas, who, by the way, that was a big reading on the fastball. He's had big readings, exit velocity at your events, Montas.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it, 13 at but 101, 91, or 102, sorry. Exit velocity, 91 from the outfield. And while we were doing our opening, he won the home run derby in just 3 swings. He'd hit 2 home runs on his first 3 swings, didn't even need the full minute.
This ballpark, to me, that's a pretty breaking ball. This ballpark, to me, for a home run derby, plays challenging for left-handed hitters. So to do that and not have the monster as a right-hander and to win it, kudos.
To do that and make it look small.
Fastball. That's strike 3. Jumps at home plate and down goes Montas.
You can't really even fault Montas there. I'm looking, Striker, first 2 fastballs, 91, 92. So he's our second arm, already up to 92. You see it here, just pure attack mode from Striker. And again, there's that uncomfortability with Striker on the mound. And Angel, I don't blame you.
Now there's another one he gets to deal with now. It's Aiden Carney. Carney is from Winter Park, Florida. Danny just talking about the Haggerty High School 2028 grad. Plays for the SBA Bolts, his travel team. And a breaking ball is in there for strike 1.
So I said 92 for Striker. That last one to punch out Montas was 94.
Goodness gracious.
But we heard from Danny with Aiden, and last year we took him more in the scope of as a primary arm, and then the bat was secondary. And then he gained that confidence. He got stronger, and he won Player of the Year. And the 12 home runs were bombs, as Danny had mentioned. They weren't wall scrapers. They were up, they were out, they were gone, backspun, lofted, whatever verbiage you want to use. I saw them, they described them perfectly with Aiden.
So this is a fun matchup. You've set the scene well. By the way, Pence, you know who his uncle is, but Howie and Allison, his parents. Dad played professionally, was a pitcher.
It's a fun matchup here, too. You got one of the top arms, one of the top bats. You got one of the top catchers behind the plate and carry-on, and they all play together on the same travel ball team in the summer, so got some
Arnie,
insight
the son of Chris and Christy, puts that one on the ground to the left side. Played on a backhand setting, fielding, firing, long throw across the diamond. Good effort there by Caleb Alexander, but that's an infield hit for Aiden.
Sometimes you just got to hit them where they aren't, or in that case, just hit them just deep enough in the infield dirt. Good play by Caleb to pick it on the backhand, short hop throws, picked by Estrada. But with with his speed down the line, it's just too much. Especially, he's a good athlete, moves well, so.
A right-handed pitcher on the mound, 14U event that has already touched 94 miles an hour. Here's power against power. Maybe some of the strongest legs in this event. And this story's the great one, the story of Francis Connor Schmidt. East Chatham, New York, a player that a couple of years ago you guys didn't have on your radar at all. As a matter of fact, he had to play himself onto the radar even into the summer.
Yep.
And he's a first-time Select Festival athlete, and he's done so. So Tell us what makes him special then.
He's another one like Schaus, except we didn't even have that background info on him necessarily. Comes to a gateway, puts up big numbers, and it's like, all right, let's see what you can do. Get him his national invite. Tyler Russo saw him down at 14U WWBA. He's like, hey, this Francis Connor Schmidt kid, just barreling baseballs.
Runners on the move. Zip down towards second base. It skips in towards center field. Maybe an extra bag. Let's see. Maybe 2 extra bags toward the plate. There's a run. When you get the mistakes, and they are fewer and fewer at the 13 and 14U age group, you better take advantage. The pitchers' runs are at a premium.
Yeah, get on base and good things are going to happen, and that's exactly what it was here. Starts with a throw that short hop and got away, and then kind of just keep running, Aiden. But yeah, so Schmidt goes to 14U WWBA, hammering baseballs all over Hoover. Comes to National, 104 exit velo. Set, 104.
Hit that one firmly. It's a base hit for a great story. We're going to love watching him develop. That, to me, if I saw it correctly, looked like an off-speed pitch. The body leaked out, but the hand stayed back. He hit it hard.
The strength in the hands, you're going to see it here with him. Able to adjust to it just enough. And with that, just put it in play. Good things are going to happen.
Brian Mesa's at Doral Academy. He plays for the Canes national team, and he doesn't wait around. Hits it on the ground into left field. It's a base hit for Brian Mesa. He said he's been busy this summer, does Mesa. Tournament to tournament every weekend. It's been a dream come true. Ernesto Yanella, his parents, and Mesa with a hit.
Doesn't wait at all. Has to be sitting heater if you're thinking that. Turns on it. Had the shortstop shaded up the middle, maybe anticipating the run there, but again, that 6-hole is pretty wide open.
Ethan Stewart, top 10 player. He takes that one over the outside corner. Big E from Winterville, North Carolina. Canes National, another one on that team, playing for Dan Gitson and Rob Younts. 2 really good baseball men as that one jumps outside off the plate. Paul and Devin, his parents.
He's one that we just continue to see get stronger and get stronger. The ball already jumps off the bat more than you think it would, given his long, lean frame. But he lives on the barrel. We said it last week with Easton O'Quinn. He's got that professional hitter vibe to him already. So when he starts adding strength, those doubles to the gaps are going to start going over the wall, and then you're talking about something really special in the left-handed batter's box.
It's interesting. Ethan Holiday presented him with an award last night, and I thought that was a fun little touch. The Pelotero Developmental Award. And yet when you ask him prior to this event who his favorite player is, and it's 6 degrees of holidays. It happens all the time. His favorite player, learned the most from, Jackson Holiday, and yet Ethan presented him with an award.
So I'm sure that meant a little something to Ethan, and our Ethan Stewart. Has a fun fact, ever since we started in 2016, whether it was in 2016 with just 14U or 2021 with all 4 games, there's been a Ethan that has played in every single year of a festival.
Really?
With no overlapping. So Ethan doing 11, 12, 13, just count them once. But, yeah.
Well, look at the arm side run getting. That's a hitter's count 3-1, and that was, you're not even close swinging.
No, and I mean, we're seeing all 3 pitches from him. We're seeing changeup, seeing breaking ball up to 94, consistently into the low 90s already for Striker Pence.
Rushes that one home. It's ball 4. There is giddy up, but it is missing that time. So he had a strikeout, then a single, followed by another single, and 3 in a row. Miscues in center field, and Pence has backed himself into a corner just a little bit. He's got the stuff to get out of it. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, one pitch would bat with the type of life he has on the fastball. Running it on the hands here of the righty, maybe shatter the bat, get a comebacker, get out of it. One pitch, you're out of this. So
on the other side, the words of wisdom come from Flash Gordon. Longtime Major League career, 800 Major League appearances, top 30 in the history of the game as a pitcher. And by the way, in 1989, when he broke into the big leagues, Flash, he was second in the Rookie of the Year voting. Remember Greg Olson, the closer, folks, who went to the big leagues and then went all the way to the big leagues with the Orioles? He won the award, but Flash in the voting finished ahead of Ken Griffey Jr. in that Rookie of the Year race.
It's a little fun fact that you dropped on the kids last night, too. I don't think we're quite at the age where these guys go, who's Ken Griffey Jr., but I feel like we're getting there, Sut.
He's a little bit like kind of Jordan-esque in transcending, don't you think?
For sure.
All right, let's see what he takes with him after this meeting. He goes to work. So this is Blake Ragsdale. Excited to see Blake play. His second year in a row, he was a 13U Select Festival athlete.
He was an off-season acquisition by the East team. Last year he played on West. He's one of those swing states of Illinois, though.
Now, is he one of the other commits, a TCU commit? Or is...
True. Yep, him. I forgot about Blake. Sorry, Blake. He played 15U all year, so I didn't see him much. But yeah, TCU committed right before the deadline went into effect.
Beautiful fastball over the outside corner, sends him back to the dugout. So Pence does just what we knew he could do, starts to dig out of a hole. This is an A-plus pitch.
Apparently Flash is a strike whisperer because he came right out. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. And it was 89, 91, 90 out of the hand of striker Pence. Who, that striker right there, just kind of nonchalant, has his arms crossed, waiting for the next batter to dig in, and once he's on the rubber, though, it's all business for striker.
Juju Martinez, New York City, 2028 catcher. He buckles on that breaking ball. Good slider, 0-1 the count. The Stony Brook School is where he attends. His coach, John Brewer, there. He's on that SBA Bolts national team. Juju.
I buckled on that first pitch too, son, so, and I'm sitting down.
Juju's mom and dad, Chanelli and Jose. He's got 3 siblings. Jose the third, Jeremiah, and sis Journey. Hello, Journey. Keeping an eye on Bro that time. Just got a piece of that one. Pops in and out of the catcher's mitt. Juju, multi-sport guy. He's played football, played basketball, varsity soccer as well. Not everyone, by the time they get to this age, jumps out of sports and only specializes. Some keep playing multiple sports.
Yeah, and he's kind of the East answer to Aaron Garcia in terms of can play in the dirt, can play behind the plate, has the arm strength, and can really impact a game in a variety of ways defensively.
He talks about Juju. If you're going to ask him about his scouting report, the current hitter, he said, look, I have smooth hands in the middle infield. I can play any position, really any position on the field. But he goes on to say, behind the plate, potential to be the best catcher for my age in the country. I call my own game. I keep my pitcher confidence. Those are fun self-thoughts.
And they're all accurate, too. Like what he says, he does call his own game. The way he presents pitches for umpires behind the plate and can frame them up and stick them and steal the strikes. All little things that, especially at this age when a pitcher, things can go sideways for them, he's there to make things right.
Good 0-2 pitch in and off the plate from Pence.
With that walk to load the bases, too, it allowed striker to go into the windup, so there might be some more comfortability there coming down the mound out of the windup. Keep that rhythm, keep all your body momentum going towards the plate.
Swing and a miss. Pence gets out of the mess. Flash Gordon came out with some words of wisdom for him. And let's be honest, with that smile, the stuff plays, folks. You're touching 94 miles an hour. H always reminds you when you see 94, this is a 14U game. And we're in Fort Myers, the Select Festival. Danny Wexelman Jeremy Brown, Darren Sutton, and you. Perfect games 2024 14U Select Festival. Light rain starts to fall here at JetBlue Park. Shouldn't be anything that slows us down. Heck, maybe it'll cool the guys off just a little bit on a warm Florida day. So Caden Nichols is next. He's from Durham, North Carolina, Riverside Durham High School. He's getting ready to toss the baseball here in just a minute as we see him go to work. He's another one that plays for a couple of the SBA teams. Lale Esquivel, Will Simmons, his summer ball coaches. What has Caden done as far as you laying eyes on him to earn this invite?
Throws a ton of strikes, like a lot of strikes. And it's a short arm action. It's hidden through the back. You see him here going to go through his warm-ups. Got that hip turn, hides it even better. Then it comes out at a lower release height, meaning I don't even know how to describe it. Just watch him. It comes out well, and with that, he's able to generate backspin. It's going to hold its shape and carry through the top of the zone. So when it's looking like 88, it's going to stay firm through the zone and come in at a perceived 88, 90, and the ball jumps out of his hand. You see the numbers there, 38 innings, 57 strikeouts, and a sub-2 ERA. With the circuit they play, the gauntlet they play of opposing teams, is pretty impressive stuff.
Stacy Nichols, his mom, Don Nichols, his dad, his siblings are Keaton and Kyle. And he is another one that plays multiple sports. He'll also play through the school year basketball and soccer, and heads into his freshman year, rolling with a 3.7 GPA in the classroom in his 8th grade year. So the academic foundation has at least been laid. Now we'll watch him work. Excited about that. And the first man who he gets to know is Porter Ranch, California's Drew Wilson, Notre Dame High School. That same Notre Dame High School where we got a chance to see Hunter Green do his developing as a baseball player. So yes, that high school in Southern California in Sherman Oaks.
And he's one of our four-timers, meaning one of 5 players here, joining Dexter, Juju, and both Caleb's on the West, Caleb Alexander and Foster, of making the 11, 12, 13, and 14U Select Festival. First time it's ever been possible for players, and first time it's been done by that five set of 5.
How about a first pitch slider welcome to the game? I mean, went right after him. And how about a second pitch slider? That one is pounded onto the dirt. The throw is high, though. And a base runner is on. Jacob Gray, the shortstop, an inaccurate throw that time. Again, it may be slick. You got to get some dirt on your hands. There's a light rain falling. Not dramatic, but enough to have it slip.
For sure. You see Ragsdale just sit back, try to play the hop. Got a little bit of a rain, which is just going to be enough. But he did the right thing with his footwork. Now you got Scotty Fritz coming up.
You're correct, by the way. Ragsdale's the shortstop.
You got
the wrong jersey color there, partner.
He got traded. He was West last year, so.
So Wilson is on. Scotty Fritz. Scotty from Hawthorne, California, attends Orange Lutheran.
Nope.
Trying to keep him close with a pickoff throw, but he threw it away. And that one disappears under the tarp. They'll
tarp ate it.
Pause the runner at second base. Jose Sandoval, home plate umpire, clearly making that call.
Going back to Drew Wilson for a second. He is one of the better athletes, one of the higher-ranked players. And with that speed, Ragsdale tried playing as best as he could to get the best throw out because he knows how Drew runs. So these guys playing with each other throughout the summer, they know who they're going up against, what their internal clock is. And Drew having that speed is just another component to his game that opponents have to take into consideration.
No balls and 2 strikes to count. Good fastball to Scott Fritz. Vanderbilt, Tennessee, Miami, Texas, LSU, schools that he'd love to hear from when the time comes. Good 0-2 pitch. Instead of a breaking ball down, it was an elevated fastball right up under his chin.
And so far we're seeing with the pitchers, somebody gets on, it seems like they elevate their game almost instantaneously in front of our eyes. Don't even worry about it, go right to work, and that's exactly what Caden Nichols did. 84-86 on the fastball right now. As he continues to settle in, I wouldn't doubt that it's going to climb another tick or 2.
Just a nice, easy fastball just off the plate to Caleb Foster. from Montgomery, Texas, and schools like Texas A&M, Ole Miss, Florida. Schools he's looking ahead. He's at Lake Creek High School. Slider misses outside.
See the front side going a little early for Nichols, so slightly pulling across his body, but with some nerves, maybe move a little quicker in your cadence than you typically do.
Drew Wilson in scoring position out at second base. 2-0. It's on its way, and it misses outside. 3-0 the count. Foster, mom is Cassie, dad is Kyle. And Dad, by the way, pretty good little baseball player when he was a pretty good little young guy, because he played in Williamsport at the Little League World Series, his dad. What a memory something like this, something like that is.
I always love watching it in Williamsport. I say one day I will drive out there, and never do, but one day.
Jacob Gray, Californian. Benicia, California. De La Salle High School coach David Jeans, and a Canes national team member for Coach Gitson. Michelle and Jason, his parents. His older brother is Jason, who's 18, and younger sis is Brooklyn, who's just 6 years old. Let's watch Jacob Gray go to work.
Gray's one of almost like a dozen Canes guys here. In the ping pong tournament Saturday night, he went up against Kearney, who SBA has a ton of guys here too. So table was split, and those two going forward in the championship. A lot more energy than you'd think for a ping pong tournament at about 8 or 9 o'clock at night.
Not surprised. Not surprised. These gentlemen competed everything. Ask their siblings. Ask their parents.
Anything. Everything.
These gentlemen compete. They got a chance to watch the debut of a documentary that Perfect Game produced, the draft day at PJ Morlando, and it resonated with these athletes because that competitiveness at the age of 14, and Morlando is an alum of this game. That's the fun part about it. The competitiveness that you talk about, they're not far off from dreaming of draft day, at least dreaming of it.
No doubt. I mean, they're here, so that's already that next step in terms of they belong in that conversation. And with PJ, I mean, you think back to 2020 when we were in Oklahoma City, and it felt far away, yet here we are already. And first round pick to the Miami Marlins at 16, 18. So.
Yep, 16 was correct. A couple of picks later, Tampa picked. That was his favorite team, but he's going to jump across the state. Let him sign your paycheck. I think he'll do just fine.
But Tampa, a couple picks later, did take our friend Theo Gallen.
Yes. Braylon Payne right in the middle, PG All-American, going to Milwaukee. Nobody's there for the pickoff play, and he better not throw it, but he did anyway. You could see him start to spin. Made me anxious and nervous to throw to the plate. And a run scores, and a couple of miscues. This game moves all tied up at 1. You don't love it when it's a miscue that does it, but hey, we'll start at zeros now.
That's right. Fresh game. Well, we're going to get our offense at some point here, Stud. See him spin. It was a good throw, just nobody there covering. Watching them as the ball came back in, I think they had a play on, but obviously with some of these guys playing with each other for the first time, didn't fully execute it.
Caleb Foster moved to second. That one shot foul to the right side. Jacob Gray, a heck of a student. Junior Honor Society, 4.0 GPA.
Gray's a good one. We saw him hit a couple home runs this summer. He's going to continue to grow into the strength like so many of these players are. Has the tools to stick on the left side. Continues to make some adjustments to his swing with his hands, with his lower half. And throughout the weekend, throughout his rounds of BP, we're seeing him starting to launch balls more and more.
He shares with us he didn't make, a couple years back, the USA Baseball 12U national team. And he used it as motivation. That's a good-looking fastball. And that's a common story, whether it's Joe Adell in the big leagues who didn't make the 18U national team, or athletes. You wish they all could make every team.
Right.
But it's awesome when their attitude is, okay, I'm going to get better. I'm going to use it as motivation.
And we talk about that all the time just in our little world of the festivals, when kids don't make the 12 but they make the 13, or don't make 13 and make the 14. they use it as motivation, and for them to overcome and continue to put in the work, and really they leave no doubt in our minds. So either we made the wrong pick or you got better. Odds are it's a combination of both, though.
This is a beautiful fastball. Love watching Julian Martinez catch, too.
And that self-scouting report right there on the outer half, got the thumb under it and stuck the pitch. You really can't ask for anything more out of a 14-year-old catcher than that.
That is really pretty. Well, the pitch was, too. El Chamaquito, Luis Olmeda out of Spring, Texas. He takes the first pitch high. He's at Oak Ridge High School. Plays for the Broward Bengals, one of his travel teams. Dana and Roberto, his parents. Dad playing baseball in Puerto Rico, mom volleyball. So some good athletic genes as that one dives down and in. 2-0 the count.
We saw Almeida at the 12U Festival, not at the 13, comes back for the 14, goes to the National Showcase. Another one that, like, yeah, I belong. Proved it. Upper 80s on the mound. We're not going to get to see him throw here as he gets ready for high school. But equally as impressive with the left-handed swing. We saw him leverage baseballs with the Wildcatters all summer. Played for the Broward Bengals. And Almeida's just another name out of that Texas region that you're going to want to know moving forward. Already at 2027, so he started his high school career. But real two-way, and when we did our preview show out at UVA, that was the theme for this week, and there's a lot of really good two-way prospects.
2-1 pitch. Boy, everything's got a little bit of movement. 2-2 the count. By the way, El Chamaquito, the little boy. He's not so little anymore. I'm guessing he earned that nickname at about 3. Jaron Duran is his guy. He loves watching the grit, the aggressiveness of a guy who's quickly becoming very famous in the Red Sox world and obviously nationally, so he watches the play of Duran quite a bit.
I, too, am a huge fan of Jaron Duran because he's carrying my fantasy team.
Okay.
But Nichols, it looks so easy with him on the mound, and it's coming out. It's 86, 87 right now. He's bumped it up a tick or two in every pitch, even though it looks like he's just playing catch with Juju.
The 3-2 pitch. Blew a fastball right by him. Was down over the outside corner when this inning all came to an end. There was a miscue, there was a run, but there were 3 strikeouts for this right-hander. Caden Nichols pitching like he belongs. The blonde locks flowing, and that pitch plays at the 14U Select Festival. Isaiah Torres will lead things off out of Oviedo, Florida, and he will deal with Valentin Ceballos. Ceballos gets the call, and he's opened a lot of eyes. New Braunfels, Texas, New Braunfels High School, and plays for the Canes Southwest Scout Team. 6'1", about 180 pounds, and he's done some things at different stops that have impressed you.
Yeah, he's definitely another one. I mean, it seems to be a trend of elevating his game throughout the summer. He capped it with an outing at the 14U National Showcase where he seemingly struck out everybody. He had 88-90, which was new for us to see out of him. That 90 is a new number. He was 94 from the outfield earlier in the event, then he pitched. The calling card for him last year was the curveball. It's a hard downer 12-6 curveball. But now with that velocity catching up, if you have a note in there, Sut, saying he's very regimented, I'd believe it, and we'll get into that throughout his outing. But he's definitely goes about his business in a very professional manner, and we'll see what he does against one of the more feared bats in this East lineup.
He said, I'm working on my self-discipline, and it's growing. I manage my time by creating a schedule of what needs to be done. Do it the night before. I track my workouts as well, so he is quite regimented. And here is Isaiah Torres. We were talking about him just a moment ago. First pitch off the plate, 1-0 the count. Ceballos working on the mound. Dr. Natalie Ceballos is mom, and Valentin is dad.
I can't think there's many kids who get up earlier than I do, but at this event. But even this weekend, 4:45, he was telling me every day got up to go to the gym before we began. He was in bed early, very regimented, and what he told you, I see no lies.
Nice little breaking ball, but it dives down and into Torres, entering his freshman year at high school at Haggerty High School in Oviedo, Florida. Charbel and Leslie, his dad and his mom. Sisters Penelope. Dad played some college baseball at the D1 level. Rain starts to fall. That makes the bat slippery, and there it goes.
See Luke running for it out there, but with Ceballos, he got that leg lift at the top, kind of curls in that core, comes out of it well. 88, 88, and saw a breaking ball up to 82, so it is a hammer curveball at 82. And the fastball is jumping right now from Valentin's hand.
That rain skips on through a Florida rain storm, if you will. I don't know if you'd even call it a storm. You hope it's just passing by. Here's Brennan New. Now, he's from Simpsonville, South Carolina, Malden high schooler. Team elite. Coach Devin Gerhardt, his travel team. That one jumps to the backstop.
New's a fun one because anytime you see him on any given day, you could say he's a batter. Or the next day, the true two. Every time we're doing something special at the 14, 2 home runs, 1 home run each back game. So something you don't often see.
Fights that one off, shoots it back. 2 balls and 1 strike the count. 2-1 with 1 out. New, his dad is Will, his mom is Nikki, stepdad is Andrew. Plays basketball as well, said it helped with the endurance. And by the way, some honors classes through his early journey as a middle schooler and a high schooler, so his GPA about 4.5. So this is another near perfect student. I'll tell you, and I know it's not mandatory, but it's become part of what the modern athlete is in baseball. I can speak to that better. I'm only around this sport at the amateur level, but school matters, and school comes along with developing as a baseball player. It's just been part of what we have seen as New gives that one a ride toward right field. Coming on in now, retreating back. Carter Schaus. Nice job. That's just an easy athletic play. A lot of times you can take those 2 steps in, feel burned, but he didn't.
No, just go about business like. He's typically a center fielder, so he's used to making those rangy plays to the gaps. Valentin up to 89 now with the fastball, settling in right into a groove instantaneously. So just checking real quick, see if we got any 90s. Not yet.
Rylan Jenkins out of Tennille, Georgia. True center fielder and a talented one as he takes a shot down that left field line. Would have been extra bases, but it's foul.
In a different mold of player compared to Francis Conner-Schmidt, Jenkins fits the same archetype of he came to 13U National last year, not ranked, not really got even on our radar, and was the type that made us take him with his tools. That speed tool is as good as it gets in this class. Then you watch him. He's not the biggest kid, but he can really impact the baseball already from the left side of the plate.
He's got multiple offers as a football player. He's already turning heads that way. Plays for the Atlanta Braves scout team. And one of their coaches, I know he can't coach every moment because he's busy hosting on the MLB network as well, but one of his coaches, and he's fortunate, is Mark DeRosa, who obviously managed the U.S. national team in the World Baseball Classic, so good for Rylan.
And if you want to make it go full circle, Mark's son Brooks played on the national team, the 14U national team with Valentin. This past weekend I was talking to Valentin about it.
That's high spin fastball elevated. Boy, nice clean inning. Valentin Ceballos, how you looking? Strikeout, lazy fly ball to right. And another strikeout as well. That number 55 looks good on that man in this event. Perfect Game Select Festival. H, I love this. Watch the reaction of Ceballos here. Big, exciting on the mound, and then, of course, heading back to the dugout. Jenkins, look at that.
That's what it was at the 14U Natty, too. Every strikeout kind of just speaks to the competitor that he is. Jenkins not happy with his at-bat. He's going to get another one, and I'm sure impact the game, and we already did out in center field with that big rangy play, so...
All right, so Connor Briggs. You can see Orlando Oates. I'm excited to see him hit. Right behind him, Will Biggs.
Okay.
But you got a left-hander. Connor, big rig. First baseman as well, pitcher, the Village's charter school. Devin Anderson, this left-hander's high school coach. He is another one that plays for that growing travel team, the Broward Bengals. Coach Alex Diaz. Been to a couple of university camps, getting to know programs and doing the camps, trying to get on the radar, multiple colleges already. And I'm looking forward to my sophomore year. Hope my high school can have a long season, play extra games, and do so. He's from Oxford, Florida, as you can see there.
Yeah, and college coaches, this is one you're going to want to get to know, get in, and hopefully commit. He's long, he's lanky, he's strong. He delivered arguably the best performance I saw all summer. And it was against one of the top teams in the country, and he just went about mowing them down. Saw some of the best velo out of him, 85, 87, for the entirety of his 6 innings. But I think we'll see it here probably pretty early here against Orlando Oates. The breaking ball is a difference maker. It's a true overhand, up to 80, 81 mile per hour curveball that hitters just simply can't pick up out of the hand.
0-0, Orlando Oates. Enjoyed getting to know him. He was part of a 3-player panel at the championship awards night last night, and he did a wonderful job sharing about his journey. He's Californian, Fontana, and he's an infielder by trade, Aquinas High School. He's for that USA Prime national team, and a big, confident personality. Enjoyed getting to know him deeper last night.
Yeah, you want to talk about the players who go about to take that next step and go about business. Last year, he didn't make the 13U. He was at the 13U National, didn't make the 13U Festival, came out and quickly, within 1 or 2 games out at Panama City during the Beast of the East, it was like, oh, he's different now. The strength is here, and he continued to show it throughout the summer.
Vernon and Doreen, his parents, his dad was so proud when he was up on stage for the interview last night, had the phone out. Got Dad's attention. I guess Dad can really make some birria tacos. I mean, really good stuff.
Got some good answers from all 3 of them, too, you putting them on the spot.
Thoughtful athletes, it's, you've done such a great job building this event, and the talent is there, but then they're confident with one another. I think that's important.
Yep.
Oates patiently waits and takes high.
That looked close.
I always think that's hard to do. Look, you get that at bat. We heard Garrett Mitchell talk to the athletes with a word of advice via video last night. You may get 1, maybe 2 at bats. And he made it clear, be the best, in this case, be the best Orlando Oates you can be. And I think for him in that case, not over-swinging, but being patient.
Yep, get on base, and it's a 1-1 game, so you could be the difference maker here.
Will Biggs is from West Des Moines, an Iowan, Waukee High School. First pitch is high, just looking to get up over that really high arm angle, which is beautiful. And as you said, tough to pick up, tough to deal with. He's just working to get it down in the zone.
He's not missing by much here. And like you mentioned, it's at a high slot, so he's powering the ball downhill. Just got to get on top of it a little more. When you have that kind of trajectory coming from a 6'4" frame with the extension, it really does make for an uncomfortable at-bat.
That's what you're talking about right there.
Right there.
That awkward in-between.
Yep. Same pitch, same spot. Biggs probably thought it was going to be within the zone, but held true.
Runner at first. Still up there, up above the letters. 2-1 the count. Biggs is the son of Jody and Kevin, and the sibling to Ben and Eli. 3 boys at home that Mom Jody has to keep in order. Well, that's a big swing and some good cut life on that pitch right under the hands.
Yeah, so you got that cut coming in now that he's down in the zone, worked a little bit across his body. And Briggs is no stranger to perfect game events. He was in the first ever 11U game. Didn't make the 12-13, continued to come to our stuff. And that progression, year to year, and came to the sophomore national earlier this summer, did what he had to do, and just kind of rolled with that momentum, playing his age playing his grade, rather than age. And then he played some 14U events and he was dominant as we'd expect him to be.
Yeah, 15 and 16U teams. I mean, that's always interesting to take that challenge on when you want to keep turning heads. But if you're Biggs, you got to do what's right for you. His dad, by the way, we talked about Kevin, played at Pacific in Stockton, California. Grandpa played college baseball, too, at Fresno State and UC Santa Barbara. And Biggs is on. Back-to-back walks to start things.
It's only a matter of time once Briggs starts to find the release point. You had Briggs versus Biggs there. So once he finds that release point, again, you could be one pitch and changes the whole momentum of this inning.
Big, tall, lanky left-hander catches his breath before Zach Estrada gets a chance to go to work. Another Olu athlete, R.J. Farrell, Orange Lutheran, I should say, in Southern California. About 15 minutes from where the Angels play their home games. Hits one on a line out to third, up the ladder just a little bit. Torres, the third baseman, number 2 on that jersey, makes a nice play.
Helps having a 6'3" third baseman with a little bit of height there on the vertical to come down and snag what would have been a go-ahead run. With the speed out there of Orlando and where the left fielder's playing right now, that would have dumped in and definitely given the West an early lead.
Good quick bat right through the zone. A little bit of top spin that brought it down to that already tall height. Arizona's in the house. You know I'm excited. State 48. Here's Sammy Garcia, Chandler, Arizona. Coach Woods coaches at Hamilton High School. It's a juggernaut of a program. It's a junior college size student body, so a wonderful chance for Sammy Garcia to make that team. And when he's traveling, he plays for Sports Academy legends. Sammy Garcia.
Yeah, we only got you one this week, Sud, after 4. So we spoiled you last week, but Sammy's a good one to represent the state. Kind of that versatile up the middle type, can definitely go behind the plate, might jump on the mound later today, be mid to upper 80s. So kind of whatever you want out of a player, he's able to do it. He played in the 12U game. We didn't see him last year at 13U. But again, like him and Aaron Garcia play together, play up the middle, and to see those two go about their business is something to see.
Sammy and Gabriella, his parents. He's got 3 sisters, his siblings, 16-year-old twin sisters and 12-year-old Aaliyah. Keolani and Leolani, his twin sisters. So looking breaking ball.
I was going to say, there's that breaking ball, and if I'm him, if I'm the catcher, if I'm Robbie Masia, I'm throwing it again. Is that Robbie catching?
I believe so. Let's double check.
Regardless, whoever's behind the plate putting down numbers, I'm putting down 2 fingers right here.
That's Masia.
Yeah.
It's Masia.
Put down the 2 and bury it.
Briggs grinding out on the mound. Briggs, a great student, by the way. AB honor roll his freshman year, pre-calc honors, Chem 1 honors, all upcoming for him. There is the breaking ball, it just never got there.
All that on the mound in the classroom for Briggs. He also was a top fundraiser last night with north of $5,000 for Golisano.
Wow. Local hospital, Lee County Health, Golisano's Children's Hospital. As we said, we wish it didn't exist because then there wouldn't be pediatric cancer, childhood illness. But what a wonderful group of people and a long-time relationship with Perfect Game. Popped up to the right side, giving it a long run in foul territory. Big Francis Connors Schmidt unable to make the play.
The runner's in motion. If the ball had been hit harder, placed better, and if you're the East, there's a chance for that to have been a double play. Luckily for them, though, for the West, it fell foul and get to do it all over again.
All right, runners were moving. Maybe they're switching up the signs as well. You never know.
I think that's exactly what they're doing with Briggs talking to the umpire and defenders talking amongst themselves.
And when you ask Briggs who inspires him, he says, look, my dad is the biggest inspiration. Aaron Judge with his stature and power. I love watching he and all those athletes. I love learning from the videos of Trevor Bauer about pitching. Those are some of the people that he looks at to learn about baseball. And then obviously Dad is kind of the lighthouse of all of it.
Not a bad group of people there to want to look up to and follow their paths.
I'm intrigued. Look, and I know he's fighting through the mechanics, but it's just natural age to kind of want to, to drift down to that lower arm angle. You always should throw from where you're most comfortable playing catch, and sometime along the way, his playing catch was with that higher arm angle. It's intriguing to watch.
For sure, and that's what helps make him so effective, too, is that slot, is the ability to work on top of the ball and power it downhill.
With that extension, it does that. So if you're seeing 85, 86, it looks like 90 with that extension.
And clearly the hitters aren't reading it out of the hand. We've seen a couple of those half-hearted swings so far out of the West. So Briggs might here just work himself out of some trouble like we've seen so far from a couple of arms.
Opportunity for a Vegas man to swing at this is Noah Knutson. Bishop Gorman High School is where he plays. He's a 2028 grad. Got a chance to broadcast a live Bishop Gorman against the Faith Lutheran game on Perfect Game TV. They played at the AAA yard in Las Vegas. We were honored to come out and introduce the country, the world to Noah's team. Noah puts that one on the ground to the right side, just firm enough to roll in the right field. Aggressive base running toward the plate. The tag, safe at the plate. Safe at the plate. Oates just got by. Looked like he popped the tag on the ankle, but not in time, says Jose Sandoval.
Just not in time. The throw beat him there, but Orlando must have done something special because I thought he was going to be out. So home plate ump came up signaling safe, and sometimes it's not as hard as you hit them, but where you hit them, and perfectly placed by Noah. Yeah.
He did get him, but I think by the time he did that, those hands were on the plate.
Outstretched and head first slide, give him the lead. For Noah to score Orlando, you got that USA Prime connection there, and up comes another one of our 4-time select festivalers.
Caleb Alexander is the man. One more thought on Noah and what he was able to do. We got a chance to know him last night. He's a wonderful and an inspirational athlete. He's a guy that started, and he admitted, Noah, the summer slow. 3 for 19, beast to the east, worked hard, didn't hang his head, and had a great rest of the summer. And it's interesting that he points that out, that he's open enough to point out, I was 3 for 19. But look, he's out at first now. He's got himself an RBI. Despite that 3 for 19, he's here.
Yeah, and 3 for 19, I don't think he got out the rest of the summer because he finished with 500 average across the board. Really good numbers, swipes bags. He's long and lanky, but he's a sub-7 runner. Really good athlete, got that basketball gene from Dad. So his best days are still ahead of him despite already throwing upper 80s from the outfield.
He'll take off running, and to the catcher's mitt it goes. There is no throw. Swung right through by Caleb Alexander. H talked about his experience as a youth and now a teen player out of Houston, Texas, Summer Creek High School. DJ Wilson is head coach. Tia and Corey, we've met them through the years at these events. Dad played D1 football at Colorado, drafted by the Padres out of high school, went on to school to play college football.
Dad was all decked out in his Colorado gear for opening night there for the Buffaloes, the Buffs. But Caleb won the 12U MVP back at the 12U Select Festival and has continued. He's another one, a young 2027, played a lot of 15U this summer.
2-2. There again is that invisible. So he battled himself a little bit in the inning, but when it was all said and done, had a pair of strikeouts, that unique high arm angle. That's the left-hander, Connor Briggs, coming straight over the top. All kinds of life.
Wow. Oh, you feel brand new. That's crazy. I feel no pain. That's like crazy. Zero pain. Zero. That's crazy, dude.
Like, I can't feel my traps anymore because they've been going and they're super loose now. But my legs, it almost feels like somebody's just like, bump, bump, bump. It feels like you're getting a massage, free massage.
Shoot my pro, no better way to go.
The weather is warm and it's the perfect time of year to cook outside. Loco Smart Temp griddles provide precise and controllable griddle surface temperatures ranging from 250 degrees all the way up to a sear setting. The cooking temperature always stays exactly where you set it, so your meal always comes out just right. Cultivating great experiences is part of our DNA, and everyone has a seat at our table, so pull up a chair. Cook faster and party longer with Loco Cookers.
Geronimo Fermin will take the rock and he rolls, but unfortunately, I think we just might have heard a weather-delayed lightning horn here. And as Fermin, we peek at him now, though. When he does go to work finally, H, what brings him to this event? Those are fun shots.
Yeah, and I love having that back with the media team. And with Fermin, he's left-handed. It's very fast arm, up to 87. It's real swing and miss stuff. So you look at him already doing all that at 14U. It's a bright future, and he's one I'm really looking forward to getting to see a lot more of. We've seen him now for 2 years. He's always played up. He's no stranger to perfect game events, and here he is at the 14U Select Festival.
So currently in a quick weather delay, H, we have done so many events here through the years. Fort Myers is kind of perfect game south. What are the rules and regulations when that horn sounds?
I think it's all on a timer. It's a certain proximity. Once it clears out, I think we're able to resume play.
Okay, so we'll keep an eye out for that, and it could be upwards of maybe up to 30 minutes.
Yep.
Let's hope that it's right there, and that's the most it can be.
That's right, as quick as we can.
And with that in mind, we will pause momentarily at the 14U Select Festival. We called ahead. We asked for no lightning delays. It's a Sunday. I said my prayers, but we have one anyway. 2-1. Those are the numbers on the scoreboard. West on top of the East. We'll be right back as soon as we can.
There is no better time for a baseball fan than August. It's pennant race time, certainly if you're a fan of the big leagues. Fall baseball on college campuses, and in the amateur game, this is the best, the back-to-school season, if you will. And for Perfect Game, it is the all-star season. And on this show, we're going to sum it up. Hi there, folks. My name is Darren Sutton, and you've found us along this journey. The journey of the amateur athlete on Perfect Game Weekly, we're presented by Rawlings. That journey is really put into an encapsule in this show. Zach Gallen, Arizona Diamondbacks, all-star starter. He was a big-time PG alum. He'll walk us through his Perfect Game journey. We'll also get a chance to know the brothers Namala. One of them, a first-round draft pick this year, Arjun. Akil, his younger brother, a Perfect Game All-American. Their story is incredible, as is the story of Chase Fuller. Mom and dad, both elite college athletes. Dad went on to play in the NFL. We'll dive deep. We ran into him at the 14U National Showcase. He's a 14U Select Festival athlete. But let's start it at the rookie level of this journey of the All-American player, the 11 and 12U Select Festival. These games being played this weekend, August 12th and 13th at the East Cobb Complex. And again, rolling them out, selecting some of the best, and hoping to predict the future just a little bit is John McAdams, who joins us on this show. Such a challenge to put these rosters together, but oh, so much fun. John, thanks for hanging out with us. We really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, guys.
There are showcases at the 13 and 14U age group. That helps you guys narrow things down just a little bit. There aren't showcases at 11 and 12. How do you build this Select Festival roster?
Sure. Our platform itself, just with the amount of tournaments that we have across the country, our tournament directors try to get the best talent to all their events, specifically our Super Regional NITs, our National World Series in Atlanta, Georgia, and then we kind of culminated the selection process at the PGI National Championship in South Haven, Mississippi. So throughout the year, tournament directors, other scouts, regardless of if they do the youth stuff or not, they send over names, and then we kind of cross-check them from there, make sure the stats are real, and then we go from there and try to get eyes on them as best we can.
All right, so at the 11U age group, look, I'm excited to see all of them, but why don't you throw a couple of names as appetizers out? Let's start with the 11U age group, maybe 4 total athletes.
Sure. On the East squad, we have Christopher Cabrera. Yes, that Christopher Cabrera, Miguel's son. If we've seen him throughout the season, hitting home runs, throwing upwards of 75 miles an hour, and it's an eerily similar batting stance to Miguel. So it's actually cool to watch that happen. And Tyler Early from Louisiana, big, strong, athletic kid, left-hander up to 78 miles an hour and hitting nearly 700 on the year. So those 2 guys from the East squad. The West squad, we have Bowen Landry, right-handed pitcher from the Banditos team that won the 11U PGI, up to 77 miles an hour, just racks up strikeouts and over the course of the year. And then Leland Henry, a guy who is monstrous in stature and has hit monstrous home runs frequently throughout the year. So those 4 guys are going to be really exciting to watch, along with the rest of the guys too as well.
It's funny, Leland, Tyler, and Bowen all dreaming someday of going to LSU, all of them from that part of the world. And I asked Leland about his favorite dish because you talk about that size and strength. It's Mom's gumbo, and he's going to get a lot of that if he ends up at LSU. So, thank you. Good 11U names. Now, let's go to the 12U. Couple from each roster. Help us understand these athletes. Start with, I don't know, you want to start with the East? Why don't you go there?
First and foremost, we'll start with Trent O'Malley from Virginia. Right-handed pitcher, big guy, up to 84 miles an hour already from 50 feet. So the testament of the arm strength is just outrageous with regards to that from 50 feet. Next, we'll move on to Noah Jeremalik from South Carolina. Ridiculous hitting numbers throughout the year, 118 hits, 108 RBIs, I believe, or vice versa, with regards to that. He's just crazy athletic, up to 80 miles an hour on the mound. He's been fun to watch throughout the year with regards to that. And then on the West squad, Jordan Leone, who was the MVP of the 12U PGI. Another kid, he hit like 600 on the week, almost double-digit homers, up to 78 on the mound as well. And then Mateo Victorio, who is an absolute hitting machine. Sweet left-handed stroke, hitting nearly 600. Versatile kid in the field, catches, plays third. That's a theme you'll start to see too. Kids playing multiple positions still as they're on the smaller field, both pitching, hitting, and then playing multiple positions too. So those guys, East and West, that 12U roster is very, very it's exciting for the future of the game.
My friend, thank you so much for letting us put our foot in the pool of these 2 select festivals. What an incredible event coming up the 12th and the 13th at East Cobb.
Yep, excited to see it. It's going to be fun having both games on the same weekend. True epicenter of travel baseball in East Cobb for sure.
Do it, Johnny Mac. Excellent stuff. When we come back, we'll get to know a young man we've known through events like this. The #1 player in the land in the class of 2027. We'll get to know Chase Fuller and his unique family journey through athletics as well. This is Perfect Game Weekly. We're presented by Rawlings. We welcome you back to Perfect Game Weekly, as always presented by Rawlings, continuing on the journey of the young baseball player at the amateur level. And we shine a light on the 14U age group, and specifically the #1 player in the class of 2027, Chase Fuller. Look, when the rankings came out a year ago, he was ranked #1. He'll stay #1, he hopes, for a long, long time. And it's an athletic family history that has vaulted him. Sisters, they played volleyball in college. Brother played college basketball, still plays in Spain. And Chase, you're up. All eyes are on you. The #1 player in the class of 2027. We caught up with him at Perfect Game's 14U National Showcase.
I'm Chase Fuller, and I'm from Tallahassee, Florida. I try to stay as humble as I can. I knew I was #1 in my head. I don't really think about it. I just think it's normal. My mom, Shreese Fuller, she played college volleyball at Cal State Fullerton. My dad, Corey Fuller, played Florida State football 4 years.
Corey Fuller, there's a touchdown.
And then played in the NFL for 10 years. He was really a dog, because I saw one where he picked 6 Tom Brady. I was like, dang, he really did that. He's helped me improve with my mentality. Like, after being ranked so high, I had a target on my back. He just told me that's gonna happen for the rest of your life, so he just told me how to stay strong. He's always saying just work. Always saying just work. Just work. That's how he says it.
Being ranked #1, just all the stuff that comes with it. The greatest gift I see him having is being able to block out all the noise at this age, because there's so much stuff when you come to the park. And the greatest compliment I get about him is that he's so respectful and he's a good teammate. That's what matters at the end of the day. It's not the accolades, it's the way you treat people.
My dad, he just says, I want you to do your best every time you step on that field. You never know who's watching. So he'll get on to me, but he'll always show me tough love after. He'll say, I love you, son. It's okay, go get him tomorrow, stuff like that. 12U, I was like basically a new person there, and because I was like under the radar a little bit, and then just that 12U summer I went off, and then got into the Select Festival, and then 13U is when I really like took off. Player of the Year, obviously, and then 14 years carrying on. Gary Sheffield's fixed my mechanics when I was struggling through high school ball this year. I've known him since I was like 7. One of the best to ever do it. Went into his cage, we did some things, and I got back on track. Basically, he told me I wasn't getting my back hit more, so we did like this band drill, made me like get very back into my hip so I can have much less power. Then I was losing my barrel going out, so we did another band drill where I stayed connected. I was a power hitter, but I feel like I've hit for more power everywhere on the field. The Bible says, listen more than you speak. So I listened definitely more this year than I did last year. But I try and listen to just all the knowledge I can get about the game.
Hey, by the way, the perfect game metrics for Mr. Fuller: 32 home runs in his PG career, 132 stolen bases in all of his PG travel ball games. Don't forget the 14U Select Festival, played at JetBlue Park, September 3rd. It's Labor Day weekend. On that Sunday, 11 a.m. Eastern, you can catch that game. The finest players in the class of 2027. It's the 14U Select Festival right here on Perfect Game TV. When we come back, an incredible story of spiking athletes, both of them brothers, both of them playing their way into the thoughts, minds, and hearts of those that follow baseball. And an entire country is keeping an eye on them as well. They are 2 young men that are first-generation Indian Americans, the Nalwa brothers, when we come back on Perfect Game Weekly.
Tonight, is that Major League Baseball draft. A lot of dreams are going to come true for young kids, and hopefully, same goes with me too. So that's what we're here That's what we're here for today. I'm a little nervous, don't know what's going to happen, but I'm also really excited for the future, because this is like the start of maybe a pro career, and I'm very excited for that.
With the 20th pick of the 2023 MLB draft, the Toronto Blue Jays select Arjun Nalwa, a shortstop from Scotland.
It's an amazing moment. I've been looking forward to it for how many years of my life I can't even count, but getting picked in the MLB draft is what I always wanted. You know, it's something that as kids we all dream of, playing Major League Baseball, and this is kind of the beginning of that ride. And just this moment, it means the world for me, and I can't wait to get started.
That is the dream of every young PG athlete. Take on as many challenges as a baseball player as you can. Have it culminate with having your name called in the MLB amateur draft. That was Arjun Nimmala gathering at a sports bar with those that love him most. We were exclusively behind the scenes here with A Perfect Game TV. Now steps in his brother into the class of 2024 right behind him, and he's taken real advantage of this opportunity. He got an invite after the draft 2 days later, came to PG's National Showcase and was incredible. Had an exit velocity of 104, ran fast for someone who's 6'4", then went to Perfect Game 17U WWBA and homered 3 times. That's not BP pitching. He balled there. He was incredible. It's all about the brothers Nimmala, their journey together. What an incredible story. First generation Indian Americans. And let's meet a kid.
I find it really cool to be an Indian American that's out here trying to achieve the same things that everyone else is. Some people told us when we were kids you can't play baseball, but it's fun to prove people wrong that I can play and that I could be better than them in the future. It actually clicked a little later for me than most people. Maybe when I was 13, I started like hitting home runs and I was like, oh, maybe I could get a little better than other people. When I started hitting the ball pretty hard, it started to get really fun, and it took me a lot of work with myself in the gym, just like in my head, trying to figure out what I need to do, I learned at a point that I wanted to be the best. I wanted to be that guy that's the best, that always performs, that comes out here and people know that he's gonna be that guy. I flipped a switch in my head and I was like, I gotta get after it. I was born November 3rd, 2006, and Arjun was born October 16, 2005, so we're around a year and 10 days apart. Growing up, everyone knew me as Arjun's younger brother. I know I wasn't really ranked that high, I wasn't playing that well. Arjun was going up the ranks and I wasn't. He's the one that brought that competitive nature in me. And obviously when I hear the name Arjun's brother, I want to compete. I want to show them that I can be my own person. I believe that just putting in hard work is going to prove people wrong. Sometimes when I do bad and I'm like, why am I doing bad? And I ask him, he's just like, just stop doing bad. It's like such a simple answer, but what do you mean, just do it? I would always try and search for the simplest answer to get something fixed. And what he showed me was that there's no simple answer. You just got to go through it. You can't go around it. You can't go under it. You got to go through it. And all the adversity that comes your way is going to bring out success later in the future. He told me to come out here thinking I'm the best, and that's what I did. And I think I balled out. So I'm just as good as all the other guys here, and that, if not better. I tried to showcase that in my BP round, my throwing across the infield, my 60. I just try and show them that I'm trying to be a well-rounded player just as well as other people. So I hope that they say that I was impressive. The word impressive is obviously something everyone wants to be, so I want something about my game to stick out to them. The harder you work, the better you're gonna get. And obviously for me, hard work was the way I got here. I believe that my talent level wasn't as high as Arjun's, but I feel like the amount of hard work I've put in and the amount of effort that I put into my game is what got me here today.
The Toronto Blue Jays select Arjun Nimmala, a shortstop.
This draft night motivated me in many ways because obviously as a brother, I'm there to support him. I want to be the best brother I can be. But then also the ways it adds on to me wanting to be a baseball player. I want to experience the same thing. I want to be in the same position he was in. To see my parents so proud of him, so excited. They put in all the work for him. And to see them so excited, I want to see them be the same way with me on my draft day. The stuff that he's accomplished, I know that there's a pathway for me to do the same thing. And just to be his brother, just to be known as the Nimmala bloodline, it's a really cool thing for me. And I've shared the field with him in high school. Always as a kid, I would always play 1 year up just because I wanted to go play with him. My parents wanted to take me with him. So being back on a field with my brother would be a dream come true.
His dad, Balu, an incredible cricketer. His mom, Niraja. We've gotten to know them through Arjun's journey. Now we're very, very excited to see them follow what could be a very similar bounce and spike to stardom for Akil. And Akil is a Perfect Game All-American. You can catch that game right here on Perfect Game TV from Chase Field on August the 20th at 8 o'clock Eastern. That will be the office of the PG All-Americans, but usually it's the office of one of the aces of Major League Baseball, Zach Gallen. When we come back, what was he like when he was a high schooler, trying to figure out those rankings? That's coming up next. This is Perfect Game Weekly. We're presented by Rollins. This is Perfect Game Weekly. We're presented by Rawlings. We started at 11U, and now we go to the grown-ups. Zach Gallen, all-star starting pitcher. As a matter of fact, his last couple of years, he's 23-9. He's got an ERA of 2.91 in the last 2 seasons with a 1.42 ERA plus, according to Baseball Reference. He's an ace, simply put. He is an ace. And when you think about the man who leads Major League Baseball in innings pitched, pause for just a minute and understand if you're a young athlete and really realize he was once you. He so much was once you that he has no problem looking back upon his perfect game days. When he looked at the rankings and wasn't always thrilled, when he got nervous before taking the mound in front of scouts at Jupiter. Yes, Zach Gallen was once you. A great reason to have those dreams and aspirations. My one-on-one conversation from Chase Field, a place we've talked about a lot, with Zach Gallen.
When did it start to hit you, or when do you start to realize that maybe I can play in college, maybe I'm a pro someday, maybe I can do this?
Yeah, I always, like, as weird as it sounds, like, I always had that belief. Like, it was always like, all right, whatever it is, I'm gonna make it work. Even from a young age, it was like, I think from a young age, I was one of the better players in my age group, so I kind of like had that maybe false sense of confidence a little bit. I was undersized. I didn't really have the kind of notoriety that, you know, most guys did, but I still had that belief of like, all right, I know the talent's there. I just need to, you know, mature a little bit more in terms of, you know, physically. But yeah, I always had that like belief. It was just like, I'm gonna figure it out. We'll see what happens.
Do you remember this kid?
I do remember this kid.
Show the camera too.
Oh my God. I don't know if I want to show him.
Well, we'll show him, so.
No facial hair, no long hair.
So who was that kid? Who was that kid? As you looked that kid right in the eyes, who was that kid?
That is the same kid that still was like, I'm gonna play in the big leagues. That kid hadn't figured out yet that his way to the big leagues was pitching. People had told him, hey, just become a pitcher. Like, I remember my brother's friends being like, just become a pitcher. You pitch once every 5 days, it's easy. But I really enjoyed playing the field. I couldn't really hit it. I mean, I didn't have power. I could hit a ball in the gap and I could use my speed and whatnot, but yeah, I just could play good defense, but hadn't figured out that pitching was gonna be the way to go. And then shortly thereafter, I think this was like, all right, I think you need to start pitching. This was also a kid who was very bitter that he got a 7.5 from Perfect Game.
Nice, I like it.
That was probably one of the...
Inspiration.
Yeah, absolutely. Because then I got to a point where I'm like, all right, I'm a 7.5, like what's that mean? And then I started playing with a lot of kids who were 9s, 9.5s, 10s, going, yeah, I think I'm a little bit better than this kid. Looking at the rankings going, he's ranked where? All right. And then I mean, I got into the point now where it's like, all right, but even in college, I'm like, that kid was ranked where?
You were ranked 341, 101st right-handed pitcher in the country. You went on to college and had an amazing college journey. What message do you have for all those 24s out there that are about to go through that summer, that are receiving the 7.5 and that are ranked 300?
Understanding that there's a time and a place for everything. I was just talking about this the other night with my girlfriend of like, everything happens for a reason. You're in the right place at the right time for certain things. But take things like that irritate you and let them fire you up because that's when you kind of tap into the true of like, all right, what am I made of? And then even when you get to the big leagues and even when you've had success, still never stop trying to prove people wrong. I think that's kind of been my thing. It's like I've always had that chip on my shoulder. It's like could be the tiniest thing. Could be he doesn't strike out enough guys. He doesn't do whatever. It's like, all right, just go out there and prove you wrong, and then see the look on your face when I come back and show you. And then I really became addicted to getting better at my craft.
For the high school pitcher out there that bumps into Zach Gallen in a Starbucks and says, hey, Zach, just give me one nugget. Give me one piece of advice. Like
I don't know if I could do one. Yeah.
You know, just what do I need to know? I know you don't have the Holy Grail, but what advice do you have for me?
Learning how to command the fastball and learning to throw a changeup, I think, are the two biggest things you can learn at high school. Is a little bit older, but like a young age. I think for me, that's where my feel stemmed from, of like being able to command certain pitches. And I get that's easier said than done for me. It's like something I hammer at every day, except for today because I'm taking the day off from throwing. But 4 out of 5 days, I'm trying to like get that feel down. But yeah, I think just trying to go out and play catch and understanding the feel, the way the ball comes out of your hand, really trying to get in tune with your delivery. So I think that would be my biggest thing. Is like if you're taking pitching seriously, go out and play catch for 30 minutes and honestly try and throw the least amount of pitches you can in 30 minutes and try and develop that feel of whatever that repetition is. I think I see a lot of kids at a young age throwing a bullpen or whatever it is, and they want to land that curveball down and away. And they've spiked the first 5, and then they throw one exactly where they want it to, and they're like, all right, I'm good, I'm going to go on to the next pitch. It's like, no, you should throw 5 more to understand why that pitch, why you did what you did was successful, and why that pitch landed the way it was, and what's that feel like. Because you throw that one pitch, and you're like, all right, I'm good. Like, that's great mentally, but I want the mental to match with the physical.
Do you recall pitching in Jupiter? Do you recall going back?
I don't remember how the outing went. I just remember it was like there were scouts everywhere, and the thing that if you ask anybody, it's the golf carts. They're everywhere. I have more memories though from the Wellwood bat, because that was like the first time that
in East Cobb.
Yeah, in East Cobb when I think I played up that year too. I think it was 17. I was 16 going into 17, and that was like the first time I hit 90, and it was like. I was like uncommitted, so people were like, where did this guy come from? So yeah, Jupiter's awesome though. I mean, the golf carts are everywhere. It's like if you want to play college baseball or professional baseball, like that's the place to be. You can't get missed there really, so.
Kind of fun, you young athletes, to think that Zach can relate to you. I'll take it even deeper, and this plugs right in. He went to East Cobb 7 times for an event. He went to Fort Myers 6 times. He played in Jupiter twice, came out to Arizona for a couple of PG events. He once was you. And we want to thank Zach Gallen and the Diamondbacks for facilitating that interview. I didn't want it to end. It was really a pleasure to have. We want to thank the Namala family for that great feature. Danny Wexelman, my partner in crime in the content world, had her hand in that one, as did she have the feature with the Fullers. We want to thank the Fuller family as well. And Johnny Mack for introducing these talented 11U athletes. Excited about all those select festivals from 11 to 14U and the PG All-American Classic, all of which can be seen exclusively here on Perfect Game TV. If you're seeing us online, do better than that. Go ahead and get our brand new app. You can do it on your 70-inch smart television or do it right there on your phone. We're here each and every week. This has been Perfect Game Weekly. We're presented by Rollins. One week out from the 14U Select Festival, we're on campus at the University of Virginia at the Dish. Of course, the site of the 13U Select Festival, but looking ahead to the very final, the elder statesman of the Select Fest in this preview show. Hi there, folks. My name is Darren Sutton. Welcome on campus, and we can't wait to get to JetBlue Park. As a matter of fact, when you look at the 19 new faces that have earned their way on from the 11, 12, and 13 Select Festivals, that's exciting. When you consider the fact that this is the 9th Select Festival, understand that we're seeing now athletes that are not only playing their way to college, but playing their way into professional baseball and even the major leagues. Example, you take a look at this year's draft, day 1. There were 10 Select Festival alumni at that one. Guys like Christian Moore out of Tennessee, Scottsdale, Arizona's Cam Caminetti. He was at the Select Fest a couple of times, and Connor Griffin, a very, very famous prospect, all of them going early in the draft. Now, I can introduce these rosters very, very well,
But the guy who's going to join me now, Jeremy Brown, is a guy who steps in and really helps us understand it. H, by the way, is our National Director of 13 and 14U Player Development and Select Festivals. We have reached that point where your work is not just flowering out college players, but major leaguers now.
Yeah, we're up to 3 of them with Victor Medeiros made the very first debut, Jordan Lawler, and Carlos Rodriguez debuted for the Brewers this year. So we're up to 3, and that's a number that's going to grow very soon, I think.
So it's interesting, at the 14U, you go 11, 12, 13, 14. You have your hands on 13 and 14. And we always kiddingly say in our world, and it's short-sighted to say that, oh, they disappear, then we see them at the high school all-star game. But help me understand, these are a majority freshmen in high school. As you build this team, what comes next for them?
So for them, like you said, we have some that are playdowns as 27s, but mostly 28s. That said, they go on to the junior national, the sophomore national. They have the all-star game, which kind of helped bridge that gap. We never had that prior to last year, to the All-American Classic. So now we're seeing those guys make those next steps or two. If you're Grady Emerson, he did all-star game back-to-back years, really do the All-American Classic and complete his, it's not even a trifecta, I think it's like 6 years now. So that's been a nice bridge for the prospects.
Is there a theme? I don't want to nudge you too hard because they're all great athletes, but thematically, when you look at this class, is there a theme that you're noticing?
As a whole, it's absurd power, like light tower power and power arms. So you're going to have some of those big bats versus big arms, so I think we should have some fireworks in Fort Myers.
That means a high strikeout game as well. Homers
That's
and
right.
strikeouts.
That's
You're going to
right.
have both. So let's introduce you to the East class, and I'm just going to tell you this as H gets ready to tell you one more thought on it. Georgia, Florida, New Jersey, the DR, Michigan. As a matter of fact, it's 10 states overall, along with the DR, 4 New Yorkers this year. Something that you pull out of collectively this East roster.
It's just, again, that power. It really stands out when you have guys like Francis Connor Schmid, Angel Montas. They were triple-digit exit velos. Francis Connor Schmid was 104, and if you put that at the Big Boy National, he would rank 3rd overall. So that's the type of power the East is going to bring.
That's crazy. We'll get to him in just a minute. Here we go. East bats. Maxim Neshoff. Maximilian, they call him. He's out of Michigan. Brother Rice is where he goes to school. I love the Motor City Hit Dogs. That's one of his travel teams. Angel and Bill, his parents. Hockey and soccer, his sports. But Max is also part of kind of a collective group of athletes, the Redemption Group. What do you mean?
It's the first one. Last year we had, I think, 6 or 7, and I'm like, this is a theme that I want to really promote. And this year there's 10 of them who went to 13U National, did the whole thing, sat in the room. They didn't get that call. Instead of pouting, not wanting to come back, they put in that work. So we had 10 guys who came back after not making it last year, came to the 14U National, and now they're going to be with us in Fort Myers.
Excellent, excellent. And real quickly, just give me a nugget scouting Neshoff.
All you need to know is he's never hit south of 525 in his perfect game career. I think this year was a down year for him at maybe 541. So that kind of speaks to what he is as a player. It's true bat-to-ball skills, 6'8" runner, just flies, puts pressure on defense. He's a guy you love to have and hate to play against.
So I'm intrigued by this next man, Angel Montas, because he's 13 still, because he played 17 and 18U baseball this summer and performed really well. Who is he?
He's a monster. He's the one that walks in off the bus and you're like, who's that? Every kid gravitated to him at 14, even though they're a year older than him. He hit a bomb at 13U National, and it looked like everyone's like, maybe that was a Washington National guy at 15 who came in. Then he comes again at 14U on the broadcast game, curveball out front, didn't get all of it, shoes weren't even tied, goes halfway up the net. So it's very real power, 102 exit velo. He's that next big Dominican power bat, 91 from the outfield, so he's one I'm excited to see.
Shoes weren't even
No,
tied.
he wasn't supposed to
see
hit.
the storyteller he's becoming? We don't know if that's true or not, but that's what a good storyteller does.
I appreciate that.
We'll just leave it. We'll just mic drop on the shoes weren't tied. Now, you mentioned the man with 3 names, Francis Connor Schmid, earlier because of his power. He's from East Chatham, New York. He played a bunch this summer. You guys saw him. He told us 60 games this summer. Plays lacrosse, soccer, basketball, and the cello. He plays the cello as well. The man with 3 names, tell us about him.
He had 3 digits in his exit velo too. He had backside double in game at 14U National, when pull side gap, ground rule double. So when you're hitting like that, you force us to take you. He played a lot of games. He did a lot in the Northeast, not so much on the national circuit. Came to the 14U WWBA. Tyler Russo's like, hey, this is a guy we need to follow at national. Had already been signed up because he did an indoor showcase. Comes out to national, and it's like, I was getting texts. Our guys that did DK go, we got to give him a different bat, different sensor. 104 is not correct. Very next swing was 101. So it's very real power.
Let's shift to arms on the east side. Our next athlete is Caden Nichols. He's out of Durham, North Carolina. He's really earned your respect with what he has done, but here's an athlete too that if he's not playing baseball, he said, put me in the kitchen. So Chef Caden, how does he do what he does?
He carves up hitters like a turkey, I guess, if you want to keep with that theme. It's really low release height, upper 80s. It's easy. The ball jumps. He's got that ride. I know there's a lot of metrics that play with it now. People love that. He would probably max out very close, as high as he could on a 14U level. Sliders for real, ton of strikes. Played for that SBA team that finished #1 in the country, and he's a big part of the reason why.
Okay, now Grant Arnold. Let's talk about Grant. Merritt Island, Florida. He's on the Canes national team. Auburn, UCF, ECU, some of his dream schools.
Yes. And he's another one of those 10 guys that we talked about on the Redemption Tour, who was at 13U, but he came and really took that next jump. He's kind of like Caden Nichols, who we just talked about with that lower release height. He's got some funk to his delivery, but it's also upper 80, so it's going to get on you quick. By the time you realize when the ball's coming out of the hand, it's already in the catcher's glove. It's really big left-handed power, too. He's a really good athlete for how physical he is, running sub-7 already. So does he end up as a bat? Does he end up as an arm? He's 14, so time will tell us.
I think one of my favorite things is he loves Yordan Alvarez. And it's interesting because here's a 14-year-old who loves a man, and he's as big as Yordan Alvarez, 6'3", 195. I kind of find that charming. Connor Briggs is from Oxford, Florida. This is a great student, AP World History, and by the way, an honor student in calculus, chemistry, Spanish 3. And for him, being a part of this roster from the village's charter schools, this is the 27, and he was at the 21 11 U Select
The very
Festival.
first.
Yeah.
And then he didn't make the 12, he didn't make the 13, but now he's kind of bookending his festival.
How did he do that?
He 14U World Series, probably delivered the most dominant outing we saw. I don't normally name drop teams, but it was against the Canes to just show how talented the lineup was, and he had them fooled all game. Up to 87 throughout, 6 innings, punched out 10, curveball up to 80 miles per hour from a left-handed slot, hides it really well. So by the time they could recognize spin, again, it was too late for the hitters, and he carved.
All right, let's shift gears to the West roster. Texas, Iowa, California, Arizona, Nevada, Washington, Ohio, but then Puerto Rico and Venezuela. A diverse roster. Just some general thoughts, and I'm excited to see Puerto Rico and Venezuela. That's the DR as well, but the West roster.
You got a good mix. There's a lot of two-way talent here, and I know we're going to touch on a couple of them, but again, you got a lot of power arms, a lot of high-end performers as you go through the numbers, and they got the defense. They got the slick-handed defenders up the middle, so they're going to razzle-dazzle, I think, in the dirt for us.
So the bats on the West side. Braden Landry talks about this year that his strike zone recognition has grown a ton. It's funny that he mentioned that first. Yeah. You'll tell me he does a lot more than that, I'm guessing.
For sure. Yeah, he came out, I think he ran a 6.7, which is a big jump for him. We know
that's a big time for a 14U.
Huge.
Yeah.
A sub 7's really good. 7.1 even, you're like, that's fine. 6.7, 6.8, you're like, you're cooking. And we know he hit that home run, the first ever 13U last year. Came out to 14U National, had an 86-mile-an-hour fastball in on his hands, turned on at home run in game. So he's not the biggest, he's kind of wiry strong, but that strength is there in the barrel, and when it comes to defense, he's one of the best there is in the class.
His dad played college basketball. His dad, Thomas, his mom is Tara. He's from Puyallup, Washington. Plays for the SBA, that great program, the Bolts national team. Carter Schaus, a familiar name. He's from Middletown, Ohio. Center fielder, first baseman, left-handed pitcher. You can put him just about anywhere.
Overall athlete. Right before that Houston Super Regional, he jumped to #2 in the class. Nobody really knew who he was. That was a buzz kind of in Houston night one, like, hey, who's this kid? Because we updated rankings day one. And then he came out, he's won MVPs, MVP pitchers ever since, up to 89 on the mound. Right-handed bat with a ton of juice. You can put him in center field. He's going to close the ground in the gaps with ease. So kind of whatever you want him to do, he's going to do that, and he's another Motor City hit dog who earned his keep this summer.
I love the Motor City hit dogs. By the way, in an election year, he's a 4-year student council member, so he's helping lead student government, make decisions back on campus. Carter Schaus. Will Biggs is from West Des Moines, Iowa. This company born in Iowa. He was born in Iowa, Waukee High School, and for him, again, he played 15 and 16U this summer.
He's one I personally hadn't seen until 14U National, and again, kind of like Francis Connor Schmid, was here's my tools, here's what I can do, and he forced our hand. We had to take him based off his talent, what he does, how he projects out. 5'11", 180, but he's running that 6'9", so that physicality, the broad-shouldered, but he can run. He was 89 from both the infield and outfield, so the arm strength there. 93 exit velocity. So you start looking, he's checking all these boxes, and then he hit in game, hit in BP. So what more do you want from a 14-year-old out of Iowa?
It's interesting, too, when you look at his family history. Dad played baseball at Pacific. His grandfather played at Fresno State. UCSB is where he played as well. Love the West Coast. Love it, love it. Noah Knutson is from Las Vegas, Nevada. Yep. Bishop Gorman is his team.
Noah, 6'4", 165. So think of how tall he is, how skinny he is, running a 6'8" already. He's got that 88, 89 arm strength from the outfield. Where he ends up, whether it's infield, outfield, time will tell. but he hit 500 this year, and it wasn't a small sample size. There's 156 at-bats at the highest level events. So there's performance there, there's tools there, and there's projection. So everything you want.
Let's shift to arms, if you don't mind. Chase Cotton is from Lincoln, California, a right-handed pitcher, Whitney High School. By the way, Sister Taylor was a pitcher about a half generation back at Oregon State.
Yeah, he's one of the younger ones of the family, talking to his parents, and up to 92, MV pitcher at WWBA. He's dominant. 92 came at 14U National, he kept climbing. And he pitches with that raw emotion. If he strikes you out, he's gonna let you know that. He's gonna let everyone in the stands know he just struck you out. And if you're outside of the stadium, you might know too with the roars he lets out. But it's been that developmental curve for him. Velocity, just the arm stroke and delivery overall, refinement of the secondaries. He's doing everything he needs to do, establishing himself as one of the top arms in the class.
All right, shifting gears, New Braunfels, Texas, Valentin Ceballos.
Valentin came out at 14U National, and I think he just opened up like 88-90, and we hadn't seen that from him. And then he maintained it for 3 innings, and it's like, oh, you've taken that step, or maybe 2. And the curveball's always been a hammer, but for him to have come out the way he did, pumping the strike zone from that higher slot, steep downhill, up to 90 at 14U, it's something you take notice of really quick.
All right, Spring, Texas, as we shift back, New Braunfels to Spring, Texas, Luis Olmeda. El Chamaquito is the nickname. The little boy is what it means. He's not at all little when he gets out onto the field, what he's able to do. Dana Roberto, his parents. Dad played professionally in Puerto Rico, and Jaron Duran is one of the guys that he watches closely.
That makes sense with the heritage. And
that's exactly right.
Just like, again, he's another one of those two-ways we talked about as the theme of the West. Upper 80s, 89 on the mound from the left side, but then you watch him swing the bat. And it's a really good swing. It's connected, it's separated. I know that sounds like polar opposites, but they're both good things. And he can lift the ball, drive the ball to the pull side. So when you get that as a package, especially with the new roster limits in college baseball, two-way type players are going to be that much more of a commodity.
See, if you're paying attention, the shoes untied, hitting homer, connected and separated are two very different things, and I love that. This is a real scout. That's what you're getting. Now, I'm told by my producers and my leaders that I need to make reference. You picked out a lot of great stories. But let's not forget about the guys who have owned the top of the skyscraper since the beginning. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Dexter. He's just known as Dexter. Dexter McLeon Jr. #1 since you guys started ranking, from Buford High School. And again, Dad played in the NFL, went to Clemson, but was a Super Bowl champion, a great free safety. Where is Dexter these days? How's he evolving?
I mean, 6'5", up to 94 on the mound, 6'5" runner, probably 6'3", 6'4".
14U.
14U. Can put the ball out with ease. Whatever you want to make and create a player in MLB The Show, it ends up being Dexter McLeon. So,
Luke Esquivel, #4 overall, another famous name. He's been around for a long time. Was it the 12U a couple of years ago he went off, right?
Yeah, I think he won MVP or the Derby, one of the two. I think it was MVP. Won MVP last year at 13U. And again, it's every big game he pitches. SBA's in it at the end, and Luke's always on the mound. Up to 85, 86 right now. The velo's going to come, but he doesn't try to throw hard. He hits his spots. He's a true pitcher. And then he's also a 3-4 hole hitter from the left side with enough juice to run it out of the yard. So again, he's already committed to LSU, and truthfully, he's going to be the last ever commit in a festival game. After he phases out, they can't be committed anymore. So he's the last one, and it's a good one to end on.
Oh, what a fun one. It's interesting. He talks about, look, if a broadcaster says this, it's a throwaway word. We're all guilty of it. But 2 words to describe his growth. He says, I've grown up in the area of perseverance and grit. I actually believe a 14U saying that. He understands how he's grown, gotten tougher in certain areas. And then we want to talk about Striker Pence. He is #9 overall, and he's from Corona, California, but he's not going to that super school. He's going to go to Ty de Trinidad Santiago High School. I love him. Of course, Hunter Pence, his uncle, helps us out with all of our college content. But where's Striker these days in his evolution?
His head's always in the clouds because he's getting taller and taller every time I see him. At 6'5", probably pushing 6'6" now. I got to keep craning my neck every time I see him. And then you watch him, and it's so simple on the mound. And it's not how you would draw up a delivery, but for him it works. He's constantly growing. But the strikes have evolved, and he's more on time with his arm. And it's 90-94 now at 14U with the slider into the low 80s. That you have the fastball that runs, and then you have the slider that just absolutely darts. And he had kids looking silly at the National.
Thank you. I appreciate your insights. I can't wait for the game.
Absolutely. Me neither.
And that game, by the way, September 1st, JetBlue Park. That, of course, is the developmental and the winter and spring home of the Boston Red Sox. It's been the home every year. This is year number 9. You can watch it at 11 a.m. Eastern. You can watch it on Perfect Game TV. If in fact you don't have it, don't look it up online on your laptop or your PC. Go ahead and get the app. Then you can watch it on television on your smart TV. Hit that QR code right there. Again, it's Perfect Game TV. H, Darren, and you, thanks for being a big baseball fan, especially the future of the game. Coming up, now you're set for the 14U Select Festival. Enjoy it. It's a hot August day in Phoenix, Arizona, downtown Phoenix, the Legends Entertainment District, better said Chase Field, the home of the World Series last year and the home of the Arizona Diamondbacks. But this weekend, it's the home of Perfect Game's All-American Classic. Hi there, folks, and greetings from Chase. It is a hot day, but inside the air works great, and it's an incredible collection of athletes. My name is Darren Sutton, and on this edition of Perfect Game Weekly presented by Rawlings, that's exactly what we're going to do. Dive deep into the entire weekend, starting with the game, the 22nd edition. In the first 21 years, nearly 300 Major League alumni. A whole bunch right now chasing spots in the postseason. This guy in here with the Diamondbacks, Corbin Carroll. You've got Witt Jr., you've got Cole, you've got Fried, all fighting their way. Heck, what about Lindor? He's fighting his way, he hopes, into the postseason as well. That's the crux of this game. It's rich history. So it's a preview of the 2025 draft. But before we get going into that game and the great home run challenge that took place, we kicked it off. It was baseball brunch time on a Friday. It was the very best in the class of 26 and 27. It was Perfect Game's high school all-star game.
Getting ready to watch Tage Kiker work on the mound.
You're going to see a lot of bat miss here.
A little pause in the windup and a breaking ball. That's strike 3. Popped in and out of the catcher's mitt. That was a breaking ball that backed up just a little bit. Let's meet Dylan Moss. He is at IMG. Into the catcher's mitt it goes. A 3-2 breaking ball, thank you very much. A 3-2 breaking ball. He struck out 4. Meet Michael Teasley. He played for Perfect Game Select Festival. Hammer breaking ball, that's strike 3. That one disappeared away. Everything is moving, nothing is very straight, and it seems to really hold its level coming to the plate. Hammer breaking ball, blocked up nicely. Teasley with a strikeout. That will do it for the inning. Anthony Murphy gets a chance to swing it. Corona, California. That one skips by. Once the throw goes away, a run will score. But a nice effort there by Peterson. He drove in a run. Vinny, he just hit that ball 101 off the bat.
Yeah, he is quite strong.
Bo Holloway, you saw him earlier this year, Vinny. Right after July the 4th, jump on up to 93 miles an hour. He's from Nolensville, Tennessee.
Bo will probably be up to around 92, 93 with the fastball, and he's got really, really good stuff. Makes him a very good changeup.
Swing and a miss. Boy, big sweep to that one. Swing and a miss. It looked like that changeup again.
Changeup's kind of been the priority there.
Oh, baby, the changeup. Ooh. All right, so something bubbling here. You got a single, couple of walks. James, a big exhale, trying to zero in.
And these disadvantage count fastballs, he's still getting swings and misses because that ball's got 21 inches of induced vertical.
And that was right in on the hands, 19 inches there. Charging under it. There's R.J. Cope.
Oh, good changeup there.
I'm sorry. That was ridiculous. My goodness, he just dug out of a hole, and it was back-to-back changeups to get strikeouts. Bowler from Tallahassee, Florida, as he works on the mound with this foe. Charisse, great athlete, volleyball, basketball player at Cal State Fullerton. James is going to run. Into the corner it goes. It kicks around. That's a tough alley out there. All the way to third. They're going to send him on toward the plate. The relay, they'll stop him. They'll stop him about halfway down the line.
Yeah, American gets another run on the board there, so it's a 3-run lead.
Local man Harwood hits it hard on the ground. Nice backhanded play. They get one, trying to turn 2. A defensive whiz. We've been looking for one of those, and oh, was that pretty. Connor Como started it. Gobbled it up out there at first. 5-2 the score. Brady wants to make it a little bit more interesting here before they wrap it. 3-2. That's a fastball over the outside corner. That is strike 3. And what a great event. That puts a bow on the 24 perfect game All-Star game.
Hey, by the way, James Jorgensen, the most valuable player. Duel Links Dodgers travel ball his team. He was exceptional hitter and pitcher. He unveiled an incredible changeup with the bases loaded, struck out 2 to leave them loaded. He also tripled in the game. Fun to watch him work. The other big storyline for this All-Star game were the strikeouts. In a 7-inning game, there's only 42 outs you can get. 27 of them were strikeouts, and Chase Kuikert started the game appropriately with 4 strikeouts, young man out of North Carolina. When we come back, Danny Wexelman will join our show. It's a conversation with the #1 player in the class of 2025. It's Ethan Holiday from Chase. Your Perfect Game Weekly, presented by Rawlings. Perfect Game Weekly, Chase Field. We're presented by Rawlings All-American Classic Weekend. And when we look at the very best in the class of 2025, let's start at the top. Ethan Holiday, because what a study the Holiday name is. Matt Holiday, a Hall of Fame caliber career. Of course, Jackson Holiday, 2021 PG All-American, trending to be a long-term extension with the Orioles very, very soon. And then Ethan playing in this game. Ethan Holiday, we first saw him at a 10U event. 5 feet tall, 115 pounds, all-tournament team member. He's no longer that size at all, and he may be, it turns out, the best Holiday of them all. But just don't tell the youngest brother Reed that story. Here's Danny Wexel with an amazing conversation with Ethan Holiday.
So, took this photo on September 4th of 2021. I want you to look at this photo. You can take it. Who's that kid?
That was a kid that was not very comfortable where he was that was my first national I mean, everyone was, I knew everyone, I knew every single player there. I watched them in the years in the past, and I was kind of a shy kid who was ready to start my baseball journey and at a higher level, and yeah, but that's who I was. I was a couple years ago, and now seeing me now, I think he'd be pretty proud of the person I became, and yeah, that's a funny picture.
What advice would you give to that kid?
Just don't take anything for granted, because I'm on my last summer ball event for the rest of my life when it comes to the perfect game and all the fun events of the past summers, and kind of got to know all these guys over the last couple of years, and now they're brothers to me, and that means more than anything. It's just growing those relationships, and we're super honored to be here. It's been so much fun, and not everyone gets to do this, and just enjoy it and don't take any of it for granted. And that kid probably thought he had all the time in the world. Now he's going to his senior year. So, yeah.
What does it mean to you to get to wear the Holiday name?
Oh, it means a lot. You know, there's more people than just my dad in that name. My brother and my uncles and my grandpa and my people. I mean, that's my family, and I love them all. And my mom always says I'm like the glue guy in the family. I keep everyone together. With an older brother, it's always been kind of competing with each other, and always just kind of big bro, little bro, he watches my back, you know, he asks questions about what's going on in my life, and he's very gentle, he's a very soft-spoken, makes sure everyone's good. I don't know, I just remember we played high school together my freshman year, senior year, and I went through a couple struggles, and just him saying little things that had such a big impact on me, and he met me where I was, and the little things he would say were really important to me, and I think that's helped me over the last couple of years for sure. So we have a friend named Zach Esposito. He's a wrestling coach at NC State. He coached Oklahoma State. His saying was, "Pressure is a privilege," and that's a saying that me and Jackson have kind of took into the last few years, and we know we have a spotlight on us, and whether we like it or not, it's going to be there, and it's a privilege, and we're gonna work as hard as everyone. My dad, he's the most competitive person ever. We hit in the cage every day together. Ever since Jax went and played in the minor leagues, it's just me and him usually. Yeah, there's been some days where it's just not going good, and it feels like the world's crashing down on me, and he's very low key, and little things, same with Jackson, little stuff he says that I'm just wow, that's gonna stick with me forever. And I think it sometimes can get a little twisted, your dad taught you everything you learned, and you know, all that stuff. But I mean, my mom's been there since day one, but she's helped me with not just the mental side of the game, but she gives me good reminders. Like, you'd be surprised. Like, she always says a firm foundation. Like, she's like, have a firm foundation. Like, you'll be good. Like, in life and baseball, I'm like, that's true. That's a good point.
She sounds amazing.
She's great.
What's your goals for the next year? Like, for yourself, what are personal goals for you?
I want to win the Gatorade Player of the Year for Oklahoma and National. I want to get a lot stronger. I think that's something I've made the decision, like, I'm gonna really lock in on getting stronger and getting faster, and that's something I'm gonna work really hard at the next couple months. And
do you want to be the number 1 overall
I do.
pick?
I want to be the number 1 overall pick. I think that I know the pressures that come with it. I'm seeing it from my brother, and that's something I'm ready for, and I'm ready to attack it and get better every single day as the number 1 pick. And yeah.
All right, 10 years from now, how old will you be?
10 years, I'll be 27.
27 years old. What's life look like?
We'll see. I have no idea. We'll see.
What do you hope it looks like?
Hopefully it's with a wife, with kids, playing in the big leagues and on a team trying to win a championship, and a city that's awesome. And I don't know, hopefully that's what's happening, but if not, I'm still here and I'm still gonna be loving life. So that's what it's gonna look like. Yep.
What an incredible conversation. I'm going to spin out of the subject matter something very important. The concept of being a husband. You know he learned that from Dad, but he also speaks a lot when you talk with Ethan about watching his big brother be a husband to wife Chloe. He says, I've looked up to him my whole life, now learning how to trust, cherish, and respect his wife in his life. A very interesting spin on being a big league big brother. When we come back, Perfect Games Home Run Challenge. We're at Chase Field. It's a 22nd edition of the All-American Classic. Fiji's All-American Classic presented by Rawlings, and as we welcome you back inside of Chase, let's talk Home Run Challenge. There's some fun winners over the last couple of years. Hunter Green, a winner in this one. Ralphie Velasquez, who is charging to the major leagues in the Guardians organization. Who won it this year? Catchers have won the last 2. Who will grab the crown?
Each participant will be allowed 1 minute to hit as many home runs as possible. The 4 participants with the highest total amount of home runs will advance.
Been a little too nice to y'all.
So Peter Mershon.
Wow, that sounds pretty.
6. Peter was 6.
I felt like 6 was a respectable number. We'll see though. See what happens.
Mario Magana Jr. will swing it.
Well, 6 total. 6 total. Tied for the lead. All right, Kason Cunningham just got back-to-back. He's at 3 now. He picked himself to win, by the way.
Did he get 7 right there? Yes!
Wow.
No question about it. That is a big final swing.
Josiah Hartshorn.
He started hitting left-handed 2 months ago.
He's my pick. We got 2.
And now 3.
Oh, 4 on the board. Okay.
All right, so that gives him 6. He's at 10 seconds. He needs 1 more.
Oh.
He just got it. 7. Gavin Fiend swinging it meantime, hanging at 3. That sounded really loud. He's got 6 now. He's got 10 seconds to play with.
Oh, he's got 7.
8
Wow.
for Gavin Fiend. Here's a chance for Omar Cerna. If you watch the Open, this is who Darren's pulling for.
Drama.
That is gone.
2.
There's 3.
Go.
There's 4.
7 on the board.
8. 9. 9 for Omar Cerna. Why would you listen to me?
Wow.
Our final 4 hitters have been bracketed in head-to-head format to start the afternoon, and the 2 winners of each bracket will face off. Omar Cerna Jr. leads things off. Somebody's ready to roll. Cerna drives the first one out of here. Did he just lead deep left center? Wow!
So 6 after the first minute. He's got 30 seconds added to the clock with the Clout Rawlings bat. Wow.
All right, so another 30-second bonus.
Back to back.
He
All
stands
right.
at 8. 17 on the weekend competitively, by the way.
Wow.
Boy, that is crushed. That one's crushed further.
That's getting out, too. That's 3 in a row.
He's making the East proud. The Texan.
11. Here's Josiah Hartshorn.
My gosh. So 7 being through the first minute. There we go, Billy Carlson. Giving him some water. Good teammate. 30 seconds.
Oh, my. That was crushed. Oh, man, what a run. Oh, Josiah. Good work, boy.
Gavin Fiend coming up. 5 total. He's going to get 30 seconds on the clock with the Rawlings clout, which we love.
This is a nice light switch on moment, by the way. Suddenly, Fiend is alive.
101 exit velo.
Gavin Fiend.
Oh, my gosh. He's at 7.
8.
Gavin Fiend.
Jason Cunningham. He got to get on his horse.
Yeah, he does.
He's got to get going. Kaysen looks like he's going swimming. That is time. Oh, he went over the pool. 4 home runs for Kaysen. California meets Texas. Fiend, Southern California. Fiend. He's at 4. He does get to 30. Just go central there.
Back to back.
You get the 1, you get the 30, then you get the extra 30. Standing at 7 right now. That's going to be 8. That one gets one more swing in.
Let's go.
That's how you end it into double digits. 10.
Good luck.
Josiah Hartshorn.
He was locked in his first round. I don't know if he's breathing.
There we go. 4. He got the 30, he got the back-to-back, so he's got 1 minute now. Quick hands, quick gone. Wow. That one's locked. 7. He needs 4 and 30 seconds.
Get out!
That one's gone. 10.
Is that it?
It remained at 10. 30 seconds each. Here we go. That one sails out. That one sails out. Did he get 3 in the end?
Not bad.
Josiah needs 4. He got 1 right out of the gates. He's got 2. He needs 2 more. He's got 3. He has got 4. Did he get it? Did he win it? He may have even hit 5. He may have even hit 5.
This year, West team,
What a ridiculous story for Josiah. Here's a hitter, Hartshorn, who couldn't hit right-handed if he wanted to play this summer, had to flip around and bat left-handed just to take on any challenge. And then he wins the home run challenge. When we come back, the very best 25s in the land take the field for the Perfect Game All-American Classic, and we'll have a look back.
1, 2, 3, peace!
PG All-American Classic 22nd edition on Perfect Game Weekly, presented by Rawlings. We're taking a look back at the game. The game in which 11 of 13 have been won by the West, 8 of the last 9. And by the way, they say it's a scouts event. The score doesn't matter. Don't tell the players that.
Meet Billy Carlson out of Southern California, Corona High School. He's a two-way player. Breaking ball, Billy's ready for it. He lines it into left field. It's a base hit. Skips away deep into the corner. Let's watch Billy run. He touches second. He's on his way into third. Lost that helmet. Carlson with the slide. 3 bases for the West squad and Billy Carlson. Jason Cunningham is from Texas, the #1 player in that state. He was the Jackie Robinson Player of the Year award winner last night. And Cunningham with a base hit and an RBI. A brand new gold medalist, by the way, with Team USA down in Panama. The West squad leads it 1-0. The batter with these runners on second and third, Dean Moss. Shoots that one to the left side, something on it, driven deep toward left field. It's down all the way into the corner. The West squad really coming alive. Moss thinking 3. He better hurry. The head first slide. Out at third. Dean Moss plates a pair. You can count both those runs, though. Seth Hernandez, he's another one from Corona High School. He's the #1 pitcher in the class. Meet Peter Mershon. He's from Taylor, South Carolina, another Canes national team. Jeff Petty player. Hits that one hard to the right side. Past the diving Kason Cunningham. And Peter with the single and an RBI.
A lot of RBIs when you go the other way. Doesn't try to do too much with this. Nice inside-out approach.
Over the shoulder. Oh my goodness. Unbelievable. Dean Moss holds it in.
That is a tremendous play, knowing where you are in the field, approaching the warning track, approaching the wall, keeping your eye on the ball, making the play, and then the wherewithal to get up and right for the back of the infield.
And that's Dean Moss. He said, if you underrate me, I'm extraordinary.
I'm still extraordinary. Mario Magana Jr. gets the call from Miami. He's a Miami commit, Christopher Columbus High School. To the right side, diving attempt. That changeup floated out over the plate.
Yes, sir, Mario.
Give Mario credit. The throw to the plate, the slide, out at the plate. Came up throwing from right field and threw a strike.
Seth Hernandez throws 100 from the mound. Why would you run on him? He's playing shallow, throws another strike.
This fastball, not a ton of spin. I mean, you'll see it sink at the plate. Is that breaking ball? Cruz Schoolcraft with a base hit. Is it a base hit and an RBI? You bet it is. The throw is to the cutoff man. So 6 feet 8 inches tall and swinging the bat. Cruz Schoolcraft. And here's Jaden Stroman again. Stroman, a rocket shot to right field. 108 off the bat. And into the corner it goes. He stops out there at second base. Stroman with a double and an RBI. What a beautiful swing for Jaden Stroman. That one struck. Ty Peoples, deep right field. Peoples off the wall. A couple of runs will score. Look at Ty around the bases, headed towards third. A triple for Peoples, and things just got interesting.
Kilby had a base hit up the middle last time. Really good approach.
Line drive, center field. The changeup was good, but guess what? The approach was better. Nice job staying back.
Bases loaded, nobody out in the East. Seems like they're on a mission right now.
Middle of the diamond. Charging, fielding, firing. It's a 1-run game.
Big lead off the second.
0-2 breaking ball, line drive, base hit. They'll stop the runner at third. Tumbling down at home plate, he heads back to the bag. We are tied at 7. It was a huge aggressive turn coming on around, but they stopped Taylor Tracy. We're tied. Runners on first and third. He'll pick off throw, and he threw it away. And the East will win it. A game that has been dominated the last decade by the West squad. The East is the beast now. They are victorious. What a comeback. The East wins the perfect game. All-American Classic.
What an incredible game. By the way, Dean Moss, who goes to IMG from Northern California, had that triple, had a couple of RBIs, had a great play over the shoulder, was trending to be the most valuable player until the East finally got the monkey off the back. And then everything switched up, and you've got a brand new MVP. Dax Kilby had those 2 hits, and he started the rally. So what an incredible journey it was for the East squad. There were certainly moments worth celebrating as we fold up the score sheet. We're grateful as a group to be here at Chase Field. We're thankful for the Diamondbacks sharing this great facility and for all these athletes and for their families, because with the sacrifices of moms and dads and stepmoms and stepdads being put on the back shelf, we make a big mistake, because that's what this game is all about. The final thing it's all about is the 2025 draft is going to be absolutely incredible and intriguing. I don't know if it's going to be full of college players like it was. There's a lot of first-rounders playing in this game. So thank you, Diamondbacks. Thank you, Perfect Game. Our entire production team. Thank you, Danny Wexelman, for that great interview. And again, thank you, Phoenix, Arizona. You have hosted another wonderful Perfect Game All-American Classic. Event number 23 coming up. I don't know, the clock's ticking. We'll see you next year. What do we week out from the 14U Select Festival. We're on campus at the University of Virginia at the Dish. Of course, the site of the 13U Select Festival, but looking ahead to the very final, the elder statesman of the Select Fest in this preview show. Hi there, folks. My name is Darren Sutton. Welcome on campus, and we can't wait to get to JetBlue Park. As a matter of fact, when you look at the 19 new faces that have earned their way on from the 11, 12, and 13 Select Festivals, that's exciting. When you consider the fact that this is the 9th Select Festival, understand that we're seeing now athletes that are not only playing their way to college, but playing their way into professional baseball and even the major leagues. Example, you take a look at this year's draft, day one. There were 10 Select Festival alumni at that one. Guys like Christian Moore out of Tennessee, Scottsdale, Arizona's Cam Caminetti. He was at the Select Fest a couple of times, and Connor Griffin, a very, very famous prospect, all of them going early in the draft. Now, I can introduce these rosters very, very well, but the guy who's going to join me now, Jeremy Brown, is a guy who steps in and really helps us understand it. H, by the way, is our National Director of 13 and 14U Player Development and Select Festivals. We have reached that point where your work is not just flowering out college players, but major leaguers now.
Yeah, we're up to 3 of them with Victor Medeiros made the very first debut, Jordan Lawler, and Carlos Rodriguez debuted for the Brewers this year. So we're up to 3, and that's a number that's going to grow very soon, I think.
So it's interesting, at the 14U, you go 11, 12, 13, 14. You have your hands on 13 and 14. And we always kiddingly say in our world, and it's short-sighted to say that, oh, they disappear, then we see them at the high school all-star game. But help me understand. These are a majority freshmen in high school. As you build this team, what comes next for them?
So for them, like you said, we have some that are playdowns as 27s, but mostly 28s. That said, they go on to the junior national, the sophomore national. They have the all-star game, which kind of helped bridge that gap. We never had that prior to last year, to the All-American Classic. So now we're seeing those guys make those next steps or two. If you're Grady Emerson, he did all-star game back-to-back years, really do the All-American Classic and complete his, it's not even a trifecta, I think it's like 6 years now. So that's been a nice bridge for the prospects.
Is there a theme? I don't want to nudge you too hard because they're all great athletes, but thematically, when you look at this class, is there a theme that you're noticing?
As a whole, it's absurd power, like light tower power and power arms. So you're going to have some of those big bats versus big arms, so I think we should have some fireworks in Fort Myers.
That means a high strikeout game as well. Homers
That's
and
right.
strikeouts.
That's
You're going to
right.
have both. So let's introduce you to the East class, and I'm just going to tell you this as H gets ready to tell you one more thought on it. Georgia, Florida, New Jersey, the DR, Michigan. As a matter of fact, it's 10 states overall, along with the DR, 4 New Yorkers this year. Something that you pull out of collectively this East roster.
It's just, again, that power. It really stands out when you have guys like Francis Connor Schmidt, Angel Montas. They were triple-digit exit velos. Francis Connor Schmidt was 104, and if you put that at the Big Boy National, he would have ranked 3rd overall. So that's the type of power the East is going to bring.
That's crazy. We'll get to him in just a minute. Here we go. East bats. Maxim Neshoff. Maximilian, they call him. He's out of Michigan. Brother Rice is where he goes to school. I love the Motor City Hit Dogs. That's one of his travel teams. Angel and Bill, his parents. Hockey and soccer, his sports. But Max is also part of kind of a collective group of athletes, the Redemption Group. What do you mean?
It's the first one. Last year we had, I think, 6 or 7, and I'm like, this is a theme that I want to really promote. And this year there's 10 of them who went to 13U National, did the whole thing, sat in the room. They didn't get that call. Instead of pouting, not wanting to come back, they put in that work. So we had 10 guys who came back after not making it last year, came to the 14U National, and now they're going to be with us in Fort Myers.
Excellent, excellent. And real quickly, just give me a nugget scouting Neshoff.
All you need to know is he's never hit south of 525 in his perfect game career. I think this year was a down year for him at maybe 541. So that kind of speaks to what he is as a player. It's true bat to ball skills, 6'8" runner, just flies, puts pressure on defense. He's a guy you love to have and hate to play against.
So I'm intrigued by this next man, Angel Montas, because he's 13 still, because he played 17 and 18U baseball this summer and performed really well. Who is he?
He's a monster. He's the one that walks in off the bus and you're like, who's that? Every kid gravitated to him at 14, even though they're a year older than him. He hit a bomb at 13U National, and it looked like everyone's like, maybe that was a Washington National guy at 15 who came in. Then he comes again at 14U on the broadcast game, curveball out front, didn't get all of it. Shoes weren't even tied, goes halfway up the net. So it's very real power, 102 exit velo. He's that next big Dominican power bat, 91 from the outfield, so he's one I'm excited to see.
Shoes weren't even
No,
tied.
he wasn't supposed to hit.
See the storyteller he's becoming? We don't know if that's true or not. but that's what a good storyteller does.
I appreciate that.
We'll just leave it. We'll just mic drop on the shoes weren't tied. Now, you mentioned the man with 3 names, Francis Connor Schmidt, earlier because of his power. He's from East Chatham, New York. He played a bunch this summer. You guys saw him. He told us 60 games this summer. Plays lacrosse, soccer, basketball, and the cello. He plays the cello as well. The man with 3 names, tell us about him.
He had 3 digits in his exit velo too. He had backside double in game at 14U National, when pull side gap, ground rule double. So when you're hitting like that, you force us to take you. He played a lot of games. He did a lot in the Northeast, not so much on the national circuit. Came to the 14U WWBA. Tyler Roos was like, hey, this is a guy we need to follow at national. Had already been signed up because he did an indoor showcase. Comes out to national, and it's like, I was getting texts. Our guys that did DK go, we got to give him a different bat, different sensor. 104 is not correct. The very next swing was 101. So it's very real power.
Let's shift to arms on the east side. Our next athlete is Caden Nichols. He's out of Durham, North Carolina. He's really earned your respect with what he has done, but here's an athlete too that if he's not playing baseball, he said, put me in the kitchen. So Chef Caden, how does he do what he does?
He carves up hitters like a turkey, I guess, if you want to keep with that theme. It's really low release height, upper 80s. It's easy. The ball jumps. He's got that ride. I know there's a lot of metrics that play with it now. People love that. He would probably max out very close, as high as he could on a 14U level. Sliders for real, ton of strikes. Played for that SBA team that finished #1 in the country, and he's a big part of the reason why.
Okay, now Grant Arnold. Let's talk about Grant. Merritt Island, Florida. He's on the Canes national team. Auburn, UCF, ECU, some of his dream schools.
Yes. And he's another one of those 10 guys that we talked about on the Redemption Tour, who was at 13U, but he came and really took that next jump. He's kind of like Caden Nichols, who we just talked about with that lower release height. He's got some funk to his delivery, but it's also upper 80, so it's going to get on you quick. By the time you realize when the ball's coming out of the hand, it's already in the catcher's glove. It's really big left-handed power too. He's a really good athlete for how physical he is, running sub-7 already. So does he end up as a bat? Does he end up as an arm? He's 14, so time will tell us.
I think one of my favorite things is he loves Yordan Alvarez. And it's interesting because here's a 14-year-old who loves a man, and he's as big as Yordan Alvarez, 6'3", 195. I kind of find that charming. Connor Briggs is from Oxford, Florida. This is a great student, AP World History, and by the way, an honors student in calculus, chemistry, Spanish 3. And for him, being a part of this roster from the village's charter schools, this is the 27, and he was at the 21 11U Select
The very
Festival.
first.
Yeah.
And then he didn't make the 12, he didn't make the 13, but now he's kind of bookending his festival.
How did he do that?
He 14U World Series, probably delivered the most dominant outing we saw. I don't normally name drop teams, but it was against the Canes to just show how talented the lineup was, and he had them fooled all game. Up to 87 throughout, 6 innings, punched out 10, curveball up to 80 miles per hour from a left-handed slot, hides it really well. So by the time they could recognize spin, again, it was too late for the hitters, and he carved.
All right, let's shift gears to the West roster. Texas, Iowa, California, Arizona, Nevada, Washington, Ohio, but then Puerto Rico and Venezuela. A diverse roster, just some general thoughts, and I'm excited to see Puerto Rico and Venezuela. That's the DR as well, but the West roster.
You got a good mix. There's a lot of two-way talent here, and I know we're going to touch on a couple of them, but again, you got a lot of power arms, a lot of high-end performers as you go through the numbers, and they got the defense. They got the slick-handed defenders up the middle, so they're going to razzle-dazzle, I think, in the dirt for us.
So the bats on the West side. Braden Landry talks about this year that his strike zone recognition has grown a ton. It's funny that he mentioned that first. Yeah. You'll tell me he does a lot more than that, I'm guessing.
For sure. Yeah, he came out, I think he ran a 6.7, which is a big jump for him. We know
and that's a big time for a 14U.
Huge.
Yeah.
A sub-7's really good. 7.1 even, you're like, that's fine. 6.7, 6.8, you're like, you're cooking. And we know he hit that home run, the first ever 13U last year. Came out to 14U National, had an 86-mile-an-hour fastball in on his hands, turned on at home run in game. So he's not the biggest, he's kind of wiry strong, but that strength is there in the barrel, and when it comes to defense, he's one of the best there is in the class.
His dad played college basketball. His dad, Thomas, his mom is Tara. He's from Puyallup, Washington. Plays for the SBA, that great program, the Bolts national team. Carter Schaus, a familiar name. He's from Middletown, Ohio. Center fielder, first baseman, left-handed pitcher. You can put him just about anywhere.
Overall athlete. Right before that Houston Super Regional, he jumped to number 2 in the class. Nobody really knew who he was. That was a buzz kind of in Houston night 1, like, hey, who's this kid? Because we updated rankings day 1. And then he came out, he's won MVPs, MVP pitchers ever since, up to 89 on the mound. Right-handed bat with a ton of juice. You can put him in center field. He's going to close the ground in the gaps with ease. So kind of whatever you want him to do, he's going to do that, and he's another Motor City hit dog who earned his keep this summer.
I love the Motor City hit dogs. By the way, in an election year,
He's a 4-year student council member, so he's helping lead student government, make decisions back on campus. Carter Schaus. Will Biggs is from West Des Moines, Iowa. This company born in Iowa. He was born in Iowa, Waukee High School. And for him, again, he played 15 and 16U this summer.
He's one I personally hadn't seen until 14U National. And again, kind of like Francis Connor Schmid was, here's my tools, here's what I can do. And he forced our hand. We had to take him based off his talent, what he does, how he projects out. 5'11", 180, but he's running that 6'9", so that physicality, the broad-shouldered, but he can run. He was 89 from both the infield and outfield, so the arm strength there. 93 exit velocity. So you start looking, he's checking all these boxes, and then he hit in game, hit in BP. So what more do you want from a 14-year-old out of Iowa?
It's interesting, too, when you look at his family history. Dad played baseball at Pacific. His grandfather played at Fresno State. UCSB is where he played as well. Love the West Coast. Love it, love it. Noah Knutson is from Las Vegas, Nevada. Yep. Bishop Gorman is his team.
Noah, I mean, 6'4", 165. So think of how tall he is, how skinny he is, running a 6'8" already. He's got that 88, 89 arm strength from the outfield. Where he ends up, whether it's infield, outfield, time will tell. But he hit 500 this year, and it wasn't a small sample size. There's 156 at-bats at the highest level events. So there's performance there, there's tools there, and there's projection. So everything you want.
Let's shift to arms, if you don't mind. Chase Cotton is from Lincoln, California, a right-handed pitcher, Whitney High School. By the way, Sister Taylor was a pitcher about a half generation back at Oregon State.
Yeah, he's one of the younger ones of the family, talking to his parents, and up to 92, MV pitcher at WWBA. He's dominant. 92 came at 14U National, he kept climbing. And he pitches with that raw emotion. If he strikes you out, he's gonna let you know that. He's gonna let everyone in the stands know he just struck you out. And if you're outside of the stadium, you might know too with the roars he lets out. But it's been that developmental curve for him. Velocity, just the arm stroke and delivery overall, refinement of the secondaries. He's doing everything he needs to do, establishing himself as one of the top arms in the class.
All right, shifting gears, New Braunfels, Texas, Valentin Ceballos.
Valentin came out at 14U National, and I think he just opened up like 88, 90. And we hadn't seen that from him. And then he maintained it for 3 innings, and it's like, oh, you've taken that step, or maybe 2. And the curveball's always been a hammer, but for him to have come out the way he did, pumping the strike zone from that higher slot, steep downhill, up to 90 at 14U, it's something you take notice of really quick.
All right, Spring, Texas, as we shift back, New Braunfels to Spring, Texas, Luis Olmeda. El Chamaquito is the nickname. The little boy is what it means. He's not at all little when he gets out onto the field, what he's able to do. Dana Roberto, his parents. Dad played professionally in Puerto Rico, and Jaron Duran is one of the guys that he watches closely.
That makes sense with the heritage. And
that's exactly right.
Just like, again, he's another one of those 2 ways we talked about as the theme of the West. Upper 80s, 89 on the mound from the left side, but then you watch him swing the bat. And it's a really good swing. It's connected, it's separated. I know that sounds like polar opposites, but they're both good things. And he can lift the ball, drive the ball to the pull side. So when you get that as a package, especially with the new roster limits in college baseball, 2-way type players are going to be that much more of a commodity.
See, if you're paying attention, the shoes untied, hitting homer, connected and separated are 2 very different things, and I love that. This is a real scout. That's what you're getting. Now, I'm told by my producers and my leaders that I need to make reference. You picked out a lot of great stories. But let's not forget about the guys who have owned the top of the skyscraper since the beginning. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Dexter. He's just known as Dexter. Dexter McLeon Jr. #1 since you guys started ranking, from Buford High School. And again, Dad played in the NFL, went to Clemson, but was a Super Bowl champion, a great free safety. Where is Dexter these days? How's he evolving?
I mean, 6'5", up to 94 on the mound, 6'5" runner, probably 6'3", 6'4".
14U.
14U. Can put the ball out with ease. Whatever you want to make and create a player in MLB The Show, it ends up being Dexter McLeon. So,
Luke Esquivel, #4 overall, another famous name. He's been around for a long time. Was it the 12U a couple of years ago he went off, right?
Yeah, I think he won MVP or the Derby, one of the 2. I think it was MVP. Won MVP last year at 13U. And again, it's every big game he pitches. SBA's in it at the end, and Luke's always on the mound. Up to 85, 86 right now. The velo's going to come, but he doesn't try to throw hard. He hits his spots. He's a true pitcher. And then he's also a 3-4 hole hitter from the left side with enough juice to run it out of the yard. So again, he's already committed to LSU, and truthfully, he's going to be the last ever commit in a festival game. After he phases out, they can't be committed anymore. So he's the last one, and it's a good one to end on.
Oh, what a fun one. It's interesting. He talks about, look, if a broadcaster says this, it's a throwaway word. We're all guilty of it. But 2 words to describe his growth. He says, I've grown up in the area of perseverance and grit.
I actually believe a 14U saying that. He understands how he's grown, gotten tougher in certain areas. And then we want to talk about striker Pence. He is number 9 overall, and he's from Corona, California, but he's not going to that super school. He's going to go to Ty de Trinidad Santiago High School. I love him. Of course, Hunter Pence, his uncle, helps us out with all of our college content. But where's Striker these days in his evolution?
His head's always in the clouds because he's getting taller and taller. Every time I see him, 6'5", probably pushing 6'6" now. I got to keep craning my neck every time I see him. And then you watch him, and it's so simple on the mound. And it's not how you would draw up a delivery, but for him it works. He's constantly growing. But the strikes have evolved, and he's more on time with his arm. And it's 90-94 now at 14U with the slider into the low 80s. That you have the fastball that runs, and then you have the slider that just absolutely darts. And he had kids looking silly at the National.
Thank you. I appreciate your insights. I can't wait for the game.
Absolutely. Me neither.
And that game, by the way, September 1st, JetBlue Park. That, of course, is the developmental and the winter and spring home of the Boston Red Sox. It's been the home every year. This is year number 9. You can watch it at 11 a.m. Eastern. You can watch it on Perfect Game TV. If, in fact, you don't have it, don't look it up online on your laptop or your PC. Go ahead and get the app. Then you can watch it on television on your smart TV. Hit that QR code right there. Again, it's Perfect Game TV. H, Darren, and you, thanks for being a big baseball fan, especially the future of the game. Coming up, now you're set for the 14U Select Festival. Enjoy it. What an incredible time of the year it is. As you look ahead to the future of baseball, more specifically, the 2025 draft, we can't help but stop right now and think about the 2024 Perfect Game All-American Classic. It's the 22nd edition, to be played August 18th, 8 o'clock Eastern at Chase Field, the home of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Hi there, folks. My name is Darren Sutton, and this game has such a rich tradition, sending hundreds upon hundreds to the MLB. As a matter of fact, a couple of more get called up. It would be 300 plus MLB alumni. You want Bobby Witt, you want Corbin Carroll, you want Nolan Gorman, Holmering, you've got it. Which Green do you want? Hunter Green, you want Riley Green. They're both alumni, both great young players. You want to go back in time, say I'm not going old school enough? How about Garrett Cole? How about Buster Posey? Both played in this game. It's got such a rich tradition. I'm honored for the 17th time to be the voice of the All-American Classic on television on that day. Now, I can preview the show with all sorts of backgrounds and bios, but how it's all coming together, how the sausage is made, if you will, it's the scouts, Perfect Game scouts that are the lifeblood of the organization helping to build this roster. And the Vice President of Scouting Operations, Jared Goodwin, joins us to help us meet one and all of these All-Americans. Jared, thanks for hanging out with us, man. It's a great time of year.
I appreciate you having me. It's been a while, so pumped to be here, Sut.
I don't envy you guys getting together, and there are many deserving players who won't be attending, who probably will get drafted because 23 of the 50 are left-side infielders. Brag on the infielders in this year's game.
I mean, you hit it there. There's some versatility in there, right? Some guys that I do think are going to move off maybe the dirt, find a spot potentially in center field. That type of athletes, or the bigger, more physical prospects that maybe play a corner outfield, but they have big arms. But I don't know if many of them move off, in the near future. This was a really, really hard class to kind of get to this roster because of all the talent, in particular the West Coast and the entire country on the left side of the infield.
So in the late 80s, early 90s, I was a legacy, and folks kind of did me a favor because I was a legacy. That's not the case with these legacies. Names like Holiday, Stroman, Dino Evil, Dodgers fan here, great third base coach. Young, of course, we know Dimitri Young and Delman Young. That doesn't automatically mean because you grew up around the game that you play it well, but those gentlemen, they do play it well, don't they?
It's incredible. These guys are all bloodlines of significant big leaguers, all-stars, 1-1 draft picks, and they all have their own talent. It's just amazing. It's amazing to watch because it's not just a bloodlines thing. This is a talent thing.
Yeah, I'm excited. Let's unveil the rosters. We're going to put Jared to work because all of these players deserve to be known. And let's start with some of those infielders we're talking about. And let's start with the East. Caleb Barnett out of Mountain Brook, Alabama. Congratulations. He's an Alabama commit. He's a 30 ACT.
Dylan Dubovic, Coral Springs, Florida, a 14U Select Festival athlete. Wow factor his travel team. Coy James, Advanced North Carolina. When you see Coy, what do you see as a scout?
Let's just go with one fascinating thing that Coy did this summer. We've had amazing players come through the 17U WWBA. I mean, guys that are going to be in the Hall of Fame, right? I mean, that's how amazing that event is. He now has the hits record. 22 hits this year at the 17U WWBA. I can assure you, from somebody that gets to go and watch the Canes and some of these top teams all the time, they get everybody's number one. They don't dodge any arms. And for him to put up something like that, it was like one day where he had 4 at-bats and every exit velocity was 97 or better. He's one of my personal favorites to watch in the class.
We'll enjoy seeing him at Chase Field. Josh Gibbs, north of Atlanta. He's from Cumming, Georgia. He's a Georgia commit. East Cobb makes sense. That is his travel team. Mario Magana Jr. is out of Miami, Florida, plays for FTB. Nelly's team plays for the famous Nelly. Then there's Noonan, Georgia's Dax Kilby. Team Elite, his travel team. He's a Clemson commit. When you watch him, what are some of his virtues as a player?
His ability to impact the baseball, more specifically, impact the baseball to all fields. It really stood out early in the summer, headed into the national showcase where he flashed some power. We needed to see that, but then he comes out and runs a 6.47. So now it's like, hey, the left-handed hitter that you loved, that you think there's some power projection there, that always kind of shows that hit tool. It's like, we didn't know it was that type of athlete. And so he took advantage of that, and it was awesome to see kind of that development over the last couple of years leading to that really shining moment where the tools came out.
Yeah, you guys get such a wonderful combination of gameplay and the metrics when it comes down to a showcase setting. It's the best. Jaden Stroman, yes, it's Marcus Stroman's brother, he of the New York Yankees. Kelvin Paulino Jr., Thomasville, North Carolina, 5-star Mafia, Miami commit. Now we go to Purvis, Mississippi. To me, this is one of the more intriguing stories of the summer. And man, the Parker brothers couldn't be more different and yet gifted family guys.
Yeah, Jacob, festival kid and came to the PG underclass All-American games out in Malibu and Pepperdine last year. And everybody that was there, from players to parents to scouts, just stopped. I mean, it was completely silent when this guy took BP. They were building a wall in right field. Construction workers up on top of the wall, like full going. He was hitting it over the construction workers. Now, JoJo, it was one of the first group that comes in, one of the eye-opening performances of the National. Like, who's going to step up? There's somebody, we know these guys are good players. He barreled everything. You could have thrown it outside of the batter's boxes, and he was going to find a barrel on it. Big exit velocities. He moves well. His instincts, being like that football pedigree, were huge. He gets good jumps. He gets good reads. And the tools are well above a lot of his peers. So it was awesome to see JoJo kind of take that next step this summer and then do it on the highest level. So I'm telling you, they could have bounced the ball and he would have hit it at the National.
Yeah, it's a great story, and they're incredibly competitive, and it's to their benefit for sure. Jaden Foskey, congratulations, out of Willowbrook, Illinois. Here's another one. He bumped up about 75 points in the rankings with what he's been able to do. Mason Braun is an LSU commit. Canes National, his travel team. Then there's Sean Gamble. He's a Vanderbilt commit. He's a big Cubs fan, Midwestern guy out of Des Moines, Iowa. Jared, I talked to him a couple of years ago at one of your guys' great events that you put on. He seemed like he was well beyond his age and maturity. How about as a player, how is he maturing?
So if he walks up to you, you're not going to realize what type of power he has. He's an excellent athlete, 6'4", in the 60 at the National Showcase, was 92 from the outfield. He moves well. He's got a really good first step. He's kind of that twitchy athlete. But when he stands next to you, you can tell there's 20, 25 pounds to add. This isn't, can we add 10 or 15 pounds? You can add 20 or 25 pounds. And then still at this kind of slender, not matured physical body, in game, he's still putting up 108 exit velocities on a triple at the National Showcase at Chase Field. In one of the hardest places to do it, because you never see the same pitcher, you can never get in the same rhythm, and everybody's throwing seemingly mid-90s, and he just shows up and kind of checks the boxes at every event. He did it all summer, so him putting that type of performance on the biggest stage kind of solidified that he's absolutely one of the top hitters in the country with still so much projection remaining as he physically matures.
Bud Coombs. He's committed to Maryland. Play both football and baseball. We'll see where his future goes. Congratulations. L.J. Edwards, Lake Helen, Florida. Duke commit. Really strong L.J. Edwards. You go a little bit further north, you meet the home of Eric Hines, Tuscaloosa, Alabama. His nickname is Puppy. If you walk up on him, he doesn't look like a puppy at all. He looks like he's a bulldog about to take you out. East Coast Sox, his travel team. Ty Peoples is from Livonia, Georgia. Twice he's been All-State already. Now, Jared, this is one of my favorite dudes. The next guy, Owen Jenkins, catcher, Louisville commit, and if I'm going to get this right, about 400 points up in the rankings is what he was able to do. What do you like about him?
So we started getting some buzz from scouts, midway through spring about Owen, that he's taken the next step. He's always had some power. He's always had some tools. It was arm strength and power bat, really. But he transformed his body. And there's not many high school catchers that come along, especially in the last few years, that have his type of explosiveness and athleticism. You're talking 85 mile an hour arm strength, the 1.9 pop time, but he ran a 6.54. That's the type of athlete you're getting with this kid, and he had an awesome performance, but that overall athleticism you just don't see behind the plate, especially for a guy that you do think is going to stay there, which we definitely think Owen Jenkins is going to be a catcher for a long time.
Omar Stern, you were talking about Jenkins' power. Stern has had power for a long, long time. We welcome him to the roster. And then one final man behind the plate, Peter Mershon out of Taylor's South Carolina Canes national team, a South Carolina commit. So those are the East bats. When we come back, we'll take a look at some of those arms. Our All-American Classic preview rolls right on, getting you set for the 22nd edition, August 18th at Chase Field in Phoenix, Arizona. Darren and Jared welcoming you back to our All-American Classic preview show. So last winter time, when it was good and cold in Brooklyn, New York, I reached out to a young man who, as an underclass athlete, threw 99 at the event in Jupiter, the World Wood Bat Association World Championship. He was there with the Breakthrough Series athletes, and it turned everyone's head. It was kind of cleanup time later in the game, and then everyone stopped, and everyone knew of a young man out of Queens, Miguel Sainz. Well, when he landed at Chase Field in Phoenix, Arizona, all eyes were upon him. He took a minute right before he went out and worked and went underneath where the big leaguers practice swinging the bat, but he didn't swing a bat. He educated us when he gets on the mound exactly how he goes to work, trying to touch triple digits just about every time out. So you and I got together on your turf, and we talked a lot about pitching. It's one thing to talk about it, Miguel. It's another thing to show me. Will you be willing to show me?
Of course. Miggy's time today, making the start. Just outed it past him.
Time has a special arm. That's the only way to describe it.
So I like to toe the corner of the rubber here, like basically on top of the lefty. I like to face my whole body towards him. Sometimes I would be here, but I changed that to be here. I feel like I'm more in control of the mound. I love being in control of the game, and just like, when I see the batter there, it's just me and you. He's just like an obstacle in the way, so I like to get through that. I set here, I come 2 steps here, collect my breath. Sometimes I can hold it here, and I lift my leg. Now, I pride myself in my hinge, so my load. I feel that's where I generate all my energy. And I like to point my glove all the way out here, so that way I can coil that and just snap right above where my glove was. When I land here, most of the time I'm like almost all the way up to scap retraction. And from here, all you see is my front side. And I cover everything. I get open. And then when I'm around here, that's when I really start to like separate everything. Hips go, I go from there. So I feel like I do a good job just hiding the ball. Swing and a miss. That's a fastball down and in. 95.5 miles an hour. I like to pride myself in this fastball right here. I keep my fingers closed so I can grip the seams harder. And I just like to rip it down like that. And I feel like I get the illusion that it's rising with the vertical break. And sometimes I shift it this way, and it has some sink to it. So, I just feel very fluid and very loose on the mound. So I like, yeah.
So here's what's fun to me. Your big number, your 99 record at Jupiter. Which, by the way, you understand the amount of pitchers that have come through there.
It was a consolation game. I was it's easy to take yourself out of the game, especially when you're pitching on the back end. And, you come out, you're ready to throw against a great team. I mean, Hawaii Elite was a really good team.
Yeah.
So Constellation game was kind of crazy to face them. It was a fun game overall. And I just kept my mentality there that I'm going to dominate no matter what. I feel like baseball is all about, obviously, sportsmanship and a competition. I just pride myself in being a competitor. So it's me versus you, see who's better, see who's better.
What would it mean to you to be a perfect game All-American?
It would mean the world, just being on TV, national TV, is just a step closer to my dream, becoming a Major League Baseball player. And not only that, just becoming a Hall of Famer, that's my main dream. And there's different steps to that. I feel like this would be a huge step to that. Being seen, a bunch of cameras, bunch of gear and everything, yeah. Especially being my friends.
So your goal is to be a Hall of Famer?
Yeah.
Thank you, pal, I appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
So Jared, it's interesting, when you have an arm like that, you have cold weather pitchers. I know there's not one theme, you have lefties, righties, but as you watch these East Coast pitchers pitch, what impresses you the most? I mean, outside of they're fighting weather all the time, they're having to do a lot of throwing indoors, but this class of East Coast pitchers, this is far from a slouch class. Again, you had a difficult decision, probably keeping everybody in there with all the great arms back on the East.
Yeah, there was a ton of kind of versatility in the class too, with your hard throwers, like Miguel, and you had some kind of projectable lefties. You had some super quick arm lefties, kind of all shapes and sizes, different arm slots, different pitches, how they attack pitchers. There are years you go out and it's like, man, everybody's a right-handed pitcher that's in the 90-94 range, and they all have a slider and a changeup, right? This year, I think you're going to take away from the game that everybody is unique. The versatility of just the repertoires are going to be really hard on the hitters, I think, because everybody's so different, trying to attack the same way and beat that opposing hitter. So I think that's going to be the big takeaway when people watch the game.
What a wonderful answer, man. I can't wait to see it just because of that. That's what wins you games in big events, is having different looks, different sides. Let's go back to Simon, though. I'd love to know the scout's perspective, the common man perspective, me sitting watching him. He had some control issues his first inning that frustrated him. And I think what I loved more about him is that he kind of bucked it up and said, all right, I'm going to go back out and get things right. And boy, in that second inning, it seemed like he really got things right.
When you're that young, because he's young for the class, and you throw that hard, you're going to have some sinking issues, as it goes. And it is tough because he does throw so hard. So it's an uncomfortable at bat, especially before he kind of gets the timing within his process and in his delivery to have a more consistent release point. But as soon as he gets going, which he has a couple times this summer, where we've seen him kind of hone in on the craft and not just throw, he started using his breaking ball more this summer. That's taken a nice step forward. Still some developmental things that have to happen there. But a year ago, he wouldn't have been able to bounce back from that first inning and get to that second inning where he was dominant. So when you're looking at that and you do have a little bit of a resume on a kid, that's such a positive thing to see. You're going to have those days, you're going to have those innings, but your ability to bounce back, and as a young kid in the class, for him to be able to do that with that type of stuff, it was awesome to see. And kind of we needed to see it too. Like, are you taking those steps from the physical ability to being able to put that into games and actually get out? So it was impressive to see him be able to bounce back like that.
I went off script and asked for that scouting report because I lived intimately with that meeting too. I know we were just gonna introduce Miguel, but I wanted to get your opinion. Jack Bauer, I want your opinion on him. I'll quickly tell our viewers. He's from Frankfurt, Illinois, top tier Americans. Who is Jack Bauer now?
It may be just the quickest arm in the entire class when it's just pure shoulder speed. It's a really, really tough low slot. There's a lot of horizontal movement that comes with that. He doesn't throw anything straight. Having that type of arm speed, he's another one that can get out of whack at times. And being a 17-year-old, that's going to happen with that type of sheer hand speed, arm speed, the explosiveness of what he does. It's like a wipeout slider that he can get swings and misses in the zone and out of the zone. But when he is attacking the zone, he doesn't even have to use sides of plate. He can go down the middle, and his stuff is that good that when he throws strikes, he's nearly unhittable at this age.
Landon Harmon,
New Albany, Mississippi, Mississippi State commit, Easley Baseball Club. Jordan Martin is from Jefferson City, Missouri, 95 miles an hour. Nico Partita is out of Manville, Texas, Marucci Elite. Miles Upchurch is from Odenton, Maryland. Wow factor, he's an Alabama commit. He's got these crazy goals. His ERA was .88 his high school junior year. He wants to drop it to .5 or lower. He was 4-1 strikeout to walk, 82 and 20. He wants to go to 5-1. Big goals for a talented kid, and you like what you see.
He's been one of the best to just watch grow because he's kind of always been around the zone. He's had better than average stuff with his peers. Really the last couple years, and you can tell he's done it organically through just hard work. It's 2 miles an hour. It's not that 5 mile an hour jump, right? That you see and you're like, hey, that's a pretty big jump in a short amount of time. He was like 88, 90 2 years ago, and then 90, 93 at the end of last summer, and then this year up to 96. So you just see every year he's putting in the work, and the velocity's coming. He was always a good athlete. The delivery is really sound. He's pounding the zone now. He has 2 better than average that could be, potentially plus breaking balls in his curveball and his slider, with a 4th pitch coming in his changeup. So he just has starter written all over him, and you're not necessarily worried about that growth because he's done it over a period of time. And I think he just maintains what he's done at the end of this summer and takes it in the next spring. And you know what? Those goals that you just read off that he has for himself, he probably gets to because that's the type of worker he is. Take away the stuff.
Taylor Tracy, Austin, Texas. Coach Vitello got him to commit to the national champs in Tennessee. This is a talented athlete. Excited to see him work. Austin Weiss is from Rockville, Maryland. Left-handed pitcher, Maryland commit. This is like a plus 200 guy in your most recent rankings. Mid-Atlantic Red Sox, 94 fastball. So, Cam Appenzeller, Springfield, Illinois. Another huge bounce in the rankings. About 450. GBA is travel team. South Carolina commit. So last year, Jared, he was like 84, 85, which is great. I would have taken that. He's not 84, 85 anymore. He's all grown up.
Yeah, this is another one that was a pleasant surprise just to see what he's done, and it hasn't been through him gaining a ton of weight, yet. He was always, that wiry, kid and missed bats. At mid-80s, he was missing bats, right? Well, now that he's touching 93, a little more zip. It's actually a little more movement, and the breaking ball has just gotten a ton better. It could be a slider in the future, it could be a sweeper in the future, but it ducks under barrels really, really quickly. Starting potential, and kind of checks the box. And I keep saying checks the box, but this is one that does as far as what you're looking for in a high school lefty. He can already pitch, he can already miss barrels, and he's not even close to being done physically. So when he is, you can just see he's going to be able to go deep into games, and he's going to be able to go deep into games missing bats. A beautiful projectable lefty that has really taken the next step over the last calendar year.
Cooper Rummel joins the roster. He has 3 goals, the man out of Austin, Texas, in this upcoming school year. Stay healthy, win state, and throw 100. Then there's Holden Herring out of College Station, Texas. And now who is Holden Herring?
Chalk him up as that classic big, everything's bigger in Texas, right-handed pitcher that we've heard so much of and seems to be one of those guys on every team in the big leagues. It's an easy low 90s, can pull back, can reach back, and touch the mid 90s. Not done by any stretch of the imagination, but I think the body control with the big frame, it's athletic, it's fluid. You can see him, if there was a guy that, we're getting reports on early in the spring that's up to 98, 99 and kind of holding mid 90s during the game, it's that big Texan right there.
That's incredible. So there you go. That's the East squad. Visit perfectgame.org to see everyone in depth on this East roster. When we come back, Jared's going to break down the West roster. The studio's here in Arizona. That's where the game is being played. So I'm very curious, as you can imagine, about the West roster. This is the Perfect Game All-American Classic Preview Show.
Good baseball names here. Caminiti and Sheffield as that's hit on the ground. Could do it. There's one on to first. Did he dig it out? He did! It's a double play and the West wins it. Wow, what a play at first.
Darren and Jared back with you. So the West wins back-to-back, looking to make it 3 years in a row. Jared, right out of the gates, one of your themes when we flipped the lights on this show was, my goodness, the West this year. My goodness, California.
What are some of the things that you're noticing? Uptick baseball. I mean, we're now past 2020, and COVID shut down the West like it was nobody's business. Those days are long gone. It seems like talent is really flourishing out West for you guys.
Yeah, this is one of the best overall collection, the depth, right, that we're seeing out West. And we've talked about this for a couple years, that like, oh my gosh, California's back, right? But this isn't just California. This is the whole West Coast, really from the four corners over. And I'm not sure that I can remember a class from like number 20 could be a top 15 pick a year from now. So we're just ecstatic of how deep and how talented the West are. And normally you get the like the baseball players, there's a stigma out West, right? That we do it hard and we do it the right way and we do all. However, you're combining these West Coast baseball players with the tools that are carrying throughout college or pro ball, whichever they may go to next.
Let's get to that West roster, and a very familiar name at the top. Out of Stillwater, Oklahoma, the number one player in the class is Ethan Holiday. We can talk about Matt, but let's talk about Mom Leslie and how strong she is at home. Then there's Corona High School. I'll get into the total number at the end, but Billy Carlson is up first. It seems like he probably could do anything he wanted to, Jared, on a baseball field. He's a shortstop right now.
It's been a bit of a Bryce Rayner, vibe when it comes to freshman year. Somebody thinks he's a pitcher. Sophomore year, somebody thinks he's a shortstop. Junior year, somebody tells us he could be both. And now you get to his junior summer, going into his senior year, and I think he's firmly a shortstop. Exceeded all the expectations. Ran a 6.68. Nobody's ever questioned the glove. He could always pick it. Lateral movement, body control, change arm angles. He could do it all at shortstop and always has. But it's the bat this summer. He hit at every spot, and he hit for power, and he did it all spring for Corona as well. So this wasn't just, hey, I had a good couple months. I've had a good calendar year, and again, I think he's the one that like solidified when people ask, hey, pitcher, hitter, and he's talented on the mound now. But this is a shortstop that just played shortstop every inning of every game at the WWBA and beat everybody and won a title. So if you're picking a shortstop to maybe go and win you a title, the guy won a national title for his high school, then won a national title for his travel team. This is the guy.
Dimitri and Delman Young, both high draft picks, both good major leaguers. Their nephew is Quentin Young. He's writing his own story. Tate South, the team's brother Ty, was the MVP of last year's game. Now here's Tate. Now this is a guy that bounced up the rankings. Whoa, about 150 points up the rankings. You already know I'm a Dodgers fan. I don't hide that. So of course, Dino Ebel, we love watching him wave home guys for the Los Angeles Dodgers, like Shohei. And if you're Brady Ebel, you can learn from Dad, who's learning from Shohei. Well, Brady Ebel's his own man now. Another Corona High School guy, Eli Willis. Fort Cobb, Oklahoma. Here's another one. You guys have been seeing him for a long, long time. Dad Reggie, Eli deserves to make this team, man.
Another Bloodlines guy, right? And another guy that if he had a different last name would be right where he is. Switch hitter, can absolutely play shortstop. He is one that has kind of trained and developed, in the summer and gotten his reps in, and this summer went a little more national. And you could just see all the developmental aspects that have gone into his game, and a lot of it was just strength. To be fair, it's a baseball family, right? And they do baseball things, but the power that he has from both sides of the plate, being able to split gaps, there's going to be a ton of pull side power there down the line. And another guy with massive instincts. He can take an extra base, he can steal a base, he can do all the little things. Just always seems to be in the right place defensively as well. And again, the arm strength, the ability to change arm angles, get it out quick, body control, it's all there. This guy should play shortstop and hit at the top of the lineup no matter what level he goes to after his senior year.
We've known about Dean Moss for a long, long time, and we should. Anthony Pack is out of Lakewood, California. 4 things he mentioned I want to accomplish at a higher level this year off the field: respect, listening, kindness, and humility. That's who this athlete is, Anthony Pack Jr. There's Josiah Hartshorn now out of Anaheim, California. Josiah, Texas A&M commit. USA Prime is travel team, and it's big power, right, Jared?
This is one of the more fascinating things that I've seen. Goes to Chase Field, a little dinged up this summer, so he turns around lefty, and he's been working switch hitting. He's trying to hit it in the hamburger restaurant at Chase Field, and almost doing it. He's hitting doubles at every spot and only hitting from the left side. You know, and I think it's probably a blessing in disguise, because if that's on your profile and you're a true switch hitter with power, obviously it doesn't matter if you're a first baseman, if you're a left fielder, whatever it is, which he may be down the road. But what he's been able to do, and do it with power, I mean, we're sending text messages back and forth about how astonishing it is, and how much work you have to put in to be able to do that, especially the competition. He doesn't dodge anybody. You know, USA Prime doesn't dodge anybody. It's a fascinating story. He's an off-the-charts makeup kid, too. So excited to see, hopefully, him get healthy by the All-American Classic and put on some shows here for everybody to see.
Usually slap hitters that are your switch hitters. That's amazing. So, Diego Velasquez out of Reseda, California. Crespi, that's a famous name in Southern California. Excited to introduce him, as well as Kason Cunningham out of San Antonio, Texas. Xavier Nyans, Mount Vernon, Washington. Already the Washington Gatorade Player of the Year. So tell us about Xavier, what makes him such a special talent?
I met Xavier when he was 13. So the backstory, he hits with a guy that played travel ball for me and then played for me at FIU, got to the big leagues this year with the Rays, and he sends me video of this kid when he's 13 years old, and it was like, I don't believe you, right? So fast forward from there, if I was to draw up the best offensive, talent in the class, it would probably be Xavier. What he can do with controlling the zone, what he can do with two-strike approach, and the power is the power. What he went opposite field at a big league stadium easily, for a home run at the National Showcase. It's not the first time we've seen him do stuff like that. He was awesome at the 17U WWBA. He was awesome a couple years before. Has always challenged himself and played up since like his freshman year. So he wanted to make sure he was going against older competition. You're just talking about a guy that, in the conversation where it's like he can probably do anything he wants on the field. But this guy's left-handed power and the ability to probably stay and produce in the middle of the lineup at the very highest level, you can see it as a 17-year-old kid. He is so impressive.
There's a tunnel that Corbin Carroll walks down every day to go to work and play at Chase Field. Corbin Carroll, the Rookie of the Year, the PG All-American alum. We got in that same tunnel, and he stood and he talked about who he is as an athlete, Xavier Nyans. Danny Wetzelman producing this feature. Let's get to know Xavier and what makes him so special.
So I'm from Mount Vernon, Washington, and it's smaller than most towns. I'm an hour north of Seattle, so there's not much to do. Like me and my friends, we play wiffle ball like all the time. Like even like winter and fall, like if it was cold out, we'd still go out and play wiffle ball. During COVID in like 2020, I like kind of made a little field around my yard, and like I hosted a tournament, and we had like 8 kids there, and we played a little tournament. It was a bunch of fun. I won it. And like 2020 also gave me time to like, get in the weight room, and that's when I started lifting and stuff. And I got a cage in my barn, and I started hitting. Like I'd hit every day. So that's kind of when I became a better baseball player as well.
Xavier Nyans swings and clubs that one to deep left center field. Back to the fence. It's out of here.
This is a quality hitter right there. That's a grown man swinging the bat, driving it out the left center field right there. On a 93-mile-per-hour fastball.
Wow.
I was always pretty good at baseball, but then I remember like an off season between like 12U, I think. I kind of like got like a little leg kick, and I tried to swing like Bryce Harper.
Beautiful swing.
And I actually became like pretty good, and I actually started hitting for like a little bit of power and stuff because I was like always pretty big. And then 14U, I hopped on the summer circuit with Trotsky. I wasn't ranked right off the bat. And then 8th grade I committed to Oregon State, and I got invited to like the national showcase, and I was like excited to go, and it helped me out quite a bit. I remember like the second round of rankings dropped in 8th grade, and I remember I was sitting in school, I was sitting in class. I checked like the rankings just because, and like they'd updated, and I was at 19. Like I told all my friends, like I was super excited.
Slashed into left field by Nyans.
Yeah, that helped my confidence out quite a bit, after the 14U showcase, and I got invited to the Select Fest. Jeremy Brown talked to me a little bit. In the Select Fest, I'm still friends with most like everybody that was there, so it's pretty cool. I've always pretty much been like the top 10 in the rankings, and like sometimes like I slid out to like 11 one time, but then it's just kind of tough for where I live because I don't get like in the off season, like there's not like a bunch of baseball recognition, especially high school ball. I never felt like a bunch of pressure on me, right? I was just out there like having fun, and I think I've gotten more mature in that side of things as I've gotten older. Like there's not much pressure, It's just you're out there having fun, you're with your friends.
second of the night for Shenson. He's driven in 6.
Me and Austin Shenton met back in, I want to say like 2019. It was before COVID hit, and he was still at FIU. And you know, he trained at the same place I did, and he worked out with the same person I did because he's from Bellingham, which is like 30 minutes north of me. I remember hitting with him one time when I was like 12 or 13. He asked me if I wanted to hit. I'm like, yeah, sure. I was like super nervous. I remember like we'd always hit, and I'd be like stuttering around him because I'm so nervous. But now like he's like my big brother. Like in the off season, like I'm with him like almost every day, training and stuff, hitting. He talks to me about summers and stuff, and he's like, this summer is like, this is gonna be the best one you get because you're traveling, you're with your friends and everything. Like, you know, he's in minor league baseball right now, grinding it out. He's like, just remember to have fun. And like, there's never any pressure on me. But then in the summers is when I like really stand out because I'll work hard in between high school ball and summer ball to get ready, and I'll go to like a WWA and like put up pretty good numbers. Obviously, like kids from like California or Texas or Florida are going to be like a little bit more ready for summer ball than I am, just because of where they're from. Like, you know, Washington, we like our first high school games are like 40 degrees and sideways rain, and it's like it's difficult. And you look at all the video, and it's like March and 70 degrees in Cali. You're like, dang, I wish I was there. But overall, like, it's fine. Like I did my same routine training to get ready for summer ball this year as I did last summer, and it worked out pretty well.
Back to the roster, another group of hitters. Mason Pike, Puyallup, Washington. A couple of times he's won a state championship in wrestling. I don't know what to make of Slater DeBrun. I mean, just blew my doors off watching him play. Deserves to be there, there's no doubt. A Vanderbilt commit. You watched Slater play. You've watched him quite a bit this summer. What have you seen?
I mean, when we're just talking about Corbin Carroll, if you don't think that we've thrown that around, and probably unfairly, with Slater DeBrun, 6'3", runner, goes and gets it in center field, is willing to bunt, is willing to take bases, is willing to steal, dirt ball reads, like the whole thing. But he has got way more power than a lot of people have seen, and when he gets going, he's going to show it. He was one of the guys that we were most excited about as we got to see him more and more this summer. And then he goes to Chase, and what does he do? He just hits like he always does. So we're so excited, unfairly throwing an all-star Corbin Carroll comp on anybody in high school, but it just has that vibes. And when people see the power that he has, you might get a couple more people going, well, maybe.
Gavin Feen is from Temecula, California, a Texas commit. Out of Katy, Texas, Lucas Franco joins the roster. Another Texas 12 guy, TCU commit. Brock Sell is out of Stockton, California. Stockton's representing. He's a left-handed hitter. Then there's big Trent Grindlinger. It's one thing to play for Huntington Beach High School. They have great uniforms, a beautiful field, huge expectations. Like Corona, everybody wants to beat Huntington Beach High School. But then you step into the shoes of first-round draft pick, Ralphie Velasquez.
And we knew he was one of the top catchers. He was polished. He's tough. You can tell he loves the position. It's a big, accurate arm. He receives, he blocks. He's willing to do all the little things. To be a catcher, you got to want to catch, and you can go and watch him play, and he wants to catch. This summer, though, he took the year and clearly cleaned some things up in his swing. It's a shorter swing. It's more powerful. It's on time. He hit high-level pitching the entire summer at some of the hardest events to hit at, and carried that over to where we saw him going 105s, 106s, 108s during BP, and then he gets in game and continues to show that hit tool. So you're talking about maybe, at least arguably, the most well-rounded catcher in this class, and it's been a lot on him, going from that catch-first guy to that true overall player where he can get in the box and do it there too.
An incredible guy to watch. By the way, his brother Jared, the number 2 player overall in the class of 2027. So, Braden Joska. Here's what makes this catcher interesting. He's 6'6", number 3 catcher overall. He's an Oregon commit, plays for NorCal. And then rounding out the roster, Mets fans out there, anybody? Bruin Agbayani, Benny Agbayani. He coaches his son, a talented middle infielder, a Hawaiian. Excited to see him. So, those are the West hitters. We've got really, really good arms. When we come back all out west, Jared and I thank you for hanging out with us on the Perfect Game All-American Classic Preview Show. Darren and Jared, and let's get into the final part of this roster, although we're going to talk about a pitcher who could be a hitter, who actually is a hitter, as we get into the West.
He's from Chino, California. He's the #1 right-handed pitcher, Jared, in the land. His name is Seth Hernandez. Yet he can swing it too.
Yeah, he's been incredible this summer. Really, the entire spring. This is a guy that's been on the national stage for a long time. He's a winner. He seems to win everywhere he goes. Whether that's WWBAs like he did this year, or whether that's high school. We had him up to the high 90s this spring. Playing so many games this summer, kind of in the mid 90s, but it's polish. I mean, this is a guy that we start talking about, hey, who's the best high school righty you've ever seen? And I go back to, the Bundys, the Fernandezes. More recently, a lot of guys have the Leskos, where there's a huge faction of our company, especially the younger guys, that this is him. Hernandez is the best guy they've seen, and I can't argue with him. He's been that special. Then you fast forward to the championship game of the WWBA, and he hits a grand slam, a no-doubt home run after he hit the whole tournament, showed power, can play multiple spots if you're not trying to save his arm. This is a baseball player with the highest level tools, and in all honesty, if he was a hitter, he still might be in this game.
Brett Crossland gets to be home. Now, I'm sure he'll go stay at the team hotel, but he's a Phoenician and an All-American. Reagan Ricken is out of Temecula, California. Little Rick is what he is known. LSU is where he is committed, so excited to see Reagan Ricken take his inning. Brock Kettleson out of Scotts Valley, California. High spin, high fastball, 93, 94, but high spin on that. Now here's the fourth guy from Corona High School, because Ethan Bingaman, PG All-American, is transferring in. Excited to see him go to work. I'm also excited to see Cruz Schoolcraft, and this is an athlete we've been seeing since that 14U Select Festival. He's gotten bigger. Even showed you guys a big exit velocity when he went into that station. So I'd love to know more about a guy who's 6'8" and still isn't all the way to a ceiling.
We left the 17U WWBA, half jokingly, but half not, just going, hey, the Bryce Eldridges of the world, the 6'7", 6'8" lefties, they're just hitters disguised as pitchers. And he was awesome at the 17U WWBA. He hit some majestic home runs there. And we really were kind of throwing the idea around of like, this kid is probably going to get drafted as this massive, power potential type left-handed hitter. We get to his turn on the mound. He touches 97, another guy that has some feel with a ton of movement. The breaking ball's already in the upper 80s. He has feel for 3 pitches. We all looked around and kind of said, well, I guess maybe he's a pitcher, right? I think the best thing to say is that this kid's story's not done. He's not even really strong yet. How could he be with how long and how tall he is? But he is a fascinating baseball player, and he's going to be one of the guys I think that's going to be more followed this spring than anybody else, to kind of see what or who he is. And if there was a guy in the class, that I think could get drafted and really given the chance to be a two-way guy in pro ball, it's Cruz.
So UCLA commit Angel Cervantes is on the roster. Linwood, California. All of us parents out there are saying, be careful with social media. Put some clips up on Twitter. John Savage checked it out, the head coach of UCLA, got in his car and drove and watched him pitch. Offered him very soon after that. That's the good stuff. Angel Cervantes deserves to be on the roster. Jack LaFlamme is on the roster. Brophy Prep, where he goes to school in Central Phoenix, is probably about a 10-minute drive from Chase Field. So we've got Crossland and then LaFlamme, both local guys getting to play in this game. Tell us about Jack LaFlamme, please.
He's that classic, highly projectable right-handed pitcher, kind of that classic guy that you're like, all he needs to do is gain some strength. He pounds the zone already, even though he's long. The body control and how he repeats his delivery is exceptional. It's boxed, it's short, and the timing at release is awesome for his 3-pitch mix. The slider has late.
After a little bit of a break in the action, we play baseball again. The weather is gone. The delays have gone away. The lightning warnings have stepped aside. These 14 talented athletes came to Florida for one reason. Not to stand around in the clubhouse, but to play baseball. And so if you're just joining us, Jeremy Brown, Danny Wexelman, Darren Sutton, and they're going to take the field ready to roll. Let's just do this thing right now and get back to work. Geronimo Fermin is on the mound. He'll get hot. Let's take a quick peek at our launch, hydrate, highlights, recap. If you're just joining us, some pretty stuff on the mound from the left side. Yadiel Diaz, he had a couple of strikeouts. He also had a good friend defensively, Ethan Stewart. Stu getting comfortable, and then Mr. Cotton was really, really good on the mound. A couple of strikeouts on his resume in the second inning. Peeking through that launch hydrate summary, it's Mr. Striker Pence touching 94 miles an hour. Got out of a mess. There were some miscues behind him, ended up being a little bit costly all the way around, and a run would score, but Striker, again, big velocity and a bunch of strikeouts. And a ground ball, tough play. It gets even tougher when it's pushed to the right side. Drew Wilson reaches. Drew Wilson is now on the move as he attempts to steal. A pickoff, moves all the way around, and then into the fourth inning. Right before the rains came, we saw some more good action. Bat in the hands. Orlando Oates was on. He was moving around the bases. Noah Knutson with an RBI. Beautiful piece of hitting. How about that swift slide? Orlando Oates, and that is how we arrive here. This is Geronimo Fermin out of Orlando, Florida, Venezuelan by birth, and obviously an opportunity for Fermin to play down at an academy in Venezuela, the left-hander. Let's bring Danny Wexelman, and I hear she may be connected with us with something to add. Danny?
Just make sure, just give it to me. I'll go.
Hi, Dee. I am. I wanted to tell you that this is actually his first full year as a PO, which we affectionately known as a pitcher only. He said, I was an outfielder last year. This year, I just wanted to be a pitcher, but I had to fix my mentality. He said, it used to get me really frustrated when I couldn't figure things out on the mound, but I told myself, I've got to stop getting mad. I have to change my attitude, and he's done that. He's here now. You mentioned Venezuela, and he told me, I am so proud to represent that country, Dee.
Great stuff, Danny, and we'll be hearing from Danny as long as we're here, as long as we keep beating the rain. Geronimo Fermin, how did you and your scout team find him?
I mean, 14-year-old lefties up to 87 miles per hour don't grow on trees, so when you see that, and we've seen him, again, we've spoken how we've seen these players since they were so young, and he came to the main event showcase, I want to say 2 years ago, as like a 12-year-old and pitched up against 14, 15-year-olds and was up to 81. So it's all coming together for Geronimo, and it's one I'm excited to see. You see the broad-shouldered frame. He's 5'10". He's going to continue to grow into his stature. And it's always interesting when you get a Venezuelan into the game.
Brandon Perkins Jr. from Bowling Green, Kentucky, shaking hands with the umpire and the catcher, getting ready. He's waited a while for this at-bat. Plays for Todd Green's D-backs scout team, and the first pitch dives down and in. And we're back underway. South Warren High School for this man, this hitter, Perkins Jr., who's had a busy summer. East of the East, 15U Wood Bat event, 15U Jupiter. Had a big event there, BCS, WWBA. When you saw him at those events, Perkins, what did you see?
Exactly what we're seeing with him all weekend is the bat speed. It's a unique setup in the box. It's the lower hand set, but his hands are so lightning quick that he gets a barrel out front. And I was going to actually use him as my player at the Open. He didn't have any home runs this summer. But then you see him out here, and he's impacting the ball better than I thought he was even capable of. And when you have that type of frame, that type of athleticism, he can go get it out in center field too. So, long story short, he does a lot of what we like to see.
Megan and Brandon, his parents, and Jada and Naya, his siblings. And did we just hear another weather delay? We may have just heard that. Some of the defenders who have waited so long tossed their gloves in the air before catching them. And we may have had another delay. We will see again. I always follow along to hear what I am told. Fielders are still out on the field, and I'm not quite sure if that's what we heard. We did hear a horn here locally because of a weather reassumption. And it looks like that may be it. Again, let's see. The East squad obviously wants to hit. The left-hander wants to go to work. It is officially, according to the local website, it is a delay, a lightning delay. So just as we brought you back, just as we reset the action, Brandon Perkins Jr. says, hey, man, let me hit. I got a flight, 5 o'clock. Let's go. I want to play. And so the umpires will gather together now. And again, travel is part of the story here with these families. Obviously, school, education, they're all really good students, so they're planning to get back home, most of them tonight, right, Jeremy?
Oh, yeah. Yep. We got flights coming up, so that's why we got them hot, got them out as quickly as we could.
And again, the umpires head off the field, and Clint Hurdle, Ryan Klesko, MLB, long-time journeys for both of them. And that's a Dodgers home run celebration there, throwing the seeds right there at him. There's Clint. His team, by the way, went to the World Series in 2007 with the Rockies. I love the wisdom that he passes along to these out, and all of us, really. He's such a positive text. If you're in Clint Hurdle's text chain, you're in a good place. He's a Floridian, too, so he's having a good time on the other side. A lot of those faces that you see on the other end. Well, that West squad, we didn't get to see Madden Pike hit as of yet. So Madden Pike was the one batter that we haven't seen hit on that other side. We want to make sure we get him in at bat. And you saw how frustrated Perkins, and then behind him, Leo Garcia, Colin Raymond, Hudson Simmons, Anthony Haranga, Robert Musia, Grant Arnold, all hoping to hit. And there's a couple of pitcher-onlys, main pitchers that are expected to pitch here in this one as well. But what occurs when you have this type of delay that is mandated, it's local, it's what has to be done, we stop things down for just about a half hour. We do have talent, though. Talent that is here, talent that can have some conversations and maybe make us smile just a bit amongst this lightning delay. Danny, what do you have?
Megan, you're going to have to... All right, we're here. Clint Hurdle, they've been loving on you up in the booth right now. Yeah, you're hanging out on the field right now in your ice cream uniform here, representing the East team. Hey, how many years have you been doing this with Perfect Game?
5. I started, this is only my second program with a 14U select group. So reminds me now that after spending 3 days with these 14-year-olds, my kid was a much better 14-year-old than I gave him credit for.
Okay, let me ask you this. Your perspective is unique because you get to spend a lot of time with big leaguers all the time. You're around the major league game a lot. You played the game, you managed in the game. What impresses you about these guys?
Well, it's easy to say youthful enthusiasm. However, they're 14. Their skill sets are advanced. I mean, that's what impresses me as much as anything. There's some physicality out here that I wasn't expecting to see just as far as size. There's some arm strength that's kind of caught my attention. And then when you watch Montez take 4 swings and hit 2 balls 415 feet, that'll make you pause. I do love the energy. They are 14, though. The locker room's a mess. They think they cleaned it up, but we're going to have to go do it again. And they get a lot of opinions, a lot of thoughts.
Okay, one more, because you guys have an all-star staff on both sides. You have Ryan Klesko, you have Lloyd Thompson, who's been a part of Perfect Game for a long time, Motor City Hit Dogs. Do you see these guys interacting with you all? Do they ask you questions?
We all talk to each other. I think I enjoyed last night sitting next to Ryan. He had his wife and his son with him, but as you all broke down his biography and the home runs, the times in the big leagues, I kept nudging him. I'm going, dude, that's a lot. Holy cow. Dude, you're a really good player. You can hit. Lloyd is just a fountain of information. He's seen a lot of things, and he's a real good touch and feel with the kids. You got Flash on the other side. Yeah. I mean, impressive stuff. And basically all these coaches pour into these kids while we're together. And we do kind of handpick from each other, thoughts, information. So I enjoy it.
Appreciate you. I'm going to have you walk with me. I'm just going to take over for a quick. So we're all going to walk over this way. Ryan Klesko, Lloyd Thompson here. Yeah. Okay. So I saw you at practice yesterday with all these kids. You could be here. Okay. Bye, Clint. All the kids standing around you, talking to them. You're talking about hips. You're talking about arms. I asked you questions too. What kind of information are you trying to give to a 14-year-old kid?
You know, it's all about balance in the box, you know, and there's so many moving parts in the swing, and these kids are really starting to hit their growth spurt. You know, they're getting strong, they're hitting the gym. You've seen you talk about protein in the gym, right? Yeah. Goes from 11U, 12U, which were a few weeks ago. Now these kids are looking for beef and steak and chicken to eat and just hitting the weight room. And the main thing is as they're getting stronger, we just want to make sure that they're their technique in the box is balanced, and they've got a good approach to where they can get the barrel to the baseball. And that's at this age, and these kids are so dang good. It's just a couple tweaks here and there, and they've seen a bunch of them already came up to me and already expressed that it was really starting to work for them. So that makes me, as a coach beyond here, really worth it to see these kids going out there and just working.
Lloyd, for you, real quick, because you've been here for a long time with Perfect Game. You are the world-renowned BP thrower. You've seen a lot of kids come through. What impresses you the most?
This group is just the size, the physicality. It's like frightening how good. I hit ground balls for 2 days, probably 1,000 ground balls, and just how fluid they are, how big they are, how strong they are, how smooth they are. It's like these kids are good. They're really good.
All right, the coaches for the East. That's what we got. That's all I got. D.H. I'm gonna send it back to you guys finally.
D, good stuff. Good stuff getting to know those folks down there, and we're spoiled. Hey, look, I'm a baseball fan first. These were guys that I was around as a baseball fan watching Klesko win a World Series, seeing Clint Hurdle's team break my heart when I was an announcer for the Diamondbacks, and he managed those darn Rockies that knocked the Diamondbacks home. Let's put under the spotlight a couple of athletes that you've been able to see in this event. The first one out of Oxford, Florida. His name is Connor Briggs. He's a first baseman, he's a pitcher, but with that high arm angle, he is really, really tough to deal with on Team East. 6'4", 190. But watch how far he gets extended up over the top. It's unique. It gets great spin on the baseball, gets the extension further down the mound. Some of the schools he's thought about, Florida, Florida State, Miami, Tennessee, and of course been to a couple of baseball camps to open the eyes. And to this point in the summer, he's played in a ton of events, and it's been a really big impact for him, Anna and Justin, his parents, Connor Briggs. And on the other side is a guy who probably could go anywhere on the field, literally. If you tell Luke Esquivel, I need you to play center field, he can do it. If you want him to play first base, he can do it. He's a talented left-handed pitcher as well. As a matter of fact, last night was the winner of the two-way player of the year. Luke Esquivel is his name. He's out of Grapevine, Texas, Grapevine High School. Jimmy Webster is his head coach for that program. And for Esquivel, we've seen him do a little bit of both in this game. I don't know. Let's see how long we last. He's expected to pitch in the 5th inning, but we'll see if, in fact, we see Luke get a chance to get out there. He's already lined one hard and deep to center field. Really stung a baseball earlier in this game. Number 4 overall player in the class of 2028. The SBA Bolts, his team. Lale, his dad, a College World Series champion at Miami. Natalie is his mom. Great baseball family. Of course, Esquivel, the winner of Perfect Game's two-way player of the year award. And I know Dee's working downstairs still. What do you have for us, Dee?
Yeah, well, I'm going to sneak up here. Aaron Garcia is standing over here. He is next to a bunch of his teammates. Hey, what did you do while we were in the rain delay in the big clubhouse?
We was hooping with a sock and a basketball hoop, and I was playing poker with Tony Harper.
Did you happen to maybe try to win something with some fruit snacks? Did that happen?
Yeah, I won some gummies from Tony Harper and Striker Pants. I won it all.
Hey, you guys have known each other for a long time. Explain to people maybe who you guys are as a class, the class of 2028.
The class of 20...
What's he doing over there?
He's making fun of me. The class of 2028 it's a great class. I mean, full of talent, full of studs, and hopefully we're together for like a long time.
Okay, you won the Rawlings Defensive Player of the Year award last night. And when I was describing you, I gave it away, by the way. I really messed that up. I know. I was trying not to, but what I was trying to say was you and I have talked a lot about catching, but you also play on the infield, too. You've worked so hard on your defense. Tell us what you've put into being better and to win that award.
I try to put work in at both, an even amount, because I know that's what it takes to be the best defender, is play every position, and that's what coaches like. So, like, every day when I hit, when I'm done, I field for an hour, catch for an hour every time. So I try to get the best at my work.
How have you gained the most confidence doing that?
With my sister, we field every day, and we do competitions to see who wins, and doing those competitions has gaming confidence for the games.
You and I talked a lot about Alina at the National Showcase and how important she's been to you. What's the summer been like with her training? You've been working on anything specific?
I've been working on my catching frames and throwdowns because I feel like my infield's ahead of my catching right now because I kind of took a lot off this year catching with teams I played for. So I try to gain it back, and she really helped me with that.
Yeah. And how about off the field too? I know that you guys spend time together. You love her. She's your favorite person.
Yeah, she is, but it's hard because she's at UCLA right now in college, so it's hard to talk to her. But I be FaceTiming her a lot, and she be giving me tips and stuff.
All right, last one for you before we're going to send us a break real quick. You guys are up right now in this ball game. It's 2-1 West. Why is West the better team, even though I said that East was going to win last night?
Because we got guys like Zach Estrada and Jacob Gray. You know, we got the talent all around. We just do our job. You know.
They just do their job. That's what they do. That's all it takes. All right, we are going to send it to break. We'll be back on the other side at the 14U Select Festival from JetBlue Park.
Well, we wish we didn't have to do this, but we're going to pause once again at the 14U Perfect Game Select Festival in the middle of, I don't know, a 30-minute delay because of lightning. Hopefully we're about halfway through that. Wanted to get some faces and some sights and sounds from down in the dugout. We're going to kick it on back to our mothership in Brooklyn, New York, and Be Live, our studios, and we're going to take a peek at the 14U preview show. Shot that last week, and it's a wonderful kind of a quick study on what goes on at this event. Some great athletes to mention: Neshoff and Montez and Connor Nichols, Arnold Briggs, Landry Schaus, Biggs. You'll meet them all on this show. But until then, we hope we wrap this game up, give some other athletes a chance to shine here at Fort Myers at Perfect Games 14U Select Festival. We'll see you.
Week out from the 14U Select Festival. We're on campus at the University of Virginia at the Dish. Of course, the site of the 13U Select Festival, but looking ahead to the very final, the elder statesman of the Select Fest in this preview show. Hi there, folks. My name is Darren Sutton. Welcome on campus, and we can't wait to get to JetBlue Park. As a matter of fact, when you look at the 19 new faces that have earned their way on from the 11, 12, and 13 Select Festivals, that's exciting. When you consider the fact that this is the 9th Select Festival, understand that we're seeing now athletes that are not only playing their way to college, but playing their way into professional baseball and even the major leagues. Example, you take a look at this year's draft. Day 1, there were 10 Select Festival alumni at that one. Guys like Christian Moore out of Tennessee, Scottsdale, Arizona's Cam Caminetti. He was at the Select Fest a couple of times, and Connor Griffin, a very, very famous prospect, all of them going early in the draft. Now, I can introduce these rosters very, very well, but the guy who's going to join me now, Jeremy Brown, is a guy who steps in and really helps us understand it. H, by the way, is our National Director of 13 and 14U Player Development and Select Festivals. We have reached that point where your work is not just flowering out college players, but major leaguers now.
Yeah, we're up to 3 of them with Victor Medeiros made the very first debut, Jordan Lawler, and Carlos Rodriguez debuted for the Brewers this year. So we're up to 3, and that's a number that's going to grow very soon, I think.
So it's interesting, at the 14U, you go 11, 12, 13, 14. You have your hands on 13 and 14. And we always kiddingly say in our world, and it's short-sighted to say that, oh, they disappear, then we see them at the high school all-star game. But help me understand. These are a majority freshmen in high school. As you build this team, what comes next for them?
So for them, like you said, we have some that are playdowns as 27s, but mostly 28s. That said, they go on to the junior national, the sophomore national. They have the all-star game, which kind of helped bridge that gap. We never had that prior to last year to the All-American Classic. So now we're seeing those guys make those next steps or two. If you're Grady Emerson, he did all-star game back-to-back years, really do the All-American Classic and complete his, it's not even a trifecta, I think it's like 6 years now. So that's been a nice bridge for the prospects.
Is there a theme? I don't want to nudge you too hard because they're all great athletes, but thematically, when you look at this class, is there a theme that you're noticing?
As a whole, it's absurd power, like light tower power and power arms. So you're going to have some of those big bats versus big arms, so I think we should have some fireworks in Fort Myers.
That means a high strikeout game as well. Homers
That's
and
right.
strikeouts.
That's
You're going to
right.
have both. So let's introduce you to the East class, and I'm just going to tell you this as H gets ready to tell you one more thought on it. Georgia, Florida, New Jersey, the DR, Michigan. As a matter of fact, it's 10 states overall, along with the DR, 4 New Yorkers this year. Something that you pull out of collectively this East roster.
It's just, again, that power. It really stands out when you have guys like Francis Connor Schmidt, Angel Montas. They were triple-digit exit velos. Francis Connor Schmidt was 104, and if you put that at the Big Boy National, he would rank 3rd overall. So that's the type of power the East is going to bring.
That's crazy. We'll get to him in just a minute. Here we go. East bats. Maxim Neshoff. Maximilian, they call him. He's out of Michigan. Brother Rice is where he goes to school. I love the Motor City Hit Dogs. That's one of his travel teams. Angel and Bill, his parents. Hockey and soccer, his sports. But Max is also part of kind of a collective group of athletes, the Redemption Group. What do you mean?
It's the first one. Last year we had, I think, 6 or 7, and I'm like, this is a theme that I want to really promote. And this year there's 10 of them who went to 13U National, did the whole thing, sat in the room. They didn't get that call. Instead of pouting, not wanting to come back, they put in that work. So we had 10 guys who came back after not making it last year, came to the 14U National, and now they're going to be with us in Fort Myers.
Excellent, excellent. And real quickly, just give me a nugget scouting Neshoff.
All you need to know is he's never hit south of 525 in his perfect game career. I think this year was a down year for him at maybe 541. So that kind of speaks to what he is as a player. It's true bat to ball skills, 6'8" runner, just flies, puts pressure on defense. He's a guy you love to have and hate to play against.
So I'm intrigued by this next man, Angel Montas, because he's 13 still, because he played 17 and 18U baseball this summer and performed really well. Who is he?
He's a monster. He's the one that walks in off the bus and you're like, who's that? Every kid gravitated to him at 14, even though they're a year older than him. He hit a bomb at 13U National, and it looked like everyone's like, maybe that was a Washington National guy at 15 who came in. Then he comes again at 14U on the broadcast game, curveball out front, didn't get all of it. Shoes weren't even tied, goes halfway up the net. So it's very real power, 102 exit velo. He's that next big Dominican power bat, 91 from the outfield, so he's one I'm excited to see.
Shoes weren't even
No,
tied.
he wasn't supposed to
see
hit.
the storyteller he's becoming? We don't know if that's true or not, but that's what a good storyteller does.
I appreciate that.
We'll just leave it. We'll just mic drop on the shoes weren't tied. Now, you mentioned the man with 3 names, Francis Connor Schmidt, earlier because of his power. He's from East Chatham, New York. He played a bunch this summer. You guys saw him. He told us 60 games this summer. Plays lacrosse, soccer, basketball, and the cello. He plays the cello as well. The man with 3 names, tell us about him.
He had 3 digits in his exit velo too. He had backside double in game at 14U National, when pull side gap, ground rule double. So when you're hitting like that, you force us to take you. He played a lot of games. He did a lot in the Northeast, not so much on the national circuit. Came to the 14U WWBA. Tyler Russo's like, hey, this is a guy we need to follow at national. Had already been signed up because he did an indoor showcase. Comes out to national, and it's like, I was getting texts. Our guys that did DK go, we got to give him a different bat, different sensor. 104 is not correct. The very next swing was 101. So it's very real power.
Let's shift to arms on the east side. Our next athlete is Caden Nichols. He's out of Durham, North Carolina. He's really earned your respect with what he has done, but here's an athlete too that if he's not playing baseball, he said, put me in the kitchen. So Chef Caden, how does he do what he does?
He carves up hitters like a turkey, I guess, if you want to keep with that theme. It's really low release height, upper 80s. It's easy. The ball jumps. He's got that ride. I know there's a lot of metrics that play with it now. People love that. He would probably max out very close, as high as he could on a 14U level. Sliders for real, ton of strikes. Played for that SBA team that finished #1 in the country, and he's a big part of the reason why.
Okay, now Grant Arnold. Let's talk about Grant. Merritt Island, Florida. He's on the Canes national team. Auburn, UCF, ECU, some of his dream schools.
Yes. And he's another one of those 10 guys that we talked about on the Redemption Tour, who was at 13U, but he came and really took that next jump. He's kind of like Caden Nichols, who we just talked about with that lower release height. He's got some funk to his delivery, but it's also upper 80s, so it's going to get on you quick. By the time you realize when the ball's coming out of the hand, it's already in the catcher's glove. It's really big left-handed power too. He's a really good athlete for how physical he is, running a sub-7 already. So does he end up as a bat? Does he end up as an arm? He's 14, so time will tell us.
I think one of my favorite things is he loves Yordan Alvarez. And it's interesting because here's a 14-year-old who loves a man, and he's as big as Yordan Alvarez, 6'3", 195. I kind of find that charming. Connor Briggs is from Oxford, Florida. This is a great student, AP World History, and by the way, an honors student in calculus, chemistry, Spanish 3. And for him, being a part of this roster from the village's charter schools, this is the 27, and he was at the 21 11 U Select
The very
Festival.
first.
Yeah.
And then he didn't make the 12, he didn't make the 13, but now he's kind of bookending his festival.
How did he do that?
He 14-year World Series, probably delivered the most dominant outing we saw. I don't normally name drop teams, but it was against the Canes to just show how talented the lineup was, and he had them fooled all game. Up to 87 throughout, 6 innings, punched out 10, curveball up to 80 miles per hour from the left-handed slot, hides it really well. So by the time they could recognize spin, again, it was too late for the hitters, and he carved.
All right, let's shift gears to the West roster. Texas, Iowa, California, Arizona, Nevada, Washington, Ohio, but then Puerto Rico and Venezuela. A diverse roster. Just some general thoughts, and I'm excited to see Puerto Rico and Venezuela. That's the DR as well, but the West roster.
You got a good mix. There's a lot of two-way talent here, and I know we're going to touch on a couple of them, but again, you got a lot of power arms, a lot of high-end performers as you go through the numbers, and they got the defense. They got the slick-handed defenders up the middle, so they're going to razzle-dazzle, I think, in the dirt for us.
So the bats on the West side. Braden Landry talks about this year that his strike zone recognition has grown a ton. It's funny that he mentioned that first. Yeah. You'll tell me he does a lot more than that, I'm guessing.
For sure. Yeah, he came out, I think he ran a 6.7, which is a big jump for him. We know
and that's a big time for a 14U.
Huge.
Yeah.
A sub 7's really good. 7.1 even, you're like, that's fine. 6.7, 6.8, you're like, you're cooking. And we know he hit that home run, the first ever 13U last year. Came out to 14U National, had him 86-mile-an-hour fastball in on his hands, turned on at home run in game. So he's not the biggest, he's kind of wiry strong, but that strength is there in the barrel, and when it comes to defense, he's one of the best there is in the class.
His dad played college basketball. His dad, Thomas, his mom is Tara. He's from Puyallup, Washington. Plays for the SBA, that great program, the Bolts national team. Carter Schaus, a familiar name. He's from Middletown, Ohio. Center fielder, first baseman, left-handed pitcher. You can put him just about anywhere.
Overall athlete. Right before that Houston Super Regional, he jumped to number 2 in the class. Nobody really knew who he was. That was a buzz kind of in Houston night 1, like, hey, who's this kid? Because we updated rankings day 1. And then he came out, he's won MVPs, MVP pitchers ever since, up to 89 on the mound. Right-handed bat with a ton of juice. You can put him in center field. He's going to close the ground in the gaps with ease. So kind of whatever you want him to do, he's going to do that, and he's another Motor City hit dog who earned his keep this summer.
I love the Motor City hit dogs. By the way, in an election year, he's a 4-year student council member, so he's helping lead student government, make decisions back on campus. Carter Schaus. Will Biggs is from West Des Moines, Iowa. This company born in Iowa. He was born in Iowa, Waukee High School, and for him, again, he played 15 and 16U this summer.
He's one I personally hadn't seen until 14U National, and again, kind of like Francis Connor Schmid, was here's my tools, here's what I can do, and he forced our hand. We had to take him based off his talent, what he does, how he projects out. 5'11", 180, but he's running that 6'9", so that physicality, the broad-shouldered, but he can run. He was 89 from both the infield and outfield, so the arm strength there. 93 exit velocity. So you start looking, he's checking all these boxes, and then he hit in game, hit in BP. So what more do you want from a 14-year-old out of Iowa?
It's interesting, too, when you look at his family history. Dad played baseball at Pacific. His grandfather played at Fresno State. UCSB is where he played as well. Love the West Coast. Love it, love it. Noah Knutson is from Las Vegas, Nevada. Yep. Bishop Gorman is his team.
Noah, I mean, 6'4", 165. So think of how tall he is, how skinny he is, running a 6'8" already. He's got that 88, 89 arm strength from the outfield. Where he ends up, whether it's infield, outfield, time will tell. But he hit 500 this year, and it wasn't a small sample size. There's 156 at-bats at the highest level events. So there's performance there, there's tools there, and there's projection. So everything you want.
Let's shift to arms, if you don't mind. Chase Cotton is from Lincoln, California, a right-handed pitcher, Whitney High School. By the way, Sister Taylor was a pitcher about a half generation back at Oregon State.
Yeah, he's one of the younger ones of the family, talking to his parents, and up to 92, MV pitcher at WWBA. He's dominant. 92 came at 14U National, he kept climbing. And he pitches with that raw emotion. If he strikes you out, he's gonna let you know that. He's gonna let everyone in the stands know he just struck you out. And if you're outside of the stadium, you might know too with the roars he lets out. But it's been that developmental curve for him. Velocity, just the arm stroke and delivery overall, refinement of the secondaries. He's doing everything he needs to do, establishing himself as one of the top arms in the class.
All right, shifting gears, New Braunfels, Texas, Valentin Ceballos.
Valentin came out at 14U National, and I think he just opened up like 88-90. And we hadn't seen that from him. And then he maintained it for 3 innings, and it's like, oh, you've taken that step, or maybe 2. And the curveball's always been a hammer, but for him to have come out the way he did, pumping the strike zone from that higher slot, steep downhill, up to 90 at 14U, it's something you take notice of really quick.
All right, Spring, Texas, as we shift back, New Braunfels to Spring, Texas, Luis Olmeida. El Chamaquito is the nickname. The little boy is what it means. He's not at all little when he gets out onto the field, what he's able to do. Dana Roberto, his parents. Dad played professionally in Puerto Rico, and Jaron Duran is one of the guys that he watches closely.
That makes sense with the heritage. And
that's exactly right.
Just like, again, he's another one of those two ways we talked about as the theme of the West. Upper 80s, 89 on the mound from the left side, but then you watch him swing the bat. And it's a really good swing. It's connected, it's separated. I know that sounds like polar opposites, but they're both good things. And he can lift the ball, drive the ball to the pull side. So when you get that as a package, especially with the new roster limits in college baseball, two-way type players are going to be that much more of a commodity.
See, if you're paying attention, the shoes untied, hitting homer, connected and separated are two very different things, and I love that. This is a real scout. That's what you're getting. Now, I'm told by my producers and my leaders that I need to make reference. You picked out a lot of great stories. But let's not forget about the guys who have owned the top of the skyscraper since the beginning. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Dexter. He's just known as Dexter. Dexter McLeon Jr. #1 since you guys started ranking from Buford High School. And again, Dad played in the NFL, went to Clemson, but was a Super Bowl champion, a great free safety. Where is Dexter these days? How's he evolving?
I mean, 6'5", up to 94 on the mound, 6'5" runner, probably 6'3", 6'4".
14U.
14U. Can put the ball out with ease. Whatever you want to make and create a player in MLB The Show, it ends up being Dexter McLeon. So,
Luke Esquivel, #4 overall, another famous name. He's been around for a long time. Was it the 12U a couple of years ago he went off, right?
Yeah, I think he won MVP or the Derby, one of the two. I think it was MVP. Won MVP last year at 13U. And again, it's every big game he pitches. SBA's in it at the end, and Luke's always on the mound. Up to 85, 86 right now. The velo's going to come, but he doesn't try to throw hard. He hits his spots. He's a true pitcher. And then he's also a 3-4 hole hitter from the left side with enough juice to run it out of the yard. So again, he's already committed to LSU, and truthfully, he's going to be the last ever commit in a festival game. After he phases out, they can't be committed anymore. So he's the last one, and it's a good one to end on.
Oh, what a fun one. It's interesting. He talks about, look, if a broadcaster says this, it's a throwaway word. We're all guilty of it. But 2 words to describe his growth. He says, I've grown up in the area of perseverance and grit. I actually believe a 14U saying that. He understands how he's grown, gotten tougher in certain areas. And then we want to talk about Striker Pence. He is #9 overall, and he's from Corona, California, but he's not going to that super school. He's going to go to Ty de Trinidad Santiago High School. I love him. Of course, Hunter Pence, his uncle, helps us out with all of our college content. But where's Striker these days in his evolution?
His head's always in the clouds because he's getting taller and taller. Every time I see him, at 6'5", probably pushing 6'6" now. I got to keep craning my neck every time I see him. And then you watch him, and it's so simple on the mound. And it's not how you would draw up a delivery.
It's the Perfect Game Select Festival in Fort Myers, Florida, and again, fighting through some weather, and I think we're going to play. I really do, because we'll await our umpires in just a moment, but the delay is over. The lightning safety delay has come to an end, and to the diamond goes the combatants. They're ready to go to work, and looks like Geronimo Fermin's going to go back out and throw some more. Fermin, the left-handed pitcher, so we'll see him. Hopefully he can lock into that strike zone. It was fun last night. We gathered for an award celebration, and there were athletes, their families. We had some great alumni. Gosh, guys like Ralphie Velasquez, PJ Morlando, and Ty Southasine, Ethan Holiday, Connor Griffin, Cruz Schoolcraft, Bryce Eldridge, all former alums of this game and alums of Perfect Game, presenting awards to athletes. And it made for a really, really fun night. These guys certainly, they want to play. They came here to play, but that was a nice break in between. And so after a couple of breaks, we get back to work in just a minute. Aiden Kearney, the Player of the Year. Kearney, I should say, Offensive Player of the Year. Colin Anderson, some of the award winners. And as we said, these awards were presented video-wise by alumni. 5-tool award, Dexter McLeon Jr. Polatero on the Barrel Award, Ethan Stewart wins that one. Ethan Holiday presented that award. Yacker Tracker Power Award, Isaiah Torres. PJ Morlando gave him that award. Remotely, obviously, via video. The umpires have taken the field, which is good. Max Neshoff, G-Form Fearless Award, Rawlings Defensive Player of the Year, infielder and a catcher. Aaron Garcia, we heard from him just a moment ago. Launch Hydrate, Impact, Carter Schaus. And so Schaus, Ralphie Velasquez alum, presented that one. So, Fermin goes back to work. We hope, Jeremy, that we have put the weather aside, even if it's for an hour or so, to make sure all your pitchers pitch and everyone gets at least an at-bat, right?
That's the hope. We're trying. That's what I keep saying whenever I see a parent, is we're trying. They understand we can't control the weather, so we can control the pace, and we're trying to get them on and off quick so everybody gets their at-bats and gets to showcase why they came down here and show their talents.
Yeah, no, it's frustrating, but again, it's an entire weekend, and it's a chance for these athletes to get to network with one another. You did have a full scrimmage. You've had 2 workouts.
Yep.
And, some sputtering through this, but again, there's already moments getting to play on this yard. And Perkins, I think a favorable count, if I'm not mistaken, before the weather paused us a 3-0 count. So Perkins gets the call. Now Perkins will lead things off. So a lot of fun with the man out of Bowling Green, Kentucky, seeing him evolve. Fun family, too, with Megan and Brandon. His mom was a JUCO All-American and played collegiately at Wabash and Belmont. The high school state home run record holder. So mom, a great hitter. It's mom that was the amazing hitter, Megan. Ryan Klesko having a conversation with Colin Raymond, who will hit just a bit. All right, so 3-0 the count at the Perfect U 14U Select Festival.
Gap to gap against these left.
We've put in a big time request now, and we had Jeremy Brown nudge it forward. No more horns, no more lightning delays.
We even said please.
He said please. And I told everyone, look, I stopped by Mass. I said my prayers for no rain this morning, so hopefully that kicks in.
Just a little bit. Just need a little break here so Geronimo can get his inning in. We got Grant Arnold coming up, and we're almost through both lineups, so everybody's going to get there. All the primary position players will get their one at-bat as well, at the very least. Maybe we'll get it all through, though, Seth.
Brandon Perkins, and he earns himself ball 4 on the first pitch. He'll hustle down just in case. So got a base runner in Perkins with a walk. And I think it'll be nice for Fermin to kind of lock in, get more in a routine. A couple of delays is difficult for a pitcher.
No doubt. And he got to chill out. I saw him out in the clubhouse. Kind of kept to himself, stayed loose, got to do his bands, did his stretching, got a full warm-up out in the bullpen. So I think he's ready to let it rip.
Buford High School in Georgia is where Leo Garcia plays his high school baseball for Coach Stuart Chester, a legendary coach. He also plays for the Atlanta Braves scout team and USA Prime National. Leo gets the call out of Swanee, Georgia. Carl and Amanda, his parents. He's the baby of the family, older siblings. Skips just far enough away, zip down, and nice job reading the loose baseball by Perkins.
Good throw there from Madden, getting to see the arm strength out of Madden Pike. Yeah, Leo's one, he took that next step in terms of physicality from last year. He was a really good contact hitter last year. Now that strength's starting to come, and he's backspinning line drives to the gaps, and there's still going to be another jump or two, I think, in the strength department rather quickly. And when that happens, you got to watch out for him.
Runner takes off toward third, no throw. Oh, he had a big jump. Perkins with a stolen base.
And that's kind of what Perkins does. He's the pest on the bases. He makes you know that he's there. He gets under pitcher's skin because he's going to take that extra step lead, knowing he has a speed to get back, but also knowing he has a speed to take that next bag on any given moment.
Leo Garcia takes a pitch that sails high. Garcia also loves to get out on the water and fish, is a golfer, and for me, he loves that sport, being out in the trees, on the grass, and playing golf, and competitively, still a basketball player, too. Garcia says it helps me work on my quickness. How far away? Far enough away for a run to score. Far enough away for this one to be knotted up now at 2 apiece.
Perkins making it go with his legs, just like we kind of thought he would with that athleticism, the overall package with him. He's the type that you love to have on your team and just hate to play against. He brings that energy. He's the athlete, the uber athlete, and he did beat me in ping pong. I'll be willing to admit it.
We saw Colin Raymond a moment ago. He was chatting with Ryan Klesko prior to his at-bat. He's a New Yorker, catcher, outfielder, first baseman. He's at the Stony Brook School. For Coach John Brewer, Jersey Storm, Backyard Ballers, a couple of his travel teams, as the first one misses high. Pike trying to steal him a strike from behind the plate.
Yeah, Furman working into the low 80s here, 82 on the fastball. 80-82, you see the lefty, it's smooth and methodical on the mound. Got that higher arm slot as well.
Drives that one towards center field. Hat comes off. Ball pops out of his glove. That's a tough break there, Drew Wilson. All the way into second with some hustle goes Colin Raymond. Just a dropped baseball.
It's going to happen, but even with Raymond there, we talked about him with the left-handed stroke and the power, and he put that ball out there pretty good in the Apple Gap Alley, so kind of got to see the juice, and the first strike he got to see left-on-left matchup, Colin let the barrel go. See him do a nice job to get the hands extended on the barrel there, too. Get the barrel out front, able to drive the ball.
He was running the whole time, infield drawn in. Hudson Simmons, left-handed batter from Charlotte, North Carolina. Charlotte Christian, his school. SBA Bolts, his travel team. Will and Hannah, his parents. Two 2-0 the count.
Simmons, he hit right in the middle of that SBA lineup. Obviously, Dad's one of the coaches on that team. And I went and saw him for a 2-3 game stretch down at WWBA, and he led the team in barrels, I think. Every at-bat was barrel, barrel, barrel. Up the middle is where he lived, like back up the box, burning right by the pitcher. So when you see that, then you get the metrics, see the type of athlete he is in the outfield. He checks all the boxes, and you go, yeah, he certainly belongs here.
2-1 count, sneaks it over the outside corner. Pike with a nice job presenting that one for Jose Sandoval, home plate umpire.
Got some life to that one too from Fermin, backdooring it, spilling it back over, and Pike, he's really good defensively behind the plate. Last year at 13, we got to see him pouncing all over the place there. He stole a strike.
That one driven toward right center field. Hat comes off one more time, drifting over, under, and out, making the play out there. This time, Drew Wilson makes the play, but tagging and moving up and heading to third is Raymond. And a run scores, 3-2.
There's Simmons going right back up the middle. East came out, they're ready to play. All that energy pent up, they're ready to let it out, and they haven't stopped on the bases with the bats, and see Simmons get more than enough of that one to advance the runner to third and plate the go-ahead run.
Anthony Haranga now. From Nutley, New Jersey. One 1-0 the count. Jersey Storm, his travel team. Nice job by Pike keeping it right there in front. This is a top 5 third baseman in the country, number 2 player overall, Haranga in New Jersey, and he is one of the new kids on the block, one of the brand new festivalers, and you had a lot of those this year.
Yeah, and that's something that you can't say you take pride in it, but I love to see it. When guys go out and make a name for themselves, do what they need to do.
on the ground right in the middle of the diamond. They look toward the plate for just a moment, but Aaron Garcia realizes the play is at first. They take the out. Another run scores. It's 4-2 East. Harenga with an RBI.
Just a ton of hand strength throughout the summer with Harenga. I saw him triple balls off dead center field fence. There is over the field juice, good third baseman. So another Northeast bat that we're going to have to watch for. Another left-handed Northeast bat, him and Colin Raymond.
Robert Mosia, Comac, New York. He is a talented, talented catcher. Canes national team, Coach Gitson, as you said, quite a few, an entourage of Canes athletes as that first one sails high.
Robbie came out and hit one of the, 4 home runs at 14U National this year. Kind of put a stamp on his performance there. He's on the barrel all weekend. He was really good for the Canes throughout the summer. And to stand out on a team like that means you're that caliber of player, because they do have so many players here and so many other players who could have been here.
He wears 99 on that jersey. And that 99 is not far off as he comes up empty that time from what he averages in the classroom. Using a straight 1 to 100, he, across all classes last year, averaged 97. Good fastball, blew it by, and that is strike 3. Good to see him settle down. He had to wait a while for that opportunity, and it was good. A really good zippy arm. 4-2 the number. Let's play on. Battling through the elements in Fort Myers, Florida at the 14U Select Festival. Love JetBlue Park, the year-round development home of the Boston Red Sox organization, spring training home as well. I'm telling you, you get a guy like Tristan Cassis who plays first base for the Red Sox. I don't know if he plays a ball as well as we saw played earlier when Ethan Stewart, who looked like he was home in a Red Sox visiting uniform and comfortable here. Had a great play early, one of the great moments of this game.
That was something.
It was our Rawlings defensive play of the game. This is it. Tristan Cassis. You'd love this play.
Like you said, he hasn't played here before to come find the railing, go all out. And the biggest thing there is the emotion. Ethan's such a quiet kid, and for him to come out and there it is, he's growing. I like it, so I like it.
All right, number 22 on that jersey, meet Merritt Island, Florida's Grant Arnold. He can catch, he can pitch, he can play in the outfield. He plays again, another one of those Canes national team members. Jason is his dad and his coach, Jennifer mom, and siblings, Sydney, older sis, younger brother is Rhett.
Yeah, he's a big kid. Like, you see him all summer and you're like, yeah, you're big, and then you realize, like, when you get up close and personal with him, like, you're actually very big. And we'll see him on the mound. He's been up to 88. He really sinks into that backside. It's drop and drive through the lower half, some crossfire, but comes out firm. There's deception, there's some funk, and it's definitely not a comfortable at bat.
So we watch him work. His dad played college baseball at Central Florida, had a chance to play in the Yankees organization, second-round pick. Played his way all the way, Jason did, all the way to AAA. Mom was a college volleyball player as well, and there's size, there's presence, there's a lot of men there standing out on the mound, and been excited to see Mr. Pike swing the bat. And here is his opportunity. We certainly know his older brother Mason, who's near the top of the food chain, a couple of years older. Mason Pike, Mark and Misty, his parents.
Those parents, they racked up a lot of frequent flyer miles between everything that Mason does, everything Madden does, and Madden was here, what, 3-4 years ago. Similar color scheme, same field, same event, so the festivals have kind of become a family tradition for the Pikes.
See that Puyallup, Washington is his home. Alpha Prime, New Level, Evolution as travel teams, but specifically a lot of his work done with Alpha Prime as that first one misses just off the plate. Places like Vanderbilt, Oregon State, UNC, LSU, Texas. Choices that Pike would like to grab as that evens things up 1-1, looking ahead to his possible recruiting.
And see how heavy the fastball is, too, from Grant Arnold.
Looked good up, and it just kept rising like it was going up an elevator, 1-2.
First two out of the hand, too, from Arnold, 87, so he's reared up and ready to go. There's that crossfire, so you're going to get some balls that he kind of rips across his body like he did right there, but when he's on top of it, we've already seen it. You get the life up and then the heavy, heavy life down.
Colin Raymond, by the way, number 14 on that jersey, is catching. A little bit of shake-up defensively. Fastball over the outside corner. That's strike 3.
See the pitch. Raymond able to bring that back. Just a running life. It's just a lot to like when the ball comes out of Grant Arnold's hand, and it's been that way all throughout the summer.
Pico Rivera's AG, Aaron Garcia. Garcia struck out looking in his first at bat. Talked about Garcia being able to play anywhere on the field. As that one is high.
Arnold up to 88 on that fastball punch out too, for against Pike. So right where he's been all summer.
Opens up early, lifts that one foul. Garcia loves watching Mookie Betts play. He said, look, his twitchiness, his athleticism, his confidence, he's out there in that part of the world in Southern California. Yep. They're a similar stature, too.
For sure. Just that swing, just opening up so early, ambushing a fastball, reminded me, I don't know, 5-6 years ago when Manuel Beltre did it, hit a long, long home run foul, and that was after a couple rain delays in the dark of night. Put some life back into me, and a foul ball that I still remember.
That's interesting. Boy, just a little bit of dive, but it grabs hold of the outside corner. That's strike 3. How about back-to-back Ks to start things for Grant Arnold?
There we go. Again, you got the life. I don't know how many times we have to say it, that heavy life. And I want to look, Colin Raymond, with him receiving behind the plate, has taken strides from last year, and something I know he's worked on, put the work into. And you see Arnold here. It's arms, it's legs, it's heavy. It's nothing you want to be a part of if you're a hitter.
Well, we talked about it earlier. We have Pike from Puyallup, Washington. This man from Puyallup as well, Braden Landry at Puyallup High School. Singled, stole a base, first time up. Taryn Thomas, his parents. That one popped up to the right side and running out of room over there.
And last year from Puyallup, we had Max Hemingway at the 14U game. So they're everywhere. They're sprouting.
4-2 the score, East on top. Landry, halfway through freshman varsity year, dislocated his shoulder in a game this past spring. Wanted to get back quickly, but had to do it the right way. Serious rehab, was able to finish out the season as that fastball jumps away. Top number as we show you for Arnold so far, 88 miles an hour.
Yep, I just refreshed to see if we got any 89s. It's been all 86s, 87s, 88s. So for this point of the summer, after catching all the time, it's good to see in a young arm.
High fly ball, center field, over the shoulder. Boy, he made that play look easy.
There's Perk.
Brandon Perkins Jr. That is a fine play out there. All in the first step, Mr. Arnold. Good looking stuff at the 14U Select Festival, where we're making sure we do our anti-rain dance to keep all weather away so we can see arms like that, swings like that, Mr. Landry, and great defensive plays. More in a moment.
One, two, three, work.
My bat's better than any other bat I've used last year. This bat just has more pop than any other wood bat that I ever used. Wood bat league gonna go crazy this summer. And these bats are absolutely juiced.
Players want to maximize their potential. They are chasing the wrong thing.
Being better is personal.
What works for one player doesn't work for all players.
Players need to be told what they're good at, what they're not good at, and what they need to work on.
They need to be given a personalized plan to help them get to where they want to be. That's how players get better.
That's how they maximize their potential.
That's how they become great.
Join us.
Join us. Join us as we build the future of intelligent players.
Luke Esquivel will go to work on the mound after last night at the awards celebration, winning the Two-Way Player of the Year award out of Grapevine, Texas. And it is, when you look at both sides of the scouting report, a really talented man.
Yeah, there's just so much to like with Luke. And we saw him, he went to the big part of the yard in his first at-bat, but now we're going to get to see him on the mound. It's been up to 85, 86-ish, maybe a tick better. But he knows how to compete. He knows how to pitch. He's going to pitch you backwards, as we saw there with the first pitch breaking ball. But then the fastball is just going to jump out of the hand. There's life to it. It's loose. It's easy. It's methodical. He pitches like he's already a veteran, and he's still just 14.
We just saw Grant Arnold in his strong half inning on the mound. Now he hops in and swings it from the left side. Throws well from the right side, swings it from the left side, Grant.
We'll see that with Carter Schaus as well here later. Oh, no, sorry, we'll flip that with Carter Schaus. Righty bat, lefty arm. Coming
There's
up.
That sweeping slider missing outside. It was really tempting for Grant.
That was a pitch we saw Esquivel go to a lot throughout the summer. Had no fear. There it is, just doubling up on the pitch. He's not afraid to pitch backwards and throw the same pitch 2-3 times in a row, setting up that fastball to be even more effective than it is. On the radar gun, I should say.
1-2 the count. Runs a fastball right up in, trying to back him off the plate. We talked about Dad and his college baseball experience for Esquivel as he works on the mound. Mom, great softball player too, played collegiately at Blinn College.
Got his older brother Lolly out here too, who was in the 12U game, the very first 12U game, back in 2018, I believe. And I'll tell you, from when he was 12 to what he is now, I had to do a double take when he said "What's up" in the banquet hall the other night.
Esquivel, not only multi-position man in baseball, but plays basketball, football, runs track as well. Wrestled when he was younger. He's played a lot of sports. Dropped down a bit on that one, lashed into left field for a base hit. Well, it's a pretty approach for Grant Arnold. Took a pitch away, shot it the other way.
Just a left-on-left matchup, too, against one of the best pitchers in the country, regardless left-handed, right-handed. Doesn't try to do too much. We saw the strength from Grant shooting both gaps throughout the weekend. And here he just, like you said, goes with it. Another breaking ball, sit back, keep the hands back. Don't try to do too much. And, of course, the strength, the physicality and the strength in his hands there helps him execute that approach.
Yariel Diaz gets the call. He pitched earlier. Tied up, rolls it to the right side. He beat it out. Hustling up the line. He might have been pulled off the bag, too, with that throw. Either way, you've got a couple of pitchers who hit two that have both reached.
I think that bat died a hero, Sut. I think it went down. Esquivel was able to bring it on in with the fastball, but at least Yariel Diaz gets to stand on first base and be rewarded for it.
Caden Nichols is going to get a chance to hit. Caden Nichols is hitting. Pitcher's getting a chance to swing the bat. A little bit more on Esquivel and who he is. Danny, what do you have for us down there?
Yeah, well, you guys were talking about his brother, Lolly, and when I saw Luke a couple weeks ago at the National Showcase, he told me how much he looks up to Lolly and how important he's been in his development and just inspiring him to be better in every single way, on the mound, off the field. Him and his dad, actually, he said, those guys have taught me so much, and my dad and my brother taught me that no one is going to hit me. Like, that's the mentality that Luke takes out on the mound with him. He shared that, you know, I was pitching at 7 years old during an 11U event, and that's been the difference for me, being able to play up D.
That one checks up in left center field. Run comes all the way around. Then the throw is off the mark. How about some extra bases?
Oh, boy.
And then into center field it goes. In the end, a couple of runs. Come on down and score. You've got pitchers hitting, two-way players hitting, and on doing big damage running around the bases.
The bottom of the lineup.
That was not hit hard, but hit perfectly.
That's what we saw last weekend out in UVA. Just balls are flying and falling where they aren't. So it doesn't matter how hard you hit them, matters where you hit them. See here, a short little swing from Caden Nichols. Obviously a primary arm, but getting his at-bat. And just dumps it right into shallow left field.
No.
So we got to see Max Neshov first at bat, hit left-handed. Now we're going to get to see him right-handed facing the left-handed Luke Esquivel. And it really is a mirrored approach. We've seen him so much. Obviously, you don't hit 500 plus each of the 2 innings, or each of his career, but here he is. Because the barrel skills, the bat-to-ball skills, the keen eye, everything is there from both sides for Maxim Neshov.
Spoils the pitch down and away, pops it up to the right side. Over the shoulder. Unable to run that one down. Scotty Fitz out there is at first. Zach Estrada, the right fielder, came in, tried to help him out. Danny, Jeremy, Darren, and you, thanks for hanging out with us at the 14U Select Festival. We've had some rain try to spoil things, but the rain didn't win today.
No, we're going to keep going, Sut.
Lashes that one the other way. Coming on in to make a play on the line drive out there is Estrada. Runner stays put.
Yeah, Luke sitting right around 83. Obviously, there's more in the tank. But we're seeing the pitchability from him. We're seeing the curveballs and changeups and ability to mix and match. With some of these guys, he's faced them a bunch, so he kind of knows their tendencies. They know his tendencies, so even in a one at-bat approach here, one at-bat look, he's got to do things a little differently than what he's used to doing.
Colin Anderson is out of Ackworth, Georgia, Etowah High School. Rolled into a double play in his first at-bat. Got a runner out front, Nichols out there at second base. Rhea and Andy, his parents, he was under the weather last night, wanted just to be safe with a bunch of teammates around, but he FaceTimed the banquet with Mom. and then turned out he won an award.
Yep.
So Mom brought him up on the telephone to basically the cell phone to chat with Ryan Klesko. It was a modern, award-winning piece of technology, little comebacker. And flipped on to first tap dance, getting back to the bag in order to make the play there.
I think he's got that tall Scotty Fritz over at first base, big target to snag that one out of the air. But yeah, Gallen, Mom said he even wore his polo, so he felt like he was there with the guys. So
good to see him feeling better, back up to it. You come all this point, you find out you're going to play in the game. Life happens, though. You get sick or at least something for 24 hours, but good to see him back. Next, we may see him pitch in just a bit. McLeon Jr. in the hole, 0-1 the count.
Nice pitch there from Luke, dotting low and away.
Chase Cotton struck him out back in the first inning. Fastball that was right over the outside corner.
You see the life from Luke with his delivery, how he's got that extended arm slot, just helping create some of that diving action on the fastball. And he has the command. It's pinpoint accuracy for the most part. Can move it east-west with intent. See the off-speed pitch there just miss out.
There are the combatants. And the pitch dives down and away. That's strike 3. Always bring a little more when you're dealing with the #1 player in the land, Esquivel with the smile. Hey, he's a two-way. Dex is a two-way. Hey, by the way, Grant Arnold swung the bat well. Diaz pitched in a single. Nichols had some fun in this one. Couple of runs on the scoreboard. 6-2.
All right, welcome back to JetBlue. East up 6-2 over West. Big inning for the East just there. The West comes up. Carter Schaus is going to lead things off for this team, guys. I got to talk to him earlier this week, and he told me something that was really inspiring. He said, I've started to do pregame meditations. I sit in silence. I think about every possible scenario that could happen in the game, and that's been a difference maker for me in my swing. He said, I have had a jump in confidence. He said, I was flying open last year. This year, I've got my front shoulder closed. It allows me to be more efficient. My swing path is also a lot cleaner. So Schaus has made a lot of improvements and adjustments to his game, and it's paid off for him, D.
Great stuff, and he's a guy age that, as we talked about, the very, very high ranking, but, first time he's been to one of these select festivals. I love athletes that thrive from a cold weather state and still take on all the challenges of travel ball. Not only does he take it on, but he's ready.
Oh yeah, he's. He proved himself. Like you said, he doesn't get all those reps like the hot weather states, being from Ohio. But he came out all summer ready to rip, and like we said last night at the banquet, he won multiple Players of the Year, MVPs, MVP pitchers, and truly is a two-way talent.
Macia is back behind the plate doing the catching. He'll get Dexter Fowler ready to go. Dexter McLeon Jr. I think I threw the former big leaguer's name on him. Dexter McLeon Jr., a special, unique two-way player. As a matter of fact, he spoke at the banquet as well. Handed out an award, led to a video, was a regular MC 2.0. Did it last year at the banquet.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure you got him last year as well.
I did get him, and he was a good sport about it. He has $1 million smile. You can tell his teammates make him smile. There's Carter.
Big personality from Dex and from Carter. He came right into everything this weekend. Obviously got a couple Motor City kids amongst the seas of other teams, but he was in the middle of everything. And this is a 1 versus 2 matchup here set with the rankings.
Dexter McLeon zips that one home as it runs high and inside firm, but 3-0 is the count.
First pitch out of the hand from Dex, 90 miles per hour. So
Okay.
Sud again, 14 years old. I like to periodically drop that in there just to keep everybody updated at home.
That's high. It's ball 4.
little bat flip there from Schaus too.
So Levi Leathers now will face Dex McLeon. Axtell, Texas, his hometown.
I was just going to say with McLeon here, long body, long limbs, got to keep things simple, working exclusively out of the stretch. And it's something we saw throughout the summer, too, when he threw it like the Beast of the East. He played a lot of 15U as well, McLeon did, as did Levi Leathers.
That one way high and inside.
.88-90 here, basically on every fastball so far for Dex, and he does it pretty easy, Sud, huh?
Striker Pence has a bat. He's on deck. Pitchers that may get a chance to hit as we edge a little bit later on in this game. Leathers first time up, pop to the right side. That one is high, 3-0 the count.
Just gotta take a breath, slow things down. The arm speed's plenty, just missing up right now. Kind of rushing down the mound.
Melissa and Brian, the parents of Leathers. Beautiful pitch, fastball over the inside half and a stolen base. It's called a strike, 3-1 the count. Schaus with the stolen base. Back in the zone, that one is fouled up. Boy, it's got giddy up on it.
It does. It really takes off out of his hand and on its approach to the plate. So we've talked about him in the past. We know how special of a talent he is.
That one up above the strike zone, back-to-back walks to start things.
He's got a lead, 4-run lead here. One pitch, get you 2 outs, concede the run. So nothing to fret, though. Striker, I mean, up to 94 today, Striker Pence has been, but he also, I think, hit about 450 this summer. The bat-to-ball skills, it's a slashy swing, but can use line-to-line, so when in doubt, sit fastball here if you're Striker and just try to put something in play and get another run in, an inch closer back to that, try to make it, cut the lead in half.
Split the plate with a fastball. Pence fouls it off. Obviously slots as a right-handed pitcher with his stuff, but as a third baseman when he plays defensively, can play a couple of spots on the infield. Danny, what are your thoughts on Striker? Bring it, please.
Yeah, well, I wanted to tell you guys about some of the growth that he's had, right? You see how tall he is, 6'5". He told me in 4th grade, I was 5'2". 5th grade, I went to 5'6", and then 5'10". From 5'10", as he hits it hard on the ground, to 6'3", 6'3" to 6'5", guys. So he makes the out there, but you know, you saw him pitch earlier. He has just had tremendous growth, and he's been able to find ways to use that to his advantage, particularly on the mound more so than at the plate. But it's crazy to think how quickly these guys grow in just a few short years. He's only 14.
Yeah, I saw him 2 years ago in Houston, and he was not what he is now. He was touching 83. Come the end of this summer, he's touching that 85, 88, that 90's coming. Then early this year, he's touching 94. We saw it again here, and I wouldn't doubt we're going to creep into the upper 90's come next year.
These two just battled as a pitcher and a hitter in the last inning, and now it flip-flops.
Ultimate bragging rights are on the line. Dexter's sitting right at 88 with the fastball, 88s, 89s, and he's doing it with so much ease. But for as good as Luke Esquivel is on the bump, he's just as good with the bat. And similarly to Brendan New, who we talked about way earlier in the broadcast, any given day you could say, oh, he's a bat long-term, or oh, he's an arm long-term. It's that type of talent, and that's not to take away from one of the other. They're just both that good in terms of what he can do on the mound and in the batter's box.
Hold that one just a little bit, overthrew it. High 80s, touching 93 and 1 the count on Esquivel.
So I believe that's our third arm up to 90 so far this game. Cotton up to 92, Pence 94, and McLeon up to 90.
Again, in and off the plate, and that's ball 4. Dariel Carrion. I just pulled that one. I think when you're a pitcher that's not constantly focusing only on mechanics, a lot of it's just athletic for quite a bit of your youth and your development.
Oh, for sure. And just the supreme athleticism, you let that take over. And it is the end of the summer for a lot of these guys. Long weekend, a lot of on-field stuff for them, so.
1-0 the count. Dariel popped out to the right side in his first at bat.
Dariel was another off-season acquisition for the West team. Was that on the East team last year at the 13U, him and Ragsdale. So kind of flip-flop their spots. Ragsdale's on East now, so I guess they got traded for one another set.
Our logic tells you that good fastball is fouled off. That's kind of an East squad. I think I know my geography well enough, but understand, fair enough. Got to level out the rosters.
Yeah, the talent's there, but we got 3 catchers from New York, too, so you can't send one of them to the West. I guess you could have done whoever's furthest west within the state, or furthest east, rather. No, west,
yeah.
But we'll keep them all together.
Kong Jr. from San Juan in Puerto Rico. He's got 3 older siblings. And he's got himself a trip to first base on a walk. Glenn Hurdle's going to come out and have a quick conversation with Dex. Meantime, Big E, Easton Brunson's going to look to put a big number up on the board.
He has the strength, certainly, to do so. We saw him throughout. I mean, he made it to the Home Run Derby finals, and that says something as a left-handed hitter. And then he put one up over the number 42, Jackie Robinson's 42, way out there in right field. Something I'd only seen done by Cam Collier in the past.
Artur Schaus is trotting out to the bullpen in that blue jersey to throw just a bit for the West team. They may see him pitch pretty soon. Well, I think many people remember, depending on your generation of being a baseball fan, Clint Hurdle as a manager. And obviously with the Pirates' success, had some good winning seasons there, really a lot of success in Colorado. Look, as a player, Clint Hurdle was a first-round draft pick in the mid-'70s.
I cannot say I knew that. Knew about him as a manager, did not know about the playing career, though.
Yeah, I mean, just really highly thought of and a first-round pick. Kansas City Royals, still very, very well revered in that part of the world. Yeah, he was an SI cover boy back in the day, like Bryce Harper was.
And the aforementioned Hunter Green.
That's exactly right. All right, first pitch to Brunson, misses outside. 1-0 the count.
I'd expect Easton to be pretty aggressive here, too. He likes to hit, he can impact baseballs. So something he gets out over the plate, I think he's going to let it rip.
Dad is TJ Brunson, mom is Brendy, and mom can hit. Traveled all over the world playing softball. Still a good softball player. He gave her age. I'll respect moms and ages, but for her age, she said she's still incredible. She can still throw hard, and she can hit. Or my niece to never mention mom's age, but maybe mom would not care about it.
Maybe not.
Because the point he was making was a huge compliment. She can hit, she can throw for her age.
Can still do it, yep.
Not to be mentioned. That's high. That's ball 4. And I think Dexter's saying, I don't know if this is my day on the mound. If you've got somebody playing catch out there, how about you go get him for me? Ryan Klesko on the coaching staff was checking.
Checking down, in the bullpen. Looks like we got, I believe, Hudson Simmons coming in. Sent him down there to get loose. Looks like Dex let that one rip a little harder.
Joel Vargas takes that one high.
Dex is letting it rip now. We got 91s and 92s set. Oh, 93 according to our tracker up top.
Struggling to find the strike zone. Vargas wanting to stay patient.
But it's so hard in this situation. You want to go up there and swing. But team at bats.
Vargas, a real twitchy athlete, gap-to-gap hitter, pop on occasion. Two of them do battle, and boy, that is nearly an unhittable fit. Look at the run on that pitch.
Yeah, he's settling in now with it, and there's nothing comfortable about this at bat.
2 balls and 2 strikes to count. 2 and 2 is the count. Hit on the ground, out towards short. They'll look to turn 2 as they pivot on to first, unable to scoop it out over there. And another run will come on down. And the West squad having fun now.
I got some life set. I think they just tied up the game with that ball.
6-6, that's exactly right.
Almost had the double play to get out of it, too.
6-4 fielder's choice. Carney started it. Mesa tried to turn it. Tried to scoop it out over there at first base, unable to do so. Connor Briggs over there at first. Drew Wilson takes high and inside.
Drew's an interesting one too because he can jump on the mound and it'll be upper 80s with pretty easy delivery and operation. Then you watch him and he can blister balls the other way. He can pull the ball with authority to the pull side. He can go get it in the outfield and obviously has that arm strength as well.
Jerks that one into the dirt, overthrew it just a little bit, tried to play it on a backhand that time. Masia unable to do so. Drew did reach and score first time up.
We were worried about getting everybody one at bat. Now both teams are sending up multiple guys, so it's always a good thing when you can turn lineups over, get everybody some at bats and time on TV.
That pitch misses high, and that's ball 4. So they'll make a change. Dexter McLean, the #1 player in the land, for his bat, for his speed, for his arm as well. Just trying to find that strike zone today. East fighting. West coming back. 6-6 our number.
At first, it was just a team. Now I can't imagine my life without them.
That coach changed our son, on the field and off.
Perfect Game Select Festival. Tie back up at 6. Given an opportunity to open a door, a man who we might not have been calling his name, but because McLeon scuffled just a bit, Hudson Simmons gets a chance to pitch. Huddy, an outfielder, her first baseman out of Charlotte, North Carolina, along with the pitcher as well. We saw him swing the bat earlier in this game. What will we see on the mound?
Hopefully a lot of strikes. That's what we've seen out of him. Up to 84, 85, clean operation, the same athleticism we see in the batter's box out in the outfield he brings to the mound. And truly, all he needs to do is get one out, so he might only be throwing one pitch for us, Sud.
Scotty Fritz. A left-handed batter facing the left-handed pitch. A couple of runners on, 6-6 to score. A couple of outs in the inning, as H talked about, Jeremy.
Looking out at the scoreboard, Sud, 6 runs for West just on 2 hits. See if Fritz here can find a barrel and add to the 2-hit tally.
Will and Hannah, the parents of Huddy, Hudson Simmons, working. Runner tries to swipe third. Spike's going in there. Vargas is gunned down. Beautiful throw that time. Waiting right on top of the bag. And fun to see the inning come to an end. Defensively, Masia uncorking. 6-6 our score. Perfect Game Select Festival, a couple of key notes on this one. It's been fun avoiding the weather. That's been the tough part, but Striker Pence touched 94, struck out 3, had some bumps defensively behind him. A couple of hits against him, too. Noah Knutson, 1-for-1 RBI single. Connor Briggs, couple of strikeouts. Caden Nichols, 2 runs, single in the 5th inning.
Nothing.
Players from all over the country. Go ahead, H.
I was just going to say nothing extremely loud just yet offensively, but, I mean, the arms have been lighting up the radar gun. Had our fair share of strikeouts, fair share of heavy fastballs. Now we got Drew Wilson out to the mound. So I'm sure he's going to add to our talented stable of arms that have taken the rubber already.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Montas hit again after what we saw winning the home run derby. Danny, what else do you have on Montas for us?
Yeah, I had a chance to talk to him during practice this week. I did have a translator with me, guys. One of the kids was helping me out, talk to him. He's from the Dominican Republic, and you guys know he won the home run derby. So impressive. And I asked him, what's the one thing you want us to know about who you are and what you bring to the plate? And he said, it's my explosiveness, my bat speed. He said, I do explosive drills to make sure that it's going to be there and be impressive. And so he has been all of that and more. He wears a necklace around his neck that's from his grandma, Teresa, and he wanted us to know he's a big family guy. So that was a little bit more about Montas. But I want to tell you, Drew Wilson, really quick, he told me about a changeup. H, I don't know if you know this, but he's been working on a changeup. He had a big smile on his face when he told me. I said, are we going to see it in the game? And he said, yeah, we're going to see it.
Love it. Yeah, this is certainly going to be a power on power matchup here. So changeups are always a good thing. Love a good changeup at 14U as well.
East on top.
From Porter Ranch, California, outfielder by trade, right-handed pitcher as well. One chance to debut another arm here at the Select Festival. As the first pitch zips over the inside corner, strike one to the dangerous power hitter.
Wilson going
The
right
Dominican
after him.
Republic.
89 on that fastball set, so Velo's staying.
1-1 the count. Montas has played for some travel teams in the States. Obviously, being from the Dominican, has been fortunate enough to come up here and play too for USG New York, the 16U team. Ouch, boy, that got him down right below the knees. Just pulled that one, and Montas couldn't get out of the way.
Got that G form though, bounced right off him. Montas all summer played 16, 17U baseball, and I got a text from a scout out there. He was backsiding balls, meaning hitting it the other way, hitting them deep the other way, over the fence, left center field gap at 17, 16. I think he played some 18U events with wood bats, despite being 13 years old.
Number 47 on that jersey, AK-47. Aiden Carney, that one skips to the backstop. Runner will move up. Montas will grab an extra base.
Hey, let's go, AK.
Funny talking to Carney about the recruiting process in a couple of years. He says, look, I have a couple of more years, but I can prepare for it by working hard in school, maintaining all A's. When I'm not practicing baseball, I work out, I play basketball to stay active. I try to maintain a good, clean social media profile. So even though he says he's a couple of years away, it seems like he's managing perfectly for it.
Absolutely, and the social media thing is something we preach to all these guys all the time, because once you put it out there, it's out there. You can delete it. Somebody out there took a screenshot, screen recording. So for him to be mindful of that already, especially with his position as to where he is, it's always good to hear.
Tied him up, but it tied Pence up. So a pitch that was in on the hand, Striker Pence out there playing some third base, and Striker just unable to make the play. Slow roller up the line, so Carney is on. Runner's on first and second.
Wilson buried that one in on the hands, but Carney
That's a
gets
really
enough.
good pitch.
Yeah, you couldn't ask for a better pitch from Drew Wilson. Sitting 86, 87, first pitch out of the hand, 89, which I believe is a new high for Wilson, so I'm guessing there's a little extra adrenaline when Montas is in the box.
The power of Francis Connors Schmidt as he fouls that one off.
This is a potent trio to be welcomed into the game if you're Drew Wilson, with Montas, Carney, and now Francis Connors Schmidt. He was Valentin Ceballos' workout partner this weekend at his 5 a.m. workouts. The two of them would go in, get after it, and again, that regiment. I know Francis talked about it on stage last night when you pulled him up for the round table, and Valentin put it in his bio. So they might only be 14, but they set their goals and try to maintain them every day.
Yeah, it's something us adults try to remind ourselves to do. This young hitter puts together a to-do list for the next day and doesn't lay his head down on the pillow until that to-do list is organized. A little snap throw to first. A nice job keeping it in front. But Francis makes sure that he knows what is tomorrow's work, his responsibilities, his class work, his weight workout, and that list is done and ready, then he can go to sleep. I just think it's wonderful. It's sometimes very challenging for all of us to do that, but for him, it's a great fit, and it helps.
I was going to say, it's something I need to practice. I feel like I live in just chaos.
He's not raising a family like you are. He's being raised in a family.
That's
a good
fair.
family.
That's fair.
I got Layla and Matthew last night, his mom and dad.
Yep. And his older brother was able to come down as well, so.
Yeah, it's a fun family. It's a neat, really neat family. He kind of came from out of nowhere. Now he can't hide anymore. He's jumped onto the recruiting eyeballs, the power, the future. He's of German descent, by the way. His dad played handball quite a bit, and through the javelin was competitive, at least in his prep years. So dad playing
handball,
international sports.
I had a dad a couple years back who played water polo in the Olympics.
Yes,
now we
did.
can add handball to the forte of parents.
Mom was team captain and an LA City champion back in her prep days, running cross country. They love to ski as a family. They love to surf as a family as well.
Not bad.
Ada Connors and Matthew Schmidt.
I have to imagine there can't be many waves in East Chatham, New York.
No, I'm sure they go find the waves. They go find the mountains.
Oh, yeah.
For skiing, as that one's way inside. Runners move up. Anyway, color me intrigued with him. Of all the athletes that you have found and brought here, he's near the top of my list of interesting players I want to watch. And again, part of it's just from whence he came and how quickly he arrived here.
It really was like, here I am. Came to the 14U National, went backside, hit a double pull side gap for a ground rule double. And when you're doing that against some of the arms he was facing, it's a good way to put a spotlight on you amongst a sea of the best players at 14U.
Draws himself a walk, patient at bat. Works his way on. Brian Mesa with the chance to do some damage now. Drew Wilson sees all of his teammates come out. Infield. Catcher. Good conversation. Mesa's ready to go.
Mesa's one to be really intrigued by moving forward. He's got that long frame, but he trains really hard every day, tags me and stuff, get to see what he's working on. And just his swing, how fluid and balanced it is, seemingly every single time I saw him this summer, whether it was in a tournament game, whether it was in a showcase setting, here, it's the same loose, methodical swing. And it's constantly on the barrel. See Wilson dialed that one in.
Back to action. That one sails high. You, a fan of the big leagues, you say you are. You've heard of Jorge Soler, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Some big homers in the career in the bat of Soler. That is Mr. Mesa's cousin.
Who I'm sure he gets to train with. Always feels like an unfair advantage when you get somebody like that in your back pocket, but also it's on the player to use them as a resource, and I know Brian certainly does.
2-1 the count. Mesa pops that one up to the right side. Just shy with an infield fly. It's like Luke Esquivel is playing some first base. And he makes the play. We were supposed to see carry on there, but all bets are off as we get later in this game. Some may be having to get the flights with our delays.
I know we've lost a couple so far out to the airport, so going to keep you on your toes here the rest of the way.
I'm good with it. We'll follow. Still just baseball and introducing great athletes. The funny thing this year is the explosion of this game and more draft picks and professionals. Pretty pitch over the outside. What's the tally on drafted players? Have we run through that? Because it's very high.
I know it's 28 first-rounders.
Wow.
That I do know. And in totality of signing bonuses amongst the 13s and the 14s, because we haven't had any 12s yet, but we've had some really big international signs at 13 with Ethan Salas, Jose Perdomo, Luis Almeida. We're just shy of $200 million in signing bonus.
That's amazing.
Which, 9 years, I mean, we just got Dylan Cruz as a fourth big leaguer.
That's where I was going next.
2 home runs in first 4 games with a couple extra base hits.
So exciting. I remember Dylan playing in this event a long time ago.
Yep. Dylan was year 1. I know we had a delay then. I think we had a sprinkler delay at the very end, but 2 big leaguers out of that game between him and Victor Medeiros already.
Yeah, some fun names through the years going back to that 16 game and a lot of pros. I'll throw some of those names at you if you're a deep fan of prospects. 2-2. It's into the dirt. How far away? Not far enough for them to advance. You get some fun names. Blaze Jordan, a professional. Sal Stewart, Tamar Johnson, all professional. Derek Curiel is on his way to LSU now. Dylan Lesko is a professional. Drew Jones is a professional. Drew Burress set the world on fire as a freshman with home runs last year at Georgia Tech. That's a bases-loaded walk as it's high, ball 4. Naz Muley is a big arm that throws hard. He's an alum of this game.
I think Naz was the first arm I ever saw a perfect game touch triple digits on the mound. All-American Classic.
I recall.
Up to 1-0-0. Of course, we got Cam Collier, Ralphie Velasquez. The list just keeps going, which that's part of the reason is we get to see the beginning of their journey, and now we get to sit back and watch them.
We get to see Blake hit, too, and that is a good thing. Fun to watch the son of Frederick and Nicole hit. I think Ragsdale. Lyons Township High School, where Kevin Dietti is his head coach.
He's a good one. He came out to the sophomore national as well, and go back. I wasn't at the event, but I went and read all the notes from all their scouts who didn't know him, and they were glowing. Defensively, what he could do with the bat. Obviously, TCU saw something in him early, and they locked him up quick.
Dad went to Illinois State. Mom went to UIC, Illinois Chicago. Talking about Ragsdale. That pitch just a little bit low. Good take, staying patient. And there's a distant relationship to Isaiah Thomas, a family relationship. And that's always a fun mention. At least for that great White Sox ace travel team. They do so much work on the south side of Chicago.
They truly do. We had 2 ace kids last week as well. So we had Parker Robinson last year. Nice little pipeline.
3-1 the count. And through the years, Ragsdale has also been a really established and astute basketball player. Ragsdale drives one deep left field. That one travels toward the wall. Goal!
Wow.
A grand slam for Ragsdale. Wow.
Wow. Wow, 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 Sut.
At a 14U All-American game, an athletic, talented athlete just shrunk this major league ballpark.
I don't really have anything to say there, Sut. I think I just want to watch the replay. Look at those eyes. He knew he got it, too. Man, that wasn't to the net either. That was up and over the monster.
Yeah, one of the great moments in the history of this game. We just don't see it happen at the 11 through 14 age group. Just doesn't happen. So, and to have the bases be loaded and to have it be a grand slam, you have got to be kidding me.
I mean, this group brought our first home run last year with Braden Landry at 13U. They brought the first home run to 14U. We'll see if they can continue.
All right, having all sorts of fun. We will step aside. Another opportunity to see a brand new arm. Glad to have you with us. That door revolves a little bit later in the game when you have gotten past the pitcher onlys and things don't go well for a two-way player. And why not give another opportunity? Sammy Garcia gets the call. He takes the rock. He rolls. Jeremy Brown, our great scout, the leader of this event, had to make a flight. And certainly as he had to make a flight, so does Ragsdale. He hits a grand slam on his way out. So with Jeremy making a flight, Danny, thanks for coming upstairs and running to the finish line with us.
Oh, always. I am so happy to be here. That's great timing, great camera work, by the way, by our entire crew. So that grand slam, by the way, I talked to Blake earlier in the week. First of all, so well-spoken, so thoughtful for him to have this moment. For the East team, by the way, pretty big deal.
Skied into center field, over, under, out, and that one is put away. We'll do some on-the-job training, on-the-fly training. You will hear it, you folks that are watching. Keep an eye on these monitors. A couple of beats behind the game, and it took me a while to catch up with that. You know, we pulled Danny out of the fun mosh pit down below to come help us.
I am happy to be up here. The dugout's very lively, by the way. This age group's one of my favorites, D, because you get an opportunity to really get to know their personalities, their talent, and they're real ball players at this age. They're having so much fun down there. They're also talking a ton to their coaches, their all-star big league former players, coaches.
Isaiah Torres is the batter as he shoots that one foul the other way. Torres struck out back in the third inning for his only at bat.
Talked to him earlier today, actually. A little bit about his defense, plays that hot corner.
Nice play into the hot corner, if you will. It disappeared, and that's not an easy job to go get that ball. Hold that thought. We'll get back to that. We have moved into the seventh inning. We just had a grand slam home run over out of the yard at a 14U All-American game. That's right, a grand slam home run. Oh, baby. Danny and Darren in Fort Myers, Florida, 11-6 the number because of a grand slam home run. Brennan New will hop up on the bump. He was slated to pitch, so though he has swung the bat, we're glad to see him back to 100%. Simpsonville, South Carolina, Malden High is where he does his work in the classroom. When he has been called upon to pitch, as you can see, pretty good work.
47 strikeouts to 27 walks, I would say so. A 1.33 whip, walks and hits per innings pitched. You can see how tall he is on the mound. I saw him earlier today. He's so happy to be here. He's so excited to be back with his guys. I know he was also being careful, not feeling well, but gets to play today, and that's all that matters. He said it was actually a tough day in the hotel room, but I'm very excited to see him on the mound today.
So let's go to work in the seventh inning with Brennan New against Big Scott Fritz out of Hawthorne, California. So first one skips into the dirt, gets a piece of the home plate umpire, Jose Sandoval. Jose's okay. Umpires have been in and out of the weather. They've done a great job calling balls and strikes. Always have a good crew. As that one skips in there, played on a backhand. 3-0 the count. It's tough to start and stop. Now, I know at 14 it's a lot easier. With the weather cranking up and then putting a long pause. They probably ate a lunch. They probably had a full lunch break and then got out and played again.
I saw some sandwiches. I saw a lot of snacks. You know, these guys like their snacks. They were well fed, went and hung out. Got some air conditioning, which isn't bad, but I told you they came out, they were ready to play. They looked at me, they were like, "Are we going to play?" I said, "Yeah, we're going to play."
Boy, that's a good-looking breaking ball. That might have fooled everyone. I think that's about exactly where you want it, but Scotty Fritz earns himself a walk.
Yeah, that was a really good-looking pitch, again, from New, who you saw the numbers earlier, what he's been able to do. And again, at 14 years old, to be able to throw a pitch like that, maybe it wasn't to the umpire's liking, but to your point, I liked it too.
Caleb Foster sees that one skip into the dirt. Caleb walked, was stranded back a couple of innings ago, the son of Cassie and Kyle. Dad, Little League World Series hero.
I know UNH have been talking about it, but the catchers in this class, man, they can pick it. They are so good behind plate for both teams. I have been so impressed with the glove work. Masia behind the plate right now for the East team.
Yeah, they've done good work. They can throw. We saw a great catch and throw last weekend at the 13U age group, too.
That position becoming so athletic, more popular again.
Runner takes off on a pitch inside. Great jump, no throw. Scotty Fritz with a stolen base.
West team trails right now. There's a lot of pride on the line. They've been waiting to play this game. You said starting and stopping. We've waited for the rain. The East, they've had a couple big innings.
Brennan New struggling finding the strike zone as that one missed outside. So a couple of walks, a stolen base. How hot is it down there? Like, is it oppressively hot?
It's really hot. It is very hot. I choose to wear neutral colors as a sideline reporter for obvious reasons, but all my gear, my microphone, my IFB pack, that's how I listen to the broadcast, all very hot. They're all cooling down now that I'm up here. They've got fans in the dugouts, though. Don't let them fool you. There's fans down there.
All right, Jacob Gray, he's got fans up here because he had his whole support group make Etsy style. He may have ordered them on Etsy. Shirts right down here below, and you can see youngsters with Gray 25 on the back, their own special logo, the entire family with 25 Gray t-shirts. Love that. Love that in the world of personalized t-shirts.
Love that. Love Etsy. Love family support. I talked to Jacob. I think the one thing you have to know if you've never met Jacob Gray is this guy always has a smile on his face. He exudes this happiness about him, and it's just, I don't know, you want to be around him. He's that guy. He's very magnetic, I would say. I learned a little bit more about his family. He's 30% Korean. That's on his mom's side. His mom's mom, his grandma, in Korean, her name means harmony. Which I thought was pretty cool, and his favorite food is their Korean barbecue.
He's got some fun family ties. Some you're talking about athletically with Chris Singleton and CC Sabathia being uncles. You know, related, a little bit more of a distant route, but certainly related to Mr. Gray. So those are fun people that you can learn from should you be able to connect with him. He's a 4.0 student in the classroom, Junior Honor Society member as well. There's that breaking ball. That time, New got the call.
Good looking pitch right there. Gray watched that one all the way in. Hey, you mentioned those family members, by the way, and I asked him about Chris Singleton, CC Sabathia, and I said, what have you learned? He said, well, when I was younger, all I wanted to know was how do I hit bombs? You know, obviously maybe not so much CC, but how do I hit bombs? And all they were talking about was the mental side of the game. He's like, I didn't understand what they were trying to tell me. And now that I'm older, that's my favorite thing that they share with me is the mental side of the game. I understand now.
Good breaking ball and an even better take as that one dives low. Froze him there, Gray, and he locked it up at the perfect time. He's not throwing strikes the way he wants, there's no doubt, but there's good stuff here. The breaking ball definitely is worth a bunch of looks. As he pours a fastball inner half, and it's rolled foul.
I'm always impressed when we get to the 14U Select Fest and you ask guys, what kind of pitches do you throw? Have you changed your grip? And they're evolving all the time, but it's really impressive. Whether or not they're landing for strikes, you can tell that they're about to be there. They're on the precipice of being really, really good and having a couple of pitches that they can land for strikes.
Skied up above the infield. Coming in from short, then a couple of steps back and able to make the play for the out there.
Skeen playing shortstop.
Yeah, Skeen made the move over to play short. You're exactly right. That'd be the pitcher, Skeen. The athlete, Skeen.
I thought I saw earlier in the game, he went over and made a catch that was over at first base in front of Torres. He said, no, that's mine. I'll make the catch.
Louis Almeida. Comes up a little bit late on that one, fouls it off. And we're talking about Dylan Cruz taking his trip to the big leagues. Everyone really excited about what he's doing in Washington. He is there. Victor Medeiros, a major leaguer, part of the 2016 game with the Angels. Jordan Lawler, big league time with the Diamondbacks. He was part of that 2016 game. 0-1 hammer, 0-2 the count.
That was a good pitch.
A little back foot breaking ball. You know, it's a big effort as that one is rolled foul to have an event like this to really keep the alums in touch with the current annual members of this game. And it was done last night. It's been done with athletes reaching out through text messages, but you have all alumni, professionals that have signed nice signing bonuses, started their lives, whether it be giving out awards, sending messages. I think there's something to that aspirational communication. So kudos to the leaders like Jeremy Brown who make sure he does all the legwork on that.
Conrad Cason is in the dugout. He's been on the third base dugout all game. Drafted by the Red Sox this year. He's an All-American. Played in the game last year. Great block behind the plate to keep those runners in place. And to your point, Conrad could have left. He could have left during the delay, and he's here, he stayed, and he's chatting with the guys, and he's being around all of these young men who hope to be just like him one day. But Conrad was talking about all the other guys that were a part of his draft class, which is really cool.
Looked like he changed up on him there and got a pretty swing and a miss. Digging out of a hole now. See this one more time if this is a change of pace. It had a lot of life.
Wow.
Yep, that's exactly what that was.
It took him a second, I feel like, to just find his groove on the mound.
Yep.
He's gotten there.
I think so. Double O, Orlando Oates walked and scored, had a beautiful slide to play to run. Knutson drove him in.
We talked to him last night. The pitch is inside for a ball. And here's a couple things you want to know about this guy, right? Orlando Oates, not necessarily the most known name. I know UNH have talked about that. But coming into this event, every guy was cheering for him last night when he came on stage, and it seems like he has made a ton of friends at this event, and his name is out there now. I asked him a little bit about what he's done to put himself on the map. He said, well, first of all, I've gained about 20 pounds, physical pounds, a lot of protein, a lot of workouts. I adjusted my swing this year. It starts more narrow and then goes out. That's led to more power for me and improving his arm strength has also led to a ton of success for this guy. I think the world is his oyster right now. He wants to start a clothing brand. I'd buy some. I'd be in. Are you in?
I told you I'm in. I tried to get him seed money last night.
Yeah.
I told him
Did
to
you get
meet
any
in the
checks?
back and get some investors. I don't know. That's his business as he grows his business. There's a confidence to him, but it's certainly a confidence that draws you in. Not one that pushes the other way. Oh, he wanted to hit, and he's hit by a pitch out of Fontana, California. And I'm also... Oh, fake. No, there you go. There's the fake it till you make it, and then he sprints up the line. Yeah, he's not a boring guy. Boring is yesterday's news.
He's so surprising in the best way. Where have you been, Orlando Oates? Where have you been?
In Fontana, at Aquinas High School.
He's been working. He's put his head down and worked. He said it was frustrating missing last year's 13U Select Fest. Didn't get picked for it and put his head down and worked.
Zach Estrada. Thinking Will Biggs, who walked, might have had to catch a flight. Out of Covina, California, Zach Estrada. Well, why not follow up an inning with a grand slam with an inning with a grand slam? Right here.
Calling it?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
I like it. Opportunity here for the West.
Plays for Jake Robbins, SBA Bolts team. To the backstop, and then to the plate with a run. 11-7.
Vargas came in to run. He's got speed. Great jump by him. Heads up base running to come in.
He ran for Fritz. Never hesitated. Hey, by the way, that was played nicely, too. I mean, that was actually played quite nicely by Brandon New. He hurried to the plate. It's about as good as you're going to do. Breaking ball hung that one, but it was away.
Big ooh from the crowd, just missing that one. Man, these guys they've got power. They are big kids. You heard what Clint Hurdle said earlier. Big kids out here.
Estrada, the son of Amy and Judy. His sis is Lily. And Estrada. It's a high fly ball, deep left field. Get on up, get on out of here. A 3-run home run. We're having a party at the Select Fest.
How about the prophecy fulfilled? Wow. Are you kidding me?
So the funny thing, Danny, about both of these, and we'll see it again, that both Ragsdale and Estrada, these are outfielder freezes, doesn't move. I mean, these really are crazy. I think Estrada's got a flight he's got to catch, too. Why didn't he just ride on this baseball? Oh, wow.
Knew it right away.
Look at the left fielder. Look at, I mean, if that isn't telling.
Hey, how cool is that?
We've had our moments now. This game has had some massive moments. Wow.
You called it.
Yeah, but
close. It's pretty good. Yeah.
Valentin Ceballos. He'll swing the bat just a bit. 11-10. Here comes the West.
How many runs were scored last weekend at 13U?
A lot.
A lot.
He's a pitcher, but you know he can hit. When he's called upon right there, you can see the bottom. 412, the number, the batting average.
I saw Valentin a couple weeks ago at the National Showcase, saw him on the mound pitching, and I asked him a little bit about, you know, he kind of grunts when he comes off the mound, and he's kind of, you know, he's got that big personality. I asked him about it, and he said, listen, I felt like I had something to prove, and that's why I want to make sure people know that. I'm here to prove something.
Yeah, he's got a bright future. Grand slam, and then 1 inning later, there was a wild pitch, center runner home. This would have been a grand slam. Zach Estrada with a 3-run home run. Hey, Red Sox, are you watching 14-year-old kids shrink your yard? Wex and Sutton U, and this is the 14U Select Festival. Thanks for hanging out with us. Well, now today's been a day, right? Today's been a day. Rain delays stink. Nobody likes them. Our Pelotero blast of the game. We had a grand slam, and then this. Our Pelotero blast of the game, Zach Estrada. And just a frozen left fielder. Out of the dugout they came. But forget about the weather delays now. I know I have with this kind of fun. This is we didn't want to limp to the finish line. And darn it, this game is not limped.
No, they have made it.
Because it was limping.
Worth the price of admission. Worth the price of admission. Are you kidding me? 14-year-olds going deep at Fenway South? Come on. This is awesome.
Rylan Jenkins rolls that one to the right side. You've got Stryker. You've got him taking a step to the bag. Mr. Pence with the play here in inning number 7, bottom half of the 7th inning. Well, you know how it rolls. As we introduce Carter Schaus, we've already done so as a player. We've done so as a hitter. He's a Midwestern guy, and a lot of these athletes still at this age, Dexter McLeon, no surprise, can play both positions. They can get up on the mound. Schaus no different.
Yeah, super talented athlete. Really well spoken. I met his mom and dad at practice the other day. Told you a little bit about what he's been doing as far as his swing goes and being able to find more confidence in that. But his pregame meditation is one of my favorite things I heard this week. That's next level.
1-1 the count on Brandon Perkins Jr. Wow, way up under his chin. He jackknifes out of the way. He's talking about his parents, how much they inspire him. So my mom's the most competitive person I've ever met. She teaches me to never settle. Relentless work ethic. He wrote those words. Good breaking ball on 2-1. A 14-year-old wrote the words describing his mom. She has a relentless work ethic. And that's a compliment, Mom. That is, that's about as good as it gets. His mom is Megan, by the way.
Mom can still hoop, too. Mom can still hoop. Played basketball. Very impressive. I asked her. She said, yeah, I still got it.
A Hall of Fame inductee.
Yeah, very impressive.
Good take on a breaking ball that's low. Yeah, this is the 4.0 student in the classroom.
Wow.
Swing and a miss at a fastball, blew it right by him.
He got some respect from Perkins, by the way, throwing that breaking ball, that off-speed stuff before, a couple pitches before, and then comes back with that on the outside part of the plate. Mighty hard to hit.
Colin Raymond. Do a jump of Leo Garcia in the order. We see Raymond for the second time. He reached on a miscue, hit a ball, struck it hard to center field, but it was misplayed. Got to run around the bases, score a run, got to flex just a little bit to Colin. The Creature is his nickname. Coach Jason Ferber gave him that nickname.
That's a good one.
Right down the middle, gets the bat quickly through the zone and drives it into right center field. True base hit with a nice aggressive turn. Pretty swing with 2 outs from Colin Raymond, who's been on twice today now.
Yeah, I like that swing. I like that he's jumping on the first pitch that he likes and driving it. Quick bat, quick hands, just dumps it in. I think the thing that these guys start to understand at this age from my conversations with them is that you don't have to hit it in the air. You don't have to hit a home run every single time. Gap to gap, line drives, that's where their mind starts to go at this age. They start to become way more well-rounded with their bats.
2-0 the count, Hudson Simmons. We've seen Huddy pitch. Charlotte, North Carolina native.
By the way, I didn't notice Clint Hurdle coaching first base over there.
Yeah, you rattled his cage a little bit earlier, I feel like. You called him the milkman.
No, he told me he's got the white on white. He's an ice cream.
Oh, that's right. You called him the ice cream man.
He said he called that himself. I just
Are you
repeated.
sure?
Oh, yeah.
Felt like a little bullying to me.
He and Lloyd Thompson.
Drives that one toward right field. Well struck. Put some top spin on it. Has it die into the corner in right field. And that one is put away. Pretty swing and a nice pass through the baseball. Schaus puts a 0 up on the board. When your team is crawling back in a game, here's a hint. Stop the other team from scoring. Keep the momentum going.
Stepping to the plate, PJ Morlando.
I believe this is where it all began.
And here comes the pitch.
And this is the sweetest sound in the world.
Of course, to be able to swing a bat quick, you're going to have to be strong.
I believe you gotta rise before you can shine. That there is no agony worse than defeat.
The question is, does he have the bat speed? Does he have what it takes?
And an angel watches over me.
And swing it. Just keep swinging. Just keep swinging.
I believe this will all be worth it.
And the next pick in the 2024 draft is...
Pitchers have ruled the day, though there have been moments. We have seen a ton of strikeouts early on from some really talented arms. Velo has been there. We've seen 3 pitchers climb above 90 miles an hour. That man, Striker Pence, threw 94. That's Caden Nichols. He struck out 3 in his outing. 3 strikeouts for Pence. Ceballos with a couple of strikeouts as well. Fermin pulled it back together, grabbed some strikeouts along the way. He had to go through multiple rain delays, so kudos for him and what he was able to do.
I saw him warming up in between all of the delays, staying ready, seemed locked in, and how much this opportunity means to him. He was ready. He wanted to be ready to go. But I will say there's a ton of respect between these guys, and they know how good the pitchers are in their class. There's a ton of respect. Even on the West team, I said, how are you guys going to win today? And they said, listen, the East has great pitchers. They have great arms. We're going to have to just find a way to get some hits. Well, obviously they have with the score that we have in this one, but they have a ton of respect for each other.
So Torres gets the call. The first foe he will deal with is Vegas-born and raised Noah Knutson. If Noah's still here and hasn't had to catch a flight, it might not be Noah.
We'll find out.
Nah, Sammy Garcia is the one leading it off.
Okay.
Noah is waiting on deck, so swinging Sammy, who's hopped up on the mound and pitched. Garcia looking for his first hit today. He's 0 for 1.
He's been more closed at the plate this year, not as wide of a stance. He told me earlier this week he's been working on his quick feet, his reaction time in the field as far as his defense goes, but I would imagine those two things correlated at the plate.
1-0 the count to Sammy from Chandler, Arizona. Dad, baseball player, as a prepster. Mom, softball star. Torres with a pretty fastball, a little bit of late life over the outside corner.
I talked to Torres, too, mostly about him being a position player, D, but I said, are you going to pitch? And he said, yeah. I said, what's your favorite pitch? He said, my fastball. I said, I like to blow it by, guys.
Spoken like a true position player.
Spoken like a guy who's got great arm strength across the diamond, and sometimes he he gets on the mound and he becomes a pitcher.
It's got late life to it. Trying to find the strike zone. 3-1 the count on Garcia. Garcia, also a soccer player, also has played tackle football. He said soccer, footwork, it's helped so much.
That makes a lot of sense. He prides himself on his defense. And I think that at this age, too, again, you're seeing these guys pour into themselves in a really professional way. They have an infielder coach. They have a nutritionist. They're doing plyos. You know, it's all these things start to come together at this age.
All right, here comes the West. Making some noise. Garcia with a walk. Noah now. Son of Sarah and Doug. Owen won the count on Noah.
I really enjoyed listening to him speak last night at the banquet and talk about himself, talk about his strengths, his weaknesses. He was very self-aware. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I would agree he's a type 1 diabetic, but he told us that. We allowed him the platform to talk about it. He told us that. Back on July the 4th of 2020, he was diagnosed and lost a lot of weight, a lot of strength, kind of had to reset his life. But look at him here. Look at him who he is. We had a great interview a couple of months back with Milwaukee Brewers center fielder Garrett Mitchell, an alum of Perfect Game, who is a type 1 diabetic. And his words, then he turned and listened to Garrett Mitchell. It was a nice, if not accidental, moment to see the two kind of virtually communicate with one another.
I think these guys just want to be relatable and related to. I think that's very important to them. They're 14 years old. Some of them are going into high school. Some of them have already had their freshman year, and they're trying to understand themselves. And for Noah to be so self-aware, I think is really special.
2-2 the count.
He even said last night, he said, it makes me feel good to know that somebody else in the big leagues is dealing with that.
That one rolled foul up the third base line. And Noah's a good student, 4.0 GPA. Student of the month 3 times.
Ooh.
At Bishop Gorman.
It's not easy.
Dad played college hoops, by the way. Mom, an elite tennis player.
Were you impressed with how well-spoken all 3 young men on stage were?
2 things, yes. Number 1, I was impressed, and at a banquet like that, at an awards, I'm trying to paint the picture for our viewers. You know, you have tables with the team sitting together, and they're 14. They can have fun. They can laugh. When they see another one of their colleagues on a stage, it's a natural scene to laugh, to poke fun in a fun way, in a good way. And that happened until all of them sat down and then started talking. As that one, a beautiful pitch over the inside corner. Torres likes to blow people away. If he does, he just did so.
I like the pitch mix so far that he's showing. I know not primary pitcher, but he's looking pretty good. You see the spin on that.
So Madden Pike now to finish the thought. The moment those 3, and it was 3 in a group, Connor Schmidt, Knudsen, and Oates, the moment they started talking, answered some questions, listened to major leaguers with their thoughts, your questions, my questions, all of their teammates didn't make a peep and listened attentively I should say, to every word that was said. Good fastball, comes up empty, aggressive swing right there. You see the top number, he's touched 83 miles an hour.
Okay. Yeah, I shouldn't be surprised anymore, but they just continue to impress me every single year. You hear them speak, and sometimes it's hard to get a full sentence out of some of them. Not all of them have been talking to the media for years. Some of these guys have been dealing with our questions since they were 11 years old.
Good 2-1 pitch, empty swing, 2-2 the count. Here's the one thing I learned, though. We had a whole bunch of professionals that were once 14 and played in this game send videos. They're not stopping talking now.
The stage was theirs. They took advantage of it, didn't they? Oof.
He blew another one away if that's what he likes to do. Great command. It's not necessarily the swing and miss. For Torres, it's just location, and good location.
Wow. Froze pike. Back to back for Torres.
Let's let Mr. Cotton swing the bat. Runner takes off, and a good jump. No one covering the bag. Don't think they would have had him anyway, but a stolen base for Garcia.
I like it. Gets himself into scoring position. The West team trailing here, top 8. Again, if you are just tuning in, these teams care immensely about who wins this game. They are trash talking all weekend long, and there's a lot of pride on the line. I'll tell you this, they don't forget the score of the game. They never forget who wins the game. A lot on the line here.
Oh, it won the count. Big swing from Cotton. Looked good on the mound. He opened this game.
He looked really good.
And he got Neshoff, who walked, then a double play, then a strikeout. It was just that simple. Struck out Dexter McLeon Jr. on a called third strike.
Oh, we're good.
You know, he grew up being the bat boy for his sister, who played at Oregon State. That's how he got into the game. There's incredible video and photos of him being the bat boy out there.
It's going to move that runner to third as that one skips in there, taking a big aggressive turn. Again, there's your tying run. Sammy Garcia's moved to third. 11-10 the score. So it's pretty simple if you're Torres and your mates. This is hard to do with all the runs that have been scored. You're counting outs now. And I know there's a runner at third. You get your team back in the dugout. You're not at 4, you're at 3, and you win this game. See if he can let his defense do the work behind him.
That was a good, there we go, good block, nice job.
Ended up playing that one on a backhand. That runner stays at third. Line drive, base hit, left field. We are tied at 11. The man who started this game on the mound pulls it even. Chase Cotton takes advantage of his chance to hit with the hitters.
It doesn't surprise me that he's able to do that. Gets the pitch, drives it into left. I want to see his hands in his bat here. Yeah, I mean, whippy bat, right? Puts his head down, runs. I really love the way that Chase Cotton plays the game. I've really enjoyed getting to know him as a human. Very athletic, right? You said it. He started this game on the mound, and now he's got a chance. He represents the go-ahead run.
Aaron Garcia. Chance to add on. 11-11. Baseball left to be played. Bouncing ball right back to the middle of the diamond, and it's fielded by Torres. He will jog to the mound with a flip and a throw, and in time for the out. You know what they say? Games are always more fun, not when they're won in the bottom of the 9th, but when they're won in the bottom of the 8th. How does the E squad respond? Torres gives up just the 1 run. He did blow some people away like he likes to do. Danny and Darren, Perfect Game Select Festival 14U event. How are you? If you're watching live, thank you. If you're watching the archive and you're watching this game, I'm sure it's been edited together very nicely so that you have no idea about the rain delays and the lightning delays and a horn that sounded that made players like the Bad News Bears throw their gloves in the air. They were so frustrated. That's what goes on. All right, we move past that, though. It's time to go to work and time to see some of the two-way players that can do both swing it and also throw it. Family members, I tell you, the hero's been the family members. They've been patient.
Yeah. The moms, the dads, the siblings who are running around here, and they're well represented, by the way. But I am very excited about Easton Brunson. He's going to get a chance, as you said, D, to pitch. His mom, Brittany, called him a wolf. He told me today, he said, listen, I played varsity as a freshman, and that there was a lot that came with that. And my mom said, listen, don't be nervous, have some confidence, be a leader, be a wolf. That's what she told him, and I loved that. I think that's incredible. And so he's taken that attitude into everything that he does now. He just said that, you know, there was some adversity that I faced, and I loved that he admitted to that. Being a freshman on varsity, that's not always easy to do. But I'm excited to see him. Yes, he is named after the bat company, Easton, but he's going to pitch now with the glove.
Two-way athlete, certainly a wolf, as Danny said. And by the way, if baseball's taken away, he said, I'd start my own rock band because currently I'm teaching myself how to play the guitar. All right, let's go to work. Bottom half, Anthony Haranga. He drove in a run with the ground ball in his first at-bat a couple of innings ago. Did up was retired, but that ground ball out to second, plated a run as it played at Colin Raymond.
He's 0-1. He told me earlier this week, I'm going to sit fastball early. So he's true to that. 2023, he said, my stance was wide and low. And this year, my hands are loose. I let that barrel work for me, and I'm standing a little bit taller. I was hunched over. That was not doing me any favors. And so I worked really hard to change that, making sure I stand tall, let that barrel work for me.
From Nutley, New Jersey, St. Peter's Prep is where he goes to school. He's a good student, so he's already thinking about places like Duke or Vanderbilt, should they have him to play college baseball.
I love that. Two great programs. Chris Pollard's done an amazing job at Duke and in the ACC, and of course, Tim Corbin. I think we just call him Corbs. Just call him Corbin.
Well, I think you do.
Yeah, I do. Just goes by first name.
One of the voices of the College World Series sitting to my right.
Two great programs, though.
Look at Brunson peering over that glove.
Yeah.
He'll fire an 0-2. Good pitch, inner half. Haranga, mom is Kim, dad is Alfredo. Juliana is younger sis, not too much younger, she's 13. Mom played hoops at St. Peter's. Dad football in high school at St. Peter's Prep.
Brunson is focused.
And that one sail wide and head to the backstop.
You mentioned the music, by the way, for Brunson. I asked him what he was working on his electric guitar. He's learning to play Seek and Destroy, D by Metallica. That's his favorite kind of music.
A little bit of metal. A little bit of hair metal. I know you play that on the banjo. You were playing that for us last night.
I'm trying to learn it on the flute, too, but it's not going so well.
Pan flute would be better.
Yeah, maybe the triangle. I like to be well-rounded.
2-2 the count. Nice pretty approach on a fastball away. Just spoiled a pitch with 2 strikes. Brunson, honor roll student, high honor roll student the past 2 years. Academic scholarships based on test scores and grades, helping his high school tuition. Love it. Love, love, love that. That's wonderful.
See how tall Haranga's standing. Battling at the plate. This is a great at bat.
3-2 the count.
Come on, Nate.
He lost him. And for Haranga, that's really good way to start this inning.
Yeah, he was behind in the count, swung at the first pitch, and Brunson had him there, but great job by Haranga to be able to work the walk. Tie ball game, bottom of the 8th. And now you got a base runner, and it turns out it always feels like walks come back to haunt you. So we'll see what the West team can do. They can get out of this one and send it to the 9th, still tied.
Robert Masia.
Good tag.
By the way, if this game is tied going into the 9th, so after 8, they'll put a runner on second. So the international tiebreaker for both teams. After 8. But something interesting that a baseball man just told me, it's not going to be. Oh boy, what a breaking ball. 0-2. I don't know that it's going to be another one of those 380-foot home runs that we've had 2 of. 2 at the 14U age group over the monster.
I think they've put an exclamation mark on our Select Festival season, don't you think? To be able to do that here at Fenway South, something we rarely see.
And I think what happens, too, in an event like this when you deal with weather is what always happens when you're around younger people. Boy, well set up. The breaking ball in the middle of that attack made the fastball look like it was 100, and he snuck it right by him. That's a great sequence.
That's pretty metal, huh?
I think so. A little bit of cut to it, too. You can see a catcher's mitt jump just a little bit. How about Grant Arnold? He singled last time up.
I'm about to be late, bro.
Ouch, he fouled that one off. That got a piece of home plate umpire Jose Sandoval. Grant eventually came around to score a run, worked on the mound as well. One and one the count as he pulled that one a little bit low. I think Aaron Garcia, the Gold Glover, is catching right now.
I think he is too.
We double check. We have the assignments, but some have had to leave, of course.
I mentioned it last night. We talked about it today. I mean, he's talked a lot about his defense. He takes a lot of pride in it, even if he's trying other positions right now. He's the #1 catcher in his class for good reason.
Brunson recovers after he bobbles that ball. And after he recovers, he flips it on over to first. 2 outs in the inning. Runner moves to second. Nice play getting Arnold.
Yeah, that's just an athletic play, right? Being able to field your position, react to it, not panic, and make the throw over there. That's a great job by Brunson. Haranga in scoring position, 2 away, tie game.
Caden Nichols had a hit last time. This pitcher had a hit in a tie game, 11-11. Nichols fights that one off to the right side. Easton Brunson, 85 miles an hour. He's definitely got some pitchability. He looks very comfortable out there on the mound. He'll tell you, I'm a first baseman, I'm an outfielder, but I'm also a right-handed pitcher. Goose Creek Memorial High School in Highlands, Texas. And with a pitch like that and swings like that, you are part pitcher. There's no doubt.
I loved hearing him talk about his mom the way that he did, D. I just think that when you have a young man, his mom, Brittany, talking about the confidence she's instilled in him, calling him the wolf, man, it's really special. Nichols, by the way, I know that he's a pitcher first, but he's been working on his long toss. I know his arm strength has improved a ton. He's had to learn to cook, which is also amazing for a 14-year-old. His parents, when they're out of town or he's there alone, they don't want him to spend a ton of money eating out, so he's learned to make omelets and wings.
Love it. Good combo. A lot of protein there. Garcia quarterbacking this one, trying to get his team back in the dugout.
Some strategizing going on.
Good take on a 1-2 pitch as that one sails high. Yeah, I'm enjoying. I think we all are watching Brunson pitch.
Absolutely. I would guess his freshman year on varsity taught him a lot. He's probably using some of those experiences right here, right now, against the best in his class at this age.
Caden Nichols. 1-2-2. That pitch dives inside. 3-2 the count on Nichols.
Great block by Garcia.
Nichols, the son of Stacy and Don. Nichols, a basketball and soccer player as well. Takes low, ball 4. Went from a couple of strikes and a hole to a very patient walk.
That's an impressive at-bat by Nichols. So now the East has 2 on, 2 down. Looking for the go-ahead, looking to take the lead before they head to the 9th. It's a back-and-forth game all day long. These guys have waited through a couple of delays. So we're going to have a pinch runner over at first.
Rylan Jenkins will run.
Jenkins told me he was a running back. When he first started playing football, he's a wide receiver. Now he likes to catch the ball, but we know he's got quick feet. He's fast over there. That's what they could need for the East team with Skeen up.
Liam Skeen had jumped out and played defensively as that pickoff throw is high. Well, interesting, if that one's any higher, you take a chance of a lead. Two 2-0 the count to Skeen.
Another good block behind the plate.
Liam, an honor student. First year he's been playing at this level. Playing up, playing amongst the best in the country. It's been a great summer for him. That's a Snapdragon breaking ball, but it misses outside. Liam said his favorite event was the Beast of the East earlier in the summertime. He said it helped me grow by just taking it one tournament at a time, taking advantage of each opportunity each one is given, not worrying about the next one. Way inside, and Skeens are under the walk.
It's an impressive at-bat by Skeen, who's on the mound. Everyone wanted to get a hit off him last night. Now the bases are loaded.
Bases full for Max Neshaw.
Been a switch hitter since he was 8 years old. D, he said, I'm a natural righty. He told me the hand-eye coordination on the left side was probably the hardest part of the adjustment, but he's made that now. His legs are stronger. He stands in the back of the box, trying to give himself more time. You know, velo jumps at this age, but his barrel's more on plane. That's led to more success for him.
Flash Gordon out for a conversation. And let's see, it may be a move. Got defenders moving around different spots. That may be it for the right-hander with the bases full. Let's see if Brunson gives way. And he does give way. And it looks like Madden Pike will get a chance to throw on the mound. Madden Pike will work. Flash Gordon makes that move. Brunson high fives from his teammates. Just, I think, ran out of gas. Pike, a catcher, middle infielder, an outfielder, and also a pitcher. We'll step aside. 11-11 the score. Perfect Game 14U Select Fest. Pike from Washington against Max from Michigan. Maximilian, Max Neshoff with a chance to be a hero. The last couple of years as we see the well-traveled and very versatile athlete from Puyallup, Washington hop up on the bump. One of the ways I've fallen more in love with the game is the concept of winning a game in the bottom of the eighth. Everybody thinks that a walk-off is the way to go. You put so much pressure on the opposing team. If you put runs on the board and force that top half to really mean something.
I like it. I'm into that.
Well, let's see. Madden Pike's talented. He doesn't seem to be sweating this situation. So for Max, this is a big opportunity. Motor City Hit Dogs, his travel team. As that one is way inside. Goes to school at Brother Rice.
Tough job, D. You know, you're coming into this game, bases loaded, 2 outs. And I don't know if he had a lot of time to warm up, but it's a big spot for him to come in and try to shut it down, get his team back to the dugout.
That pitch is high. 2-0 the count to Neshoff. Angela and Bill, his parents. He's got 2 older siblings, Katya and Ava. Max holds that bat high, wide open stance. The 2-0 is low, 3-0 the count.
Giving me a little Soto shuffle vibes there. You can see his back foot in the farthest part of the box back. Just allows him to have a little more time to see the pitch.
Neshoff also a hockey player, also a soccer player. Just more athleticism as he bounces around in that box. That's ball 4, and that puts his squad, the East squad, on top. 12-11.
That's a hard spot to come into. 4 straight balls. East team leading 12-11. Aaron Garcia goes out to have a quick chat with them. Madden Pike is very, very talented. We talked about his brother Mason, who was at the All-American Classic, the influence that he has had on him, training with him, teaching him everything he knows about the game, he and his dad anyway. But Madden Pike, very, very impressive young man.
Neshoff with the walk. How about you try a breaking ball? Sometimes you do that, you'll stay up on that back leg a little more, gather yourself. That was a pretty pitch. Well, how about you try another one? Back-to-back breaking balls.
I don't mind it. Pitch backwards, whatever you have to do to get your team back into the dugout at this point. Probably unexpected to the batter.
And 3 in a row. He's just made a decision. I'm not loving my fastball.
Yeah.
Anderson looking for his first hit of the game. He's played third, he's played second, he's played left field. That's fun. He's played defensively in a lot of spots.
Making the most of his time, that's for sure.
4 breaking balls in a row. Madden Pike. One pulled down the line toward the corner that baseball goes, and that's a fair ball, and it lands fair and breaks free. 1 run will score. The relay from Vargas to the plate is right on top of home plate. A beautiful throw to Garcia.
Wow.
Unable to make the play in the corner. 1 more run, though, is added on. 13-11 the score. Heading into the top half of the 9th inning. That one drifted deep into the corner, and that's a tough spot. Bermuda Triangle-like out there. Do him another breaking ball. I'm thinking he thought this is foul, but then in the end for Colin Anderson, it wasn't. A really nice West defensive play to end things, but a couple of runs scored.
You really think you're good, don't you?
You're 19 years old. You're playing with a drop 5, USSSA, and you're not swinging this bat. You're not in the game. Look at this barrel. Look at the design. I mean, you hit a home run and you hit a home run and you bat flip it, and then you go and it's like, oh, he's using the tank. Like,
Listen.
okay.
You want to hit balls like this, kid? Get this bat.
I mean, if you're 13 years old and you're not swinging this bat, you're not in the game.
We got the.
Let's roll on into the 9th inning, and let's see how this game ends. Some rain clouds come visit, too, as rain comes over the top. Carney will take the rock, and he will roll. His job is very simple, Aiden Carney. 3 outs. By the way, some moments after all the rain came earlier, and I'm telling you, this really happened. That really happened. Massive swing of the bat. Blake Ragsdale, a grand slam home run. 1 inning later. Zach Estrada. This is a major league stadium, folks. Zach Estrada with the grand slam as well. Extra runs start crossing the plate in the 8th inning. And for that, a beautiful swing of the bat in those navy blue jerseys. And then a couple of runs were plated and walked in, even though the West team came all the way back to tie it at 11. Bases loaded walks in the bottom half of the 8th inning. And then an RBI into the left field corner, plated a run as well. And that's where we stand. West Teen, Braden Landry, singled and stole a base. Back in the first inning, Aiden Carney.
Saw Aiden earlier. I asked him when you pitch, and he said, I got the 9th. They're giving me the ball, close it out. Kid's got a ton of confidence. That's something that he has been working on. That part of his game has grown a ton. He's got a fastball, curveball, changeup. He told me, he was talking to Flash about some of those pitches this week, and I love to hear that. You know why? Because it means they're using their resources, the guys that are here, and learning from them. He said, I've been using my legs and my lower body more on the mound. That's allowed me to be better as a pitcher.
The 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball, swung on and missed. Strike 3. And down goes Landry, one away. This is beautiful. Really good, tight break to it. Levi Leathers. He steps in. First pitch goes back to that same breaking ball, and it misses outside. Levi walked and scored a run, popped out to the first baseman.
Levi comes from such a small town, Axtell, Texas. So tall, though. He plays, he said he likes it so much because he's able to play the primary position, the prime positions at every sport. He's QB1, he's a point guard for the basketball team, and then he's the guy on the baseball team. And he's so talented, so athletic, but a joy to talk to.
Well, that's a good pitch. It's called just a little bit low by Sandoval behind the plate. Three and two the count to the son of Brian and Melissa Leathers. Brother, a team roper and rodeos in college. His brother Luke, who's 20 years old. Dad was a calf roper. Did it professionally before he was born. Leathers puts that one on the ground. Fielding, firing. Wow, what a play at short. Incredible. Thing of beauty out there, and for the athleticism that we see for all of these athletes. Nice dig on the other side by Stewart, but a fine defensive play. Ryan Mesa with a nice play at short. One away from the victory. Striker Pence stands in the way.
Hey, that was a great play, by the way. The range and then the throw together, putting your body together. Mesa's grown a ton in the past few years.
In the 9th inning, too.
In the 9th inning, game on the line, you only have a little bit of a lead. It was a great play.
Striker says, we're not done yet. Line drive, base hit left field for Striker Pence. Touch 94 on the mound.
Spent time with him at the National Showcase, got to know him a little bit more. His long, luscious locks, those are his words, not mine. Great personality. Looks like a little visit out on the mound to Carney. You got a runner on, 2 away, top 9. You got a 2-run lead. East team is preparing for a victory.
Luke Esquivel says, don't pack your bats just yet. Don't run to your flights just yet. I'm not planning on having that one come to an end.
Hey, if there's anyone that can do it, it's Luke Esquivel. So talented on both sides.
1-0, and that fastball. Good arm side run as it dots the outside corner. Pretty pitch. Luke's pitched today. Luke's hit today. He's looked athletic today. He will continue to evolve. One of the best players in the country at this age group.
Speaks so highly of his family. in the way that they've helped him grow, his brother Lolly, his dad. Only just the beginning for him.
The 2-1 pulls the breaking ball inside.
By the way, the East team, it looks like they're trying to strategize right now of what to do. Always good to plan the launch, hydrate, dump appropriately.
In the meantime, the West is planning tying the game.
Yeah. Esquivel's got to do it. 3-1 count.
Jump of that fastball. Started that pitch right down the middle. 3-2 the count now. Full count, 2 outs. West squad not done yet though. Harney in a moment. It's a big opportunity. The 3-2. Just got a piece of it at home plate.
Runner was taken off. The West team has battled back all day.
Masia took a rough foul tip that time, so home plate umpire Jose Sandoval took a walk to the mound, bought him a little time. 13-11 the number. The 3-2, tap to the middle of the diamond, fielding and firing with an underhand flip. The East squad wins it. They take it all in a day that was stop and go because of weather. We ended up having a blast. They win the 14U Select Festival Championship.
Kearney closing it out. Love to see that. Fantastic job by this East team to put a lot on the board, and they had to do it because the West team, man, they are so talented, I would say, on both sides. D, what a blast to get to know this class. We won't see them for a couple of years now. They'll be big and tall and strong the next time I get a chance to see them, but I'm a fan of these guys, a big fan.
We wish them well into their freshman year. Some of them very young sophomores. They acquitted themselves nicely as men, certainly as sons, and this was the final out one more time. Beautiful, beautiful effort. We'll take a pause. We'll get out of here for just a moment. Then we'll come back and name our MVP. We'll find out who wins that award. 13-11. This was the final moment. This is the end of it all. Our final thoughts on an MVP when we come back. All right, MVP, look, if you knock one over the boards and it's a grand slam in a game, and by the way, play middle infield on and off the entire game, you are the most valuable player. So, Blake Ragsdale, with the Grand Slam home run. Now, there were 2 home runs in this one, but Blake, congratulations. Our Dick's Sporting Good Most Valuable Player of the Game. You hit a Grand Slam, D. You deserve it.
Oh my gosh. I mean, first of all, the swing, the moment for this guy who has been working all summer. He has put in the time and the patience for him to get to this point and to be able to do this here at JetBlue, at Fenway South, to the monster. That is a huge deal. The East team needed that. He put them on his back. And man, that kid has such a bright future. Congratulations to the East team. To the West team, what a valiant effort put up by you as well. And always grateful to share the booth with you and HD.
Yeah, thanks, D. Great stuff. Incredible insights downstairs. Thanks for hosting everything throughout the weekend. Jeremy Brown, thanks for being here, putting together a good event as well. We're going to say goodbye to all you. We celebrate the future of the sport. Don't forget, go ahead and grab the Perfect Game TV app to watch this type of baseball all the time. We're the future of the game. Documentaries, weekly shows, conversation shows as well. We'll be back live from the World Wood Bat Association World Championship in October for about 8 days, a ton of games at the very best travel ball event that there is. We want to thank Megan and Steve back at the mothership, Jim sitting right next to us, and our entire PGTV crew. On behalf of everyone, Danny, Jeremy, our leadership, my name is Darren. We'll see you next time. Another great 14U Select Festival in the books. Year number 10 coming up TikTok right around the corner.